Anthony Naharo moved the motion for independence, that Nigeria should be independent of the colonial masters in 1956. The northern politicians at the Lagos conference were very, very opposed to it. They said no, they don't want independence in 1956. The Sardauna at that time, who was the leader of the Northern People's Congress, who was actually the leading politician in northern Nigeria, amended the motion that it should be independence as soon as practicable because northern Nigeria was not ready. That angered the southern politicians a lot, and there was a walkout by northern politicians from that conference. But as they were walking out, they were being insulted. They were being abused, that these guys don't want to...
Okay, all right. So, I mean, I thought you wanted to land your point because that was quite great, and then I would proceed to.
I'm very careful when when the anchor makes one sound, I will have to stop. But let me quickly land.
Please
land. The point is that you can see that there is a collaboration between northern politicians now and southern politicians. And this is coming from once disgruntled people. So the big problem, according to Steers Analytic, will be the unity of Nigeria after a Bola Ahmed Tinubu win. At the time, it was northern Nigerians who wanted to pull out from this country, given the Lagos conference. Now the northern Nigerian politicians considered to say they wanted a southern politician to be president. Now he has become president-elect. Given the fact that this is an election that is notoriously regarded as not having complied to the provisions of the Electoral Act, we are now headed for a problem as a country. So if you ask me in this first salvo that congratulations to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but the problems are beyond economy, they are beyond security, they are fundamental enough to tackling whether Nigerians want to stay in this way where elections don't really reflect their will. I land there.
All right, thank you for landing. Now, let me ask you a question to continue the journey from where you stopped. So you talked about the responsibility of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu once he's sworn in to promote the unity of Nigerians because it's quite fragmented at the moment based on the Steers report. And that's quite instructive because we just had a similar conversation before you came on with Mr. Funsho Doherty. And away from that, just to say that the president in his speech when we received Bola Ahmed Tinubu in Daura said that he was going to build on his administration's success. If we're to look at this call to building national unity, this administration has been criticized for being, for nepotism at different levels in the area of appointments, and we've seen a deepening in tensions, as it were, between ethnic groups. So how do you think the president-elect should begin to work as we begin to chart his, his journey to Aso Rock? What should be his priority? How would he begin to mend these fragmented relationships and build one Nigeria?
This election has come with a very big cost. Nigerians suffered a lot. There was a wide perception by Nigerians, and I emphasize perception, that there were certain policies of government preceding this election to ensure that a certain candidate was not favored and as against being punished. And that's informed the Naira policy. It didn't matter what the CBN said, that it was more of a demonetization policy that was meant to tackle inflation. Nigerians suffered in such horrendous, situations. You needed to see what Nigerians have been through and are still going through because of the failed implementation of that policy. Nigerians have suffered a lot under President Muhammadu Buhari, not because he's a bad person, not because he intends to suffer Nigerians, but as a matter of fact. And I will talk about notorious facts. These are things we shouldn't keep saying so that it look as if one is driving an agenda. There is no agenda. The truth about it is that Nigerians suffered high spate of insecurity. Nigerians suffered high level of low esteem and self-esteem. And the economy was bad enough. And then the bad thing about it was that Nigerians were losing hope reflection again of 1984 when Andrew was notable for checking out. The NTA did everything he could do at that time to dissuade Nigerians from checking out. Checking out has been reinvented as Japa. The truth about it is that I don't want to overemphasize the fact that we experienced intractable problems facing the President Muhammadu Buhari's administration that he couldn't handle. Yes, so I don't want to repeat myself or sound like a broken record because of the things that have been said. Nevertheless, you talk about the president-elect that has a huge problem. He compares himself with the legendary Obafemi Awolowo or the cosmopolitan MKO Abiola. I think he doesn't match, because right now he doesn't appeal to significant greater number of Nigerians at this moment. But we must respect the fact that he's president-elect. Therefore, he must begin to take responsibility. When President Obasanjo was president-elect in 1999, he took the presidential jet and started running around the whole world. He was junketing everywhere, because at that time our problem was that General Sani Abacha had given us a very bad reputation for being a brutal military dictator, so he needed to repair foreign relations. Now the president must realize that the current problem we are facing now in this country is that the average Nigerian is suffering. The economy is in dire straits. Beyond that, there is a lot of fallenness. People are having a sense of not only dissatisfaction, but being excluded at this moment. I trust Bola Ahmed Tinubu to an extent. He has his records, no matter how much you can vilify him. He appears to be a man that is quite inclusive. I see what's going on in Lagos today. I am very proud when I see the list of commissioners there in the times of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Babatunde Raji Fashola, and the current Sanwo-Olu. The infection that Lagos appears to be a place that really accommodates all shades of persons, to the extent that they are entrusted with very serious responsibilities. Take a look at the fact that the current minister, the commissioner of finance in Lagos State is an Urobo man like me. I mean, how can the Urobo people in Delta State believe that how possible an Urobo man is commissioner of finance in Lagos? That is how cosmopolitan the Lagos mindset is. That he must build seriously upon as he sets up a cabinet at the federal level, giving a sense of belonging to every Nigerian. Whether we like it or not, security is important, but right now, Nigeria must survive. If we don't have to have those kind of feelings that led to the civil war, that is, people feeling that they were cheated, feeling that they have to succeed, don't let it be on record. It is not a Nigeria that had first wanted to succeed out of this country. Now, the reason is anytime any group feels cheated, feels excluded, the next thing they think is to go and secede, forgetting that when there is a secession and a new country, you have a new set of oppressors and a new set of oppressed, and then you get other group of persons that are disgruntled who want to form their own country. We don't want that cycle. So Bola Ahmed Tinubu must realize that the unity of this country is the most important thing to do, and he shouldn't wait until May 29 when he's sworn in before he starts acting. He should take a cue from former President Olusegun Obasanjo, and he should start visiting the people he needs to visit now to mend fences and give assurances that Nigeria does have a future beyond whatever the Supreme Court will decide with regards to the many legal conundrums that have been raised as a result of the election.
Well, I get your point about your expectations. Unity of Nigeria, very important. Some other people will say prosperity, peace, progress. And the candidate of the APC, now president-elect, in the speeches that he has made, he has talked about unifying the country. He has talked about carrying everybody along. He has talked about prosperity and trying to make sure that, Nigeria moves forward. However, if you look at the other political parties, PDP says it will retrieve its stolen mandate. I put that in quotes. NNPP says it has 7 major complaints on the basis of which it's going to go to court. The first complaint by the NNPP is what it calls the hostility of the Electoral Commission, in addition to other infractions, in addition to President Buhari campaigning on election day. Labour Party also wants to go to court. Dati Ahmed, the running mate to Mr. Peter Obi, already said that much. Now, but the big issue is this. Many Nigerians have no faith in the Supreme Court of Nigeria. Very soon there's going to be about 11 vacancies on that bench. And everybody will be looking forward to the next government that comes in to fill those vacancies. Why do you think Nigerians are now all of a sudden so skeptical about an established mechanism for resolving election disputes? Is it that the Supreme Court has, people have lost confidence in the Supreme Court when it is clear that there's no alternative where there are grievances or non-compliance being alleged by some of the stakeholders?
Let me tell you, sir, personally, as a person, as a lawyer trained in Nigeria, I have confidence in every court in Nigeria. That is a presupposition. But I now tell you what the fact is, and we have been repeating it for too long. The fact, which is a perception that the majority of Nigerians have, is that it should be clear that they don't have confidence in the Nigerian judiciary. But again, as I speak as a defender of the judiciary, I ask a question: what other alternative do you have? What alternative do you have to order? Nigeria will not be the first place that will experience the politics of the Supreme Court. Let us not beat about the bush. Decisions that emanate from courts at the highest level. You, Dr. Abati, educated Nigerians here on the Arise News channel, that the court is not necessarily a court of law alone, given the provisions of Section 6 of the Constitution, which makes it, in a position that has jurisdiction to even make pronouncements on issues of Chapter 2 that deal with fundamental objective and directive principle of state policy. So it is also a court of policy. You made that very copious, clear, and held that point right here. But again, in that case, what Nigerians must now appreciate is that such a court will have to consider issues of politics when it is making its decision. Sometimes it even decides to abandon law. It discards law. And like I've argued several times, that has been quite opposed, is that courts make law. Courts make law, and if you remember our elementary law that tells us that the prophecies of what the court will do are in fact pretentiously nothing, are what I mean by law, quoting the Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes. That is, the men seated there in the Supreme Court reason among themselves and expectedly act in what be in the best interest of justice or in the overall interest of Nigeria. So let us not, play the ostrich and pretend as if we are going to expect a stricto sensu application of the law when issues get to the Supreme Court. No, the men of the Supreme Court will reason. They will be influenced by their sentiments from where they come from. And interestingly, they may even have loyalties. They are basically human beings first before anything else. The challenge is that to what extent will they be able to exalt their practice as judicial officers to represent, the icons that we have had in this country. Before mentioning the likes of Lord Denning, who would do everything possible to promote justice. So Nigerians, as a matter of fact, do not have confidence in the court system at the moment. But nevertheless, it is better to take the matters to the court. Let them be ventilated there. Why would you now give the alternative of saying, oh, we don't have confidence in the court, so let's die here, in quote? No. You know what? You know where we stand.
Okay.
We stand. We at all times there must be order.
Okay, Mr. Franklin, at all times there must be order. But is that not why the politicians are saying we win with violence at the election polls, then we go to court because we know we can get it in our favor? Because dial back to 2007 case that was decided 4-3, the Yaradua case. If you remember, this is exactly what you're saying. It's the same temperature the likes of the Nikki Tobis of this world, the Ricky Taffas, enunciated when that case went. And it was really close. They called that election the worst election in history. And it went 4-3 because of all of these factors. So is it not just opening that room for violence at the polls? That's number one. Number two, let's quickly look at the things that will even be the agenda for the new president-elect. He's got an economy that is in doldrums. He's got a nation that is fractured. Sanitary environmental indices at an all-time low. He's got a broken nation. What will he do to fix the pieces of this broken nation as we speak?
I said it before. President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu should tomorrow start visiting the people he needs to visit the way he did when he won the primaries of the All Progressive Congress against the will of the powers that be in that party. He should do that. Reconciliation. Immediately after the Civil War, you remember the 3 R's that General Yakubu Gowon promoted. Reconciliation was principal in addition to reconstruction and rehabilitation. Reconciliation at this time, Nigerians are not happy. He needs, and at this time, many Nigerians, unfortunately and painfully, young Nigerians do not see him as a true reflection of the will of the people. Personally, I had made up my mind whoever was elected president would have my support. But the process of being elected now has become so questionable. And again, remember, as you have also said, Rufai, because having followed you keenly, when former President Umar Yar'Adua was elected, under the supervision of the incubential powers of the highly respected former President Olusegun Obasanjo, who actually was said to be the godfather, the one who spoon-fed Yar'Adua, who actually handpicked him and used the incubation powers to make him president. The man was sincere enough. And again, because I would answer your question in one word, sincerity. The man was sincere enough to say, look, well, I'm president today, but I know that the process that made me president was so faulty. I was reading with a lot of malpractices and corrupt practices and widespread violation.
Do you think Bola Tinubu will say that?
Yar'Adua as president. And that is what we are calling him to do. That is what we are asking him to say. Look, you talked about the perception right now of the Supreme Court, which is low. The perception is so bad that I am not permitted by broadcasting standards to mention the words that Nigerians bandy in social media with regards to describing the Supreme Court. What the Supreme Court needs to do to redeem its image is to act sincerely, is to look at facts and call white, white, black, black. And that is what is expected. You are asking about the president-elect. What is expected of the president-elect is to be sincere enough to say, look, things are not supposed to be, things are not okay. Nigerians are not happy with the outcome of this election. He will have to take the course of the former president, of blessed memory, that, look, there has to be reforms, widespread reforms on the Electoral Act. And then he has to make a commitment to submitting to the fact that the decisions of the judiciary should not in any way appear to be influenced, but that they reflect true justice. In the ultimate, we need to have an enduring country. Part of the reason is this, why I root for old people who become president, is that, look, they've done everything they're supposed to do. Go to Lagos State and you'll be proud of Bola Ahmed Tinubu when you look at a number of the things that he has done. And then he's an old man, and it's not the oldest president, but when you see such persons who are now saddled with responsibility of leadership, they are more concerned with the fact that of legacy, of the good things they want to leave behind. And so we have the privilege of having a very senior citizen at this time to become president. If he eventually becomes president, he should be fixated. He should be dominated with the thoughts of what can I leave behind that will make this country better. Those are the issues.
Thank you very much for your passionate submission this morning on Nigeria Decides 2023. Mr. Frank Tietie from our Abuja Studios, Arise analyst. In the course of today's show, we'll continue to examine and set the agenda for the president-elect as we discuss further his agenda and what should be his priority once he's sworn in on the 29th of May, 2023. We'll take a short break now. When we return, Nigeria Decides 2023 will continue. Stay with us.
I've been running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do, I'll vote it for my loans, overdraft, step by step to my dream business, we vote. Salary earners, entrepreneurs, get your loans with no collateral. Quick sign up, zero paperwork, step by step to your dream business, we vote.
is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today.
Every day, life presents hopes, dreams, and challenges. Challenges that can become successes with a little help. Because a little help can empower you to go from despair to celebration. A little help can keep you going until the race is won. A little help can turn bundles of anxiety into a bundle of joy. And with Glow Data, you get much more than just a little help. You get the biggest data deals in town to make every day glow with small wins and big wins. Dial *777# to select your Glow Data plan.
Welcome back to Nigeria Decides 2023, here on Arise News. The Labour Party says it will legally challenge Tinubu's victory. Vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Baba Dati Ahmed, says the election violated the agreed promise of the Independent National Electoral Commission to use its rules and guidelines, the Electoral Act 2022 as amended, and the Nigerian Constitution.
Please be assured of our determination to fight the injustice that have been perpetrated on Nigerians through all legal and peaceful means. While painful, we implore you all to please remain peaceful and calm, as our fight and determination for a new Nigeria is just beginning. It doesn't matter how low the confidence it is in the judiciary, the law is the law. And there's a confidence we have in them, and there's a confidence we have in ourselves and in our case. These are two different things. The confidence we have in ourselves and in our case is that elections, so to say, were not held. Because from the polling units, the Electoral Act 2002 as amended provided the direct transmission of results. It is that direct transmission of results that says elections were held.
Also, the People's Democratic Party in Lagos State has rejected Saturday's election results announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission, calling for cancellation in areas where irregularities were reported. While speaking at the party state secretariat on Tuesday, the chapter's chairman, Philip Olabode Avoji, called on the INEC chairman, Mahmood Yakubu, to immediately stop the collation of results from Lagos until a fresh election is conducted. Joining us now on Nigeria Decides 2023 to discuss the People's Democratic Party's next line of action is Daniel Bwala, spokesperson for the Atiku Okowa Presidential Campaign Council. Daniel Bwala, it's good to see you again, should I say, after the war. But quickly.
I thought you were going to look for my trouble at the way you did Galadima and you say, how market?
Well, it's the same thing. Your colleague, Dino Melaye, was saying yesterday that, the PDP is going to retrieve its stolen mandate. This is after the Independent National Electoral Commission has already returned the candidate of the APC as president-elect and has promptly handed over to him the certificate of return. The international community is already congratulating him The U.S. State Department has issued a statement. The United Kingdom Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has, congratulated Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But here we have the PDP, the Labour Party, the ADC, the NMPP. Don't you think the milk is already split? And the only advice that everyone has given is that you should go to court in line with Section 149 of the Electoral Act.
So this is exactly what they have always wanted, a situation where you rig the process and say go to court. In other words, you produce the answer and work your way to it. Let me tell you what happened, Dr. Abati. And by the way, good morning, Dr. Abati, good morning, Rufai, and good morning, my sister. We lost the opportunity to advance democracy. The whole concept of democracy is a process by which the people determine the type of government they want, who to run the government, and how they want it to be run. That's why it is called the government of the people, for the people, and by the people. In Nigeria, the only time the people get the opportunity to do that is during election. Our system of government does not allow or encourage the participation of people after election in determining the type of government they have or even interrogating Nigerians. For example, our laws are weak in exercising the power to recall National Assembly representatives of the people. Our elections are also, our laws are weak in terms of passing a vote of no confidence on a president or any leader who is in government. So the only time you have is this time of election to say, okay, this is the path we want. Unfortunately, we lost that opportunity to do that because this past election so far has arguably been adjudged as the worst election in the history of the republic since Nigeria became a republic as a country. Because from 1960 up until before last Saturday, all of the riggings in the elections in Nigeria were called controlled riggings. Riggings that were done based on political party or individuals determining to manipulate certain places. So, for example, a leader will say, I want so person to emerge there, you manipulate it. I want so person to emerge there, you manipulate. Since this 2023 was meant to be an election that will be determined by technology, they now use the technology to simultaneously rig the elections in every part of Nigeria at one time. That is why it's the worst election in the history of the republic. The funniest part of it is that even after the elections were rigged, the processes for the release of the result and announcement became more or less like a Broadway show than the actual process that is meant to reflect transparency in the process. And let me just tell you, Dr. Abati, when I watched the process for the collation of the result, where I was sitting, I said, oh, Nigeria, my country. It was stage played. I will tell you today, and I have every right as a bold player in this to express myself. Because when you cut our right to express ourselves, then you have killed the democracy. And of course, the democracy is fainting, so it is just one more bullet on the democracy, and you kill it. You know what, that day, the national chairman, which in the Electoral Act is referred to as the chief presiding officer, while he was running the proceedings there, you will have noticed that there was a certain lawyer that sat there who posed like an amicus curiae. And Egbon, my senior brother, is a lawyer to Tinubu, but he posed as an amicus curiae. So anytime objection is raised by anybody in that building, he will rise to speak as though he's assisting the proceedings that day. And he was giving opinions that were largely flawed and could not be substantiated by the code of law. As a matter of fact, he was not supposed to talk. The chairman was not supposed to permit him. The chairman was supposed to ask, where is he coming from? So that if he reflects a partisan perspective, the chairman will not continue until other representatives are there. So all of them can argue the law. So that means the chairman is more or less like a lawyer because the commission has a legal advisor, and they even have a public affairs manager in Festus Okoya who has been operating like a legal advisor from day one. So that was how they were sidestepping the provisions of the Electoral Act that day. When the attention of the chairman was drawn to Section 65, very germane provision that was added last year. And I give you the premise because when Section 65 was to be added as an amendment, I knew they objected against it in the National Assembly. In fact, they were saying that Section 65 was not constitutional. They wanted to go to court, but you couldn't institute action against a bill. It has to be a law before you can tell the court it's a bad law. By the time it became law, political parties have gone far in the electioneering process. So they didn't get the chance to challenge it. So they decided the best way to do that is to sidestep it. What is the Section 65? Section 65, the proviso empowers the national chairman within 7 days to review any complaint arising from results, that is authenticity or otherwise of the result. And what that section seeks to cure is this idea where there is an infraction that can easily be corrected and you leave it to go to tribunal so that the chairman within 7 days will get the opportunity to deal with those so that once elections are declared, then you can go there. When the chairman of INEC's attention was drawn, you heard him loud and clear. He said, go to court. Why did he say that? You would have thought it's an ignorant statement. No, it's deliberate. It's deliberate because there is an age-long principle of law. Once elections, the winner is declared and certificate is given, the only body that can reverse that decision is the court of law, is the tribunal. So they knew it. And you would have had APC throughout that period betting people, go to court, go to court. So they already planned the solution and they are working their ways to it. That is the saddest part of the entire process because that would have cured the anomaly that existed throughout Nigeria arising from all the inflation and manipulation of the result across the polling unit. And legitimate complaints were raised all over Nigeria. That part is what threw me off balance. In fact, I became so sick. For the past 3 days, I found it very hard eating food because it was an opportunity. Get it this one, sir, Dr. Abati. 90-something million registered voters historic in Nigeria. About 38% of those are people within the range of 18 to 35 years. And it was duped as the most pivotal election when the aging generation are going, the young generation will start determining a path. Wallahi, we didn't get that opportunity to decide that.
Well, Bala, please don't go on hunger strike. It's not that the matter is not that serious. It's an election we had, you know. You don't need to go on hunger strike because doctors will advise you not to do that. In any case, Section 65 that you refer to talks about the commission, not the chairman of INEC. Are you saying that the commission is the same as the chairman? And when you query working to an answer about going to the court, is there an alternative mechanism for resolving any dispute? As a lawyer, are you recommending an alternative mechanism for resolving disputes?
So very, very good that you raised these 2 points. The first one is the Section 65 says the chief presiding officer.
The returning, it says the returning officer.
For interpretation.
No, it says the returning officer.
The chief
can determine.
There is the word chief there. No, there is the word chief presiding officer. We can even read it, Dr. Abati, chief presiding officer. And the chief presiding officer is referred to in that act as the chairman of INEC. Very clear and unambiguous. They did not. And even himself, that day after he finished announcing the result, he now said, I can now, within the 7 days allowed by law, begin to review. I mean, you want to treat a dead man. But as regards whether we have a means outside of the code of law, now, let me tell you this. The whole concept of democracy is not caged in a box. There are many ways by which democracy is advanced. That's why all over the world you see them saying there is a doctrine of necessity. And doctrine of necessity is where there's a constitutional crisis, right? So there is no order for resolving the issue other than outside. We know the existence of the court, and the court is part of the alternatives we are observing. But there is what they call alternative dispute resolution. It means it involves not just court but other aspects, which there is mediation, there is negotiation, there is conciliation, and they are all recognized by law. In terms of mediation, negotiation, and conciliation, they have their own dynamics. And let me tell you this, Dr. Abati, I heard in the introduction you mentioned a number of countries, and I challenge you, not you in person, but I mean generally the Nigerian people. The one that I have seen is that apart from the United Kingdom, that specifically congratulated the government of Nigeria, and then they say Tinubu. There is no any other global leader that has congratulated Tinubu. And now you drew my attention to the fact that the U.S. mission or embassy said that. So that is true. Check all the elections in Nigeria. Even the 2019 election that was widely condemned. That same day that the result was announced, you have not less than 17 countries of the world that congratulated Buhari. You wonder why the world is silent. Why? I will tell you. Because the European Commission, the European Union, which of course consists of more than 20 European countries, the African Union, which consists of the entire African country, and then you have the Commonwealth, which now spread beyond 20 to 30 or even more countries. They were all represented by their observers here. What was the report? That the election was largely, the election failed below international standards, and I'm quoting them. It was marred by irregularity, low voter turnout, obstruction, technical issues. Then look at the other part. They recommend that the government of Nigeria should adhere to their local laws in the collation of result. Let me tell you what that means. They only fell short of saying Nigerian government should cancel the election and conduct a free and fair election. Why? Because the local laws they are referring to are the very provisions of the Electoral Act that people have been clamoring and crying. Like, for example, when the word shall was used in the Electoral Act in talking about the uploads, and transmission of result. Were we not the ones all over Nigeria talking about transmission of electronic transmission? It was put there as an act. Is it being used? That's the issue.
Well, voila. One man came on this program and said, I was asking us when a certain detail came up, he was saying, fact check. So since then, we have followed Chinua Achebe's advice that since the NK bird says it has learned to fly, without perching, the hunter too has learned to shoot without missing. Section 65, I insist, does not talk about chief presiding officer. As subsection 1, it talks about decision of the returning officer on ballot paper, and that the returning officer shall have the final say.
The proviso.
Okay, here we go. Section 1, 65.1. The decision of the returning officer shall be final on any question arising from or relating to A, unmarked ballot paper, B, rejected ballot paper, and C, declaration of scores of candidates, provided, that is the proviso, that the commission shall have the power within 7 days to review the declaration and return where the commission determines that the said declaration and return was not made voluntarily, and so on. Which was the point that Professor Yakubu Mahmood was hiding under when he was being asked to unilaterally cancel the collation of results. And he made it clear that, no, the process must be completed, then you can come for a review, and then you raise issues on the basis of the grounds that you can question compliance or non-compliance, which is provided for in Section 149 of this same Electoral Act. So what I've done now is to fact check, as some guests advised us on this program.
No, Dr. Abati, just 1 minute. Okay. Let me enrich your intellectual prowess there, and just correct. When you see the word the commission is epitomized in the chairman. He is the alter ego of the commission. His act represents the commission. That's point number 1. Then point number 2, when he says the declaration and return, the reference there is to the polling unit. The polling unit is the Supreme Court of everything. It is at the polling unit. Results are declared. Winners are announced. Then anything that happens after that, from the ward to local government to national, are merely the collation of the result together to now announce officially what has already been announced at the polling unit. But don't forget, the polling unit is the Supreme Court of all election. Nowhere after the polling unit will you add or subtract anything. That is the reason why you will see that they say the result at the polling unit, where there is a conflict between it and any other transmitted result manually, that one that was uploaded in the polling unit shall take precedence. So reference to declaration there is to the declaration of the result at the polling unit,
but the issue is about,
which has already been completed by the time the national chairman started sitting.
The issue here is about the commission. Does the commission represent the chairman of INEC? But what we're told is that you don't read into a statute what it does not expressly provide under the literal rule of interpretation. But let's leave that. Okay, over to you, Ayo.
Okay, sir, I'd like you to speak to or perhaps respond to what a former governor of Ekiti State, former governor Ayo Fayose, said in an interview yesterday where he stated that number one was resigning from the PDP and then went further to analyze perhaps the reason for the loss over the weekend. One, he identified leadership issues. He said perhaps if your presidential candidate had reconciled with the G5 governors, you'd have had a better showing at the election in the last weekend. And then he's also said that you should allow peace reign and just move forward, and anything else should be sorted out, taken through the judicial process. I'd like you to speak to this, please.
So thank you for having me. And let me say, for full disclosure, Governor Ayo Fayose is somebody I know personally. And in fact, even when I took up the job of the spokesman and continued my work, there was a time I was in London, he even called me to express the dissatisfaction of Governor Wike towards me, that Governor Wike felt I was attacking him. And I clarified to him, and he ended up believing in me because I sent him all the charts, and he told Governor Wike there's nothing there that suggests this man is attacking you. So for the purpose of full disclosure, I know Governor Fayose. So knowing him has gone beyond just knowing him as a stakeholder, but also knowing the crisis in the party and the position he has taken and the side he belongs to. So everything he said yesterday was an argument in support of his own side of the story. You can have somebody who will have a counter report of the side of the story. But let me tell you this. You see, today I want to speak to all the people that voted for Nigeria in response to your question, especially the people of PDP. The PDP did not lose. The PDP won the election, and it was rigged by APC. Now, let me tell you why I said that. A Labour Party that came third, the kind of revolution that Labour Party brought into our electoral system, in Kaduna, a motorbike rider, that is Okada rider, won election as House of Rep member. That was a revolution. If you look at the National Assembly elections of Senate and House of Rep, you will see the reflection of the wishes of Nigerians. Revolution across Nigeria. Governors could not get their ticket, all kinds. It is that presidential that was rigged. That's why that day, National Assembly results had a seamless upload, but the presidential was the one that they turned off the server. That is point number one. So if I have the chance to talk to PDP, there is nothing that we should have, could have, or would have done to this election. We clearly won. In fact, if these results were allowed to be read from the result sheet, not forget about manipulation, the result sheet, that is, they wait until they are uploaded, then they read, we won with over 1 million votes. So I want every member of PDP and every Nigerian that voted for PDP not to sit and start thinking we should have done that, we could have done that. We did everything we needed to, and Nigerian people voted PDP as the winner of this election. But history and posterity is the one that will judge, because now you will tell me it is matter for the academicians. That's it's academic. So this is the position regarding that. There is no regret anywhere. I am very proud of the campaign I ran as a spokesman. I'm very proud of Atiku Abubakar, who has demonstrated from when the whistle was blown to the day of election, statesmanship. Never engage in insult, never use vitriol against people, maintain the decorum that is required, even after this election. Have you heard him say anything apart from calling on the cancellation and conduct? He has not taken it and has consistently told the Nigerians to be law-abiding. I am very proud of Atiku. Tomorrow, next tomorrow, until the world come, I am very proud of him, and we won this election. So there is nothing, nobody will come to the air to tell me if we didn't this. So even if all of them came together and we got 30 million, if we were voted out, we were still voted out. This election did not reflect the wishes of the Nigerian people. That's the summary.
Okay, Mr. Bola, I am going to find your trouble. Dr. Abati has fact-checked you, but I am going to look for you. I'm going to look for your trouble this morning. Now, you know that I'm going to look for your trouble big time, so have no fear. The question is, you have repeatedly said that a lot of, and I think this has constantly been a conversation, that a lot of people don't believe in the judiciary. That's one. Number two, what will be done if you don't believe in the judiciary? Because you still have to go to the courts either ways. And people can't take laws into their hands, and we keep calling for calm. Secondly, you said that didn't hamper your prospect, the G5 governors. But let me fact check you. by saying that in the G5 states, your party luled. Rivers luled. Oyo luled. Abia luled. Enugu luled. In all the G5 states. So how are you saying that that G5 factor didn't play a role since there was a, and I'm just looking for your trouble as a friend now, lulelization of your party in those G5 states? I'm just playing with you.
You know, I have now found the magic for, if I knew I would have come with Buba Galadima, because he's the one that knows how to react to the idea of fact check. Two things happened that day that triggered him. One, Dr. Abati said how market, and two, you fact checked him. So these two things are the triggers in Arise Television. But let me respond to your question. You see, let me be very frank with you. I practice law for a living. That's where I grew and developed. And I practiced this law long enough to be a judge or attorney general as required by law. And I have maintained and conduct myself with the highest decorum throughout the Federation. In all the courts that I have appeared, from the trial court to the Court of Appeal, I will introduce my case, and the judges will first acknowledge the fact that I was there. They will say a lot of good things to me, that I contribute to the development of a free society. They are proud of me. They see my engagement in the television. Then they will say, let's go to the case. This is how I celebrate the judiciary, which is a platform from where the lawyers play their public interest advocacy and contribute to development. I will be the last person to come to air or anywhere, no matter my emotions, to say I don't believe in the judiciary. I will complain if there is a reason to complain. And there is no judicial or judicial officer that can stop you complaining as long as you don't impugn on their integrity. So you can complain about the jurisprudence of argument, because actually that is how law is developed. When I was doing my transfer to the English bar, they told us that's how law is developed. When a judgment is given, lawyers and intellectuals, they interrogate the reasoning. And from there, the judges are strengthened. And then lawmakers take their part. Everybody come and take what in go chop. Lawmakers will say, okay, we need to make a law to amend that. Judiciary, they will say, no, we need to take, because the court exists as a court of justice and not technicality. Now, the reason why the Nigerian people lately keep saying they don't have hope in the judiciary is because the courts lately have concentrated on technicalities as against the justice that is required of law. And it is the same Supreme Court after 2007 elections, when the minority decision that went in favor of Buhari, because there was this feeling that Buhari won the election, clearly said that it is about time the court depart from technicality to doing substantial justice. From that time, up until I think 5 years ago or so, you come to Supreme Court, you with technicality, they will not only dismiss your case, they will even place fine on you. But strangely, very recently, we have seen 2 cases of senatorial seats in Yobe and in Akwa Ibom, where the Supreme Court made their decision purely on the basis of technicality. And the people, you know, they resonate. People go for justice because the whole concept of election petition or pre-election, the judge's mind is on the vote of the people, wherever the decision is made. Because the essence, that why it is called sui generis, is that the wish of the people must reflect whether you like it or not. It's called substantial justice. The vote must count. Now, where anything else stop the adjudication and the vote of the people are not eventually determined, the right of that vote, because of procedure or anything, then the very essence of justice now is raped. And the Nigerian people, based on the provision of the Constitution, have a right to express themselves. Even the Supreme Court will not tell you not to critique their reasoning. They will say, don't make a comment that will impugn on the character of the justices. And I believe in that. Unless you can show that that judge or that justice committed a crime or infraction, that is to say he compromised it because of bribe, he customized it because of personal interest. Now, if you can substantiate that, you have a right to say it. So this is a very fact, and it should be very clear. I'll be the last person. I taught law in the Nigerian Law School. Some of my students are notary public. So I'll be the last person to say that. Now, going to the second point, I will also be the last person that will say, we will not go to court, we'll take laws into our hands. No. I will be the last. But I must tell you that I am not enthusiastic. That's my opinion, and I have right to do that. I'm not enthusiastic about going to court because technicality may end up giving me high blood pressure. But rather, I maintain the position of my party, which is consistent with even the report and findings of the entire world through the various observers that represented them, that they are calling on Nigeria to cancel, that is the politically correct one, they said, conduct the calculation in accordance with your local law. But the strict interpretation is cancel the election and conduct a fresh election. Now, as a country, they may decide not to do it, and we accept this person that is returned and certificate given as the president. And then we go into the country where less than 10 population will now become the determinant of the democracy of Nigeria, because it is meant to be the government of popular participation, the winner of majority of the lawful vote. Less than 15% voted the man into government. And don't forget, Mr. Rufai, and very important, sir, the very fact that you were declared and you were issued with certificate of return is not a conclusive proof that you are a president. Until you take the oath of office, nobody should ascribe the holiness of the office of the president to him. And it is deliberate that the law provides, so that anybody that is aggrieved, you have a window within this period to challenge the result. When the court finally determines and he takes the oath of office, that is when your right now closes. But between now and when he will take the oath of office, there is every reason for anybody who thinks the election was rigged to say it in a language that is loud and clear. And I'm saying that so that the media does not promote this idea that people should shut their mouth up, and then the institution of enforcement in the state will commence intimidating the Nigerian people. If you do that, you will destroy democracy and Nigeria will not be a nation. And I'm saying that with every sense of responsibility. No protest or agitation should result in the breakdown of law and order, because it then means that you are breaking the law in fighting for your right. The fight for right must be consistent with the law and the rules provided. Power to protest is provided for in the Constitution, Mr. Rufai. Power to protest. So lately I observed, I'm very serious about that, there may be some kind of communication between NBC and media houses that in my own layman's interpretation, I feel is a bit towards intimidating the media. And it is actually working, because we have seen time and again when people come on air in every television in Nigeria and they try to express themselves, you will be gagged by the anchors just because they don't want what you say to be such that it will cause the NBC to attack them. Meanwhile, anybody who appears in your show, there is a implied in law, implied implied is it this doctrine where you says you are not liable, right? Implied strict liability. If I say anything that violates the law now, no NBC should sanction you. They are supposed to sanction me as a citizen or the law having a cause, because from when you introduced me, you didn't say the staff of Arise. But because legal departments have not advised anchors, even the media in Nigeria is being used to suppress the press. But let me tell you a warning. That man that won election is going to come after the press. So the earlier you now read the rules of engagement, so that when they finish with us and they come after you, there will be no people in the street to protest that the media is being gagged.
Daniel Bwala,
I think this one speaks
Daniel Bwala, you also know that under media law, if your platform is used to propagate defamation, lies, fake news, and all of that, you can be held liable, depending on what the aggrieved party decides. That's a basic principle. So, and we give you the opportunity to speak freely on Arise News. But let's move away from all those partisan considerations and talk about the next election, March 11, gubernatorial and state houses of assembly. What are your expectations? What are those lessons that you think all stakeholders must learn? Because there are some people who have been saying, with what they experienced on February 25, March 11 is going to be an all-out war. What are your expectations? What lessons do you think everybody should take on board?
What I even fear is that there might be a ×2 voter apathy rather than all-out war. Man, there are some people that will say, okay, we have to pray, but I'm thinking that a lot of people will not even go out to vote. That is my fear. So you are going to have less than 50% of the current voter turnout, because now the people don't have confidence in both those who conduct, those who participate, and those who are supposed to protect the right of those who will go to vote election. That's the problem about not allowing democracy to grow. As per my expectation for my people, let me tell you, if the votes that were the votes of last Saturday were to also reflect on Monday, it will be the same, that APC will not be voted. You know, even this presidential election, in my view, APC did not win 5 states in Nigeria. I can swear. But that is a story for another day. Now, in the next election, if INEC is allowed to do what it did, you will not find... It is said to do one thing over and over again and expecting a different result is the definition, I would say insanity, is the definition of APC. Why? Because if they can still access the server and use alternate server, if they can still shut down the server or turn off the server, if INEC will still not be able to upload in the next few hours of all 100% of the results that were cast, and they start this, they are to 30%, 40% while they are reading. If what happened on Friday to Wednesday is to repeat itself, I bet you, Dr. Abati, you will repeat substantially the same outcome, unless there is a departure from the infraction of last Saturday. But even when you do that, the question is it enough to redress the wrong that is done? I have a feeling that in this month of March, there will be a repeat of the presidential election as well.
That's quite heavy. And talking about voter apathy, I believe your statement would fuel that, because one of the hopes of Nigerians that has come up from last weekend is that they are more galvanized to want to go out and exercise their franchise, seeing the departure, as you also agreed to, from the norm. You know, the areas where would have been a traditional stronghold of certain parties moving, there's been a shift. So it's interesting that you're saying you're expecting the same. Are you saying there's nothing, absolutely nothing that can be done? Because in this instance, you're saying that INEC didn't review the process, it wasn't credible, the next elections might toe the same line. So what's the hope? Why should we go to the polls on the 11th of March again?
My sister, let me tell you, it is taught this one, whether in real life, in relationship, in marriage, in business, in everything. One of the ways to correct a wrong is to admit that there is an existence of wrong. Has INEC admitted? INEC has not admitted. How do you expect something different to happen? The first admission of INEC would have been for the chairman to address the nation and say, INEC failed Nigerians. And in fact, EFCC is supposed to even investigate the over 300 billion that is given for the technology. They are supposed by now to have preliminary report. Now, admission is first to say, we agree to Nigerians, we are sorry, our server failed. And we are promising that next election, governorship election, it will not fail. And we are giving our concrete promise to Nigerians at the exit poll between the first 2, 3, or 6 hours, 80% of the results would have been uploaded into the viewing portal in accordance with the provision of the law. You see that somebody is making a departure from the problem to the solution. Now, there is no admission. Rather, there is a defense to the reason why the wrong was done. So did you expect on that day they will change? And then number 2, there is no clear definition as to what will be done to correct what has happened. So if you don't identify, that's all I learned in my practice of law. That is what we call IRAC. First, when you are given a problematic question, identify the issues. Yes, know the relevant laws, apply it to the facts, and make your conclusion. Now, when INEC has not identified the problem, not to talk about application of the laws to the problem, so they can now arrive at a reason, bringing the facts to them, and then conclude. Let me tell you, if you don't apply IRAC in Nigerian law school, or even in the New York bar that I did, if you don't apply IRAC to answering a question, you will repeat that bar exams. And that is what is going to happen. Unless, like I said, there is hope All I'm trying to say is, but it starts with admission. For now, there is no evidence that INEC has admitted. Then 2, clear-cut definition or clarification as to what to be done so that it doesn't repeat. As of now, INEC hasn't done that. INEC is putting a defense. To expect a result where a problem is not identified. So, Nigeria is a banana republic, so anything can happen.
Well, for the benefit of those listening to you, IRAC is taught in legal methods. It means issue, rule, application, conclusion.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, Mr. Paul,
You're right.
I'd like to ask this. There's been a video making the rounds about certain arrests in Abuja with some people with beavers. And in fact, the police has debunked the viral video on alleged arrest of beavers hackers in Maitama. You know, there was a statement issued by Olumiwa Adejobi on that, debunking that. What say you about that? You know, there's also been arrests of people that snatch beavers and everything. What say you about all of that?
I saw the video. Quite frankly, the video didn't seem like Nollywood is acting. That's number 1. And number 2, if Nollywood is acting, I'm just imagining how INEC will supply sensitive document for them to do simulation. That INEC material you saw there are real INEC material. Then the raid was real. The address was specified.
What's your proof?
And the owner of the address allegedly, no, that's why I say was. I didn't say I'm the one. If I'm the one, you know, projecting, then I have to prove it. But this is what was circulated. And normally when something like that happens, if law enforcement wants to deny it, they are not going to make a generic denial. They will say, so-so and so-so and so is not us, it is so-so and so. Because they have the infrastructure for investigation that we don't know. It is Nollywood that is acting so-so and so. We have even contacted the actors, and they admitted that they are doing. The said material are not INEC materials. They are so-so and so and so. All this type of peripheral defense. Now, in Lagos, few days to the election, there was also a raid in 3 hotels where monies were, you know, discovered, and individuals were said to have been arrested. There is still not a disclosure of who they are. Meanwhile, there is an allegation that they are high-ranking members of APC and associates of Tinubu. And this is what we see occurring in Nigeria, where the institution of state will do something that will ordinarily command the praise of Nigerians, and they will destroy that good thing they did by a wrong alibi or wrong explanation or a sweep, you know, the waving of the hand to dismiss the matter. If we continue like that, let me tell you the danger. When the process that brings a leader is a process that sidesteps the law, when the person eventually becomes a leader, he will use unconventional means to run the government. So let me say, even the law enforcement, if you do not do your job rightly and a bad leader emerges, the people that do bad jobs for him will be more relevant to that government than even the law enforcement, where your own life will now be at threat in 2 ways. 1, as commander-in-chief, you will share national security intelligence with him. And this intelligence will now be compromised by non-state actors that will now compromise the identity of the law enforcement operatives and the identity of their source protection, their sources. And this is not good for democracy. Because whatever we do is not just for us, but for our children and for posterity after us. Society gets destroyed through this means. The institutions are the ones that are supposed to preserve the democracy, meaning that they will say, no, we no go agree. So that soldier come, soldier goes, but the barrack will continue to remain. I think this is what I have to say about that, because every time what you hear is we're investigating. When will the investigation finish? Well, there are what we call preliminary report in investigation. Do we see that?
Well, I thought I saw a tweet from you saying that the announcement of the victory of the APC has been greeted with graveyard silence. But we've seen people dancing in Surulere, led by Desmond Elliott. We have seen MC Oluomo also organizing a victory dance. All over Instagram, you can see Nollywood figures even announcing that Ashwebi family attire has been taken for celebration and all that. So why do you say graveyard silence? And we have seen the President-elect also dancing here and there, you know. So he even danced in Daura, we are told. So why do you say graveyard silence?
So this is my answer. You know, there is this thing, okay, Dr. Abati, of course, you're an astute lawyer. You know that where they will say, my Lord, I raise my case on the evidence of the witness. That to say that what you have even said justify my argument. Now, the last election, there was no vote that was brought from Instagram. So any activity you see on Instagram is not a reflection of the society until you see it in Instagram, or public square Instagram. Now, and every celebration you have mentioned now, a celebration in a section of Lagos. Nigeria is a nation consisting of 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital. Check all our elections, 1999, you run them back. Anytime elections are conducted, there is a nationwide celebration. At least, if not by everybody, by those who voted. How can you put a vote and you can't celebrate? The only time you see a seeming success happens and the person is not celebrating is when an armed robber robs your house. Because he knows if he starts celebrating, it will be known. Or he's not even happy with the operation he conducted in your house. There is, for the first time, a graveyard silence throughout the Federal Republic of Nigeria as an evidence, as a public interest and conscience evidence that this is not the reflection of the wishes of the Nigerian people. Now, even if we go to Lagos, I expected to hear there was a celebration in the mainland and in island, because Lagos consists of mainland and island. But what you are saying happened in one part of the land, you know, and that is where the elites are. If you say there was celebration in Mushin, in Arapaja, in Ajegule, that means in the midst of their suffering, they costed the vote and they are happy with the outcome. Dr. Abati, wallahi, tallahi, this election is not something for us to celebrate. I wish that what happened would be wiped off of the history books.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Daniel Bwala. You've put a challenge to all those who voted last weekend for the victory, or the victorious candidates to come out and celebrate, to put paid to your suggestions that perhaps there's a graveyard silence. Thank you very much for your time this morning. It's time now for a short break on the morning show. When we return, we'll have Arise News analyst Emmanuel Efeni join us to review top stories in today's newspapers. Stay with us.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch. For easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Introducing an all-time mega offer. Get over 50% discount in the Airtel Home Broadband mega offer. Buy a router for just 10,000 naira and get up to 240 gigabyte, or a MiFi for 5,000 naira and get up to 125 gigabyte bonus data. More data, more you. Reliable home broadband by
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. Joining us now to review some of the headlines of today's newspapers from around the world is Arise News analyst Emmanuel Efeni. Good morning, Emmanuel.
Good morning, Ruben, once again.
Second time.
Yes. Good morning, Ayo. Good morning, Rufai. Ruben, you see why I bring my copy of the Electoral Act. Yes. Now you are able to fact check. Anyway, that's just an aside. Now let's start the review with this day Nigeria's newspaper of record. The lead story, Tinubu, my certificate of return is called to duty I can't ignore. Tells opponents, their supporters, I understand your hurt. Says he needs them, but Nigeria needs them more at this time. Reiterates commitment to progress, development, renewal of hope for Nigerians. Election results reflects wish of electorate. Akeredolu asserts. Yakasai urges Atiku Obi to accept outcome of presidential poll. Will challenge ex-governor's victory in court. Baba Ahmed vows. Knox. Lawan over comments on electronic transmission of results. Exercise lacks credibility. Transparency. Situation room declares. Of course, Situation Room, the civil society group that also monitored the election around the country. Now, just above the lead story, Buhari, my administration's achievement and Tinubu victory. Former Lagos governor pays thank you visit to President in Daura. President-elect receives congratulatory messages from world leaders, including French president, to put that on record, where it was said that Bola only Sunak, Richie Sunak has congratulated the president-elect. Now, of course, Tinubu's speech yesterday after receiving the certificate of return and his visit to President Muhammadu Buhari in Daura. Of course, the president, assuming, telling the world that all the election went very well. Was it that it wasn't brief, as was being suggested earlier? I don't think so, because only yesterday, a 7 member of the National Assembly was charged to court in Kano for his action on election day when he led groups to attack people in which 3 persons died. So that legislator is facing the law, because when that video went viral, the commissioner of police in Kano State had to act. And that legislator has been arrested and he has been charged to court for his role in the attack on people on election day. Now, the Guardian newspaper reporting this story, Tinubu extend olive branch, invites youth to rescue Nigeria, while the leadership newspaper, Tinubu seeks Atiku Obi others support for greater Nigeria. Of course, the Nation newspaper, I hear you loud and clear. President-elect tells youths, of course, you young Nigerians will get full attention. Tinubu promises good governance, functional economy, security. President-elect, VP-elect got certificate of return. Of course, Tinubu's message to the youth, I'm sure he was talking to the obedience. Of course, he referred to all of them. Obedience, Kwankwasiyas, articulated, and with particular reference to the youths, many of whom were the driving force behind the Peter Obi phenomenon. I hear you loud and clear. Well, I hope the youths will respond, because if the feeling that their votes were not reflected in the announced outcome of the election, I don't know how these youths will respond to this a clarion call from the president-elect. Now, the Punch newspaper, Tinubu woos Atiku Obi as parties reject result. PDP, LP, NNPP, others refuse to sign election result sheet in Abuja. Buhari, Osinbajo, UK, ECOWAS, Senate, governors congratulate president-elect. Obi campaign mounts legal battle as Tinubu visits Buhari in Daura. Now, the New Telegraph newspaper, Tinubu receives certificate of return, while the Nigerian Tribune newspaper, I will work to make Nigeria better, quoting Tinubu there. We will retrieve, below the photograph, on the front page of the Nigerian Tribune, we will retrieve our mandate. Atiku Okowa campaign vows Labour Party to fight the injustice, vice presidential candidate. The Daily Trust newspaper, presidential poll, Atiku Obi head to court as Tinubu pledges fairness. NNPP demands cancellation as Asiwaju visits Buhari in Daura. UK Prime Minister Osinbajo, IBB, Arewa Consultative Forum congratulate President-elect. Now, the foreign newspapers, quickly. The Financial Times the Financial Times has a photograph of course, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. This is 5 photographs, as it were, doing the thumbs up. And the story there, thumbs up, Tinubu pledges Nigerian, Tinubu edges Nigerian poll. Of course, the Financial Times reporting the Nigerian election there. With Tinubu, thumbs up, the man who has picked of course, who won the election as announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission. But other stories, the front page of the Financial Times, Bailey seeks to take it out of market expectations for further rate increases. Bank of England chief urges caution. Economy evolving as expected. House price fall, biggest for decades. Yes. Now, the Wall Street Journal is reporting inflation worries drive up treasury yields. And, of course, another report there in the front page of the Wall Street Journal, robust U.S. labor market shows fresh signs. Rufai, Ayo, and Robert.
Okay, I mean, a couple of the papers are, saying what happened yesterday, and largely congratulations have started to come in from the international community, to the president-elect. I saw Rishi Sunak say congrats yesterday. I saw the United States congrats, but it was very, very measured. After congratulating him, they called for calm. They also talked about the fact that there were quite some irregularities in the process. I think it was a State Department report that came out. And that also talked about, what is happening in the country as we speak today. But most importantly, called for calm, as that people should look forward to the 11th of March elections. President Macron, although I've not seen the official message of President Macron, but Nigeria and France, go a long way back. And if you remember historically, I think our first back and forth were as regards the nuclear testings in the Sahara in the 60s, and that really affected the relationship between Nigeria and France. But since then, we've been able to patch up things. So congratulations are coming in from the world leaders, although some people will say it ought to have come in immediately, but it took a couple of hours after. But I'm sure once the certificate of return has been given, then the world leaders will be able to take suit and follow suit. He made a lot of promises. He said he wanted to reach out to the youth. At first, this was more measured because he stuck to the script. There's something called sticking on message. It was different from the very first engagement, where he called somebody a gorilla. I can still get that off my mind. I don't know why. That was very unpresidential anyway. And the fact that, he tried to address concerns, say the things he will do, connect with the people and all of that he wants to be their president too, and all of that was quite measured, calling for peace and solidarity. And after that, he went to see President Muhammadu Buhari, and President Muhammadu Buhari probably gave us the shocker of our lives by saying that nothing happened, nobody died, nothing happened, and somebody will wonder that did President Buhari take out time to read the papers? Because Dr. Abati kept on saying his advisors. I even feel more shocked, and I cringed, and I'm sure if I checked my blood pressure when you said that, it will have spiked, because a leader is supposed to be able to get his own ready-made first-hand information. That I will have thought, for what it's worth, that the president of a largely young country too should have been going through social media at that point when the election was happening. Or probably his phone was seized, or maybe his phone has no internet connection. Or the president should also be watching television, like we see other presidents in the world do. They should also be able to read the paper to ventilate the pulse of the people. If I'm commander-in-chief and I only depend on what my advisors tell me about the pulse of the people, then it's a sad reality, really. You should be able to ventilate the pulse of the people. So I'm shocked, because for him to be able to say, oh, goodness me, nothing happened, it was all free and fair and all of that, then that leaves much to be desired. But on the flip side of the argument, a lot of people will say, what do you expect him to say? A man that, was in charge of these elections will not say the elections, are bad. And you see, when you look at our public space today in Nigeria, we don't really have men. Gone are the days, Yorubas have a saying, what it means that the ground keeps taking good people from us. You don't have men like Umar Musa Yar'Adua that can stand up tall and come out to say that the elections that brought me into power were fraught with irregularities. You don't have men like that any longer. So what do you expect President Muhammadu Buhari to be able to say? That he will definitely commend the elections. But on the flip side of the argument, a lot of people in their camp and the APC will commend the elections, but the international community have also been talking about the elections. The observer bodies have been saying otherwise about the elections. And on the flip side of that, there's been a lot of press conference yesterday. The Labour Party and the PDP, are saying that they're going to fight this, like you saw there in the Tribune newspaper, that they're going to fight this, that they're going to look for all means possible to be able to fight this. But it's quite fluid. After all is said and done, we have a country to build, because either ways, the sad reality is that despite these elections, we're all Nigerians. That's one thing we share in common. Both the oppressors and the oppressed are still citizens of this great country called Nigeria. And as a patriot, I'll say there is nothing more important than building this our land. So whatever solutions we're going to find to this, definitely we need to have the courage to also think of our great country. And that's why I'd like to salute the Nigerian people for the calm. And please, let us maintain the peace. Let us keep this, going. The process will go on. They'll challenge this. Let's see what the court will say. But, the judiciary should also know that, yes, in their judgment, people are also watching. INEC should also know that in their decisions, people are also watching and people have taken notes. And for us to build this collective country, a country that works is a country where peace and justice truly reign. We say something, and we would like to ask the question this morning. I think our national anthem says, to serve with heart and might, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. With all the things happening in Nigeria, does it really give you the confidence to serve with heart and might? And have we truly built a nation where peace and justice would reign? So those are the things we'll ask ourselves. But congratulations to him once again, the city boy, as he's fondly called. He's had his day in the sun. He's given a conciliatory speech, called on others to come work with him. But the long road to collective development is quite a long one, and we need to be building those blocks as we go on. The international community, yes, reactions. You can see there the Financial Times said just edged to victory. Let's see how that pans out. There was also another article on Bloomberg that really berated the system yesterday. I think I saw the article, because also we have to take the media temperature, what the world is saying in general about our elections. The Bloomberg article berated the system, talked about the failure of the technology, beavers and all of that. We keep seeing reactions on the international scene, but straight off the bat, he's got his work cut out for him. He has an economy to fix. He has a country to unite. He has a disgruntled youth population. He has to reassure Nigerians. And that is cut out for him. And what we can only support him with are kudos and criticisms. And nobody, and I repeat, nobody should gag the press and tell the press not to talk. Because I believe criticisms are fundamental in shaping the narrative of any nation, as well as kudos. And we'll be fair and objective. I, particularly, where he's done well, will be fair with him.
Okay, Ruben, just before you come on, let's look at Business Day newspaper, because the story there just tally with some of the themes we've been discussing all morning. March 11, all our eyes on Lagos, others as battleground shift. Of course, from what we've been hearing, fire for fire from some of the actors in Lagos. So, but I think we are not advocating any violence on that day, and I think it should be discouraged. Then also another story, front page of the Business Day, Tinubu's 6 trillion naira challenge. A major challenge awaiting Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Nigerian's president-elect, is petrol subsidy, which is on track to go up 6 trillion naira in 2023. The challenge before Bola Ahmed Tinubu we've been discussing all morning, and of course, what will happen on March 11 when the governorship election will hold in Lagos and all other states that are not part of the off-season elections. Ruben.
Okay, yeah. Well, talking about reactions, earlier this morning, I tried to give an outline of some of the reactions. We may go back, local and international, as you have tried to do from the review of the newspapers. Locally, we had clearly from General Ibrahim Babangida, who says the APC's victory, Bola Ahmed Tinubu's victory, marks a new dawn for Nigeria. And it is a thing of joy for him personally that this has happened, in his presence, which amounts to an endorsement. And he described the APC president-elect as a performer, urging Nigerians to give him all necessary support. And in fact, he added that he's a good man for the job, saying more or less the same things that President Muhammadu Buhari had been saying. We also heard, for the first time, I may say, from the Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, who had challenged, his former principal to the ticket of the All Progressives Congress. And he said, Bola Ahmed Tinubu becoming president-elect and on his way to becoming president would give Nigerians an opportunity at the advantage of his progressive, welfareist ideas. And then we also heard from the Arewa Consultative Forum. Yeah. The Arewa Consultative Forum, speaking to Murtala, the Secretary General, says that Tinubu should treat Nigeria as one and that he should ignore the voting patterns and make sure that he leads everybody. Well, of course, that's what the president-elect himself has been saying. He's been preaching a message of unity, peace, and prosperity. And then we also heard from Nasir El-Rufai, the governor of Kaduna State, who in the last moments expressed a lot of support for the victory, for the agenda of the All Progressives Congress, and had cause to even criticize certain elements, fifth columnists, as he called them, in the villa, who wanted to sabotage the party. And he says he has no doubts that Bola Ahmed Tinubu would lead Nigeria right and deliver. Those are the major ones from Lagos, including, as I quoted earlier, the chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria in Lagos, Bishop Adigbite, who said, look, Bola Tinubu is not going to Islamize Nigeria. Nobody should talk about that the Muslim ticket doesn't matter. If he had not Islamized his wife for 40 years, he will not do that with Nigeria. Although he provided a caveat that he's a friend of the Asiwaju Bola Tinubu family. So this is about friendship and loyalty to a friend. So on the local scene, apart from the president, that has been the major thing, apart from also Desmond Elliott leading a street dance in Surulere, Nollywood girls. In fact, one of them appointed herself, said she will be ambassador to Togo. They started sharing positions. So that's the kind of excitement.
She's canvassing for a position.
Well, no, she says she's volunteering to be ambassador to Togo. Another one is a specialist in Ashwebi, inviting people that this is the Ashwebi, and the color, as we indicated yesterday, is blue. Anyway, internationally, we have heard from the U.S. State Department. The U.S. State Department was saying that, look, this is an important moment, period, the statement used. But they made a point that Nigerians should explore, aggrieved persons should explore, establish mechanisms for dispute resolution. And what are those mechanisms? It's simply another way of saying go to court. Yes. Don't take the laws into your hands. But what I find interesting in the statement from the State Department, U.S. State Department, is that they singled out the media for special praise and civil society for the role that they have played so far in this election. Not many of the stakeholders want to give credit to the media or to the civil society generally, but it was good that that was pointed out in the statement by the U.S. State Department. The State Department also pointed out the role of youths, and that's something that we should not overlook. The youth bulge, the zeal of the youths, the determination of Nigerian youths, since, of course, they constitute the majority of voters in this election, between the age bracket of 18 to 35, 34. If you stretch it further to 49, then you have 18 to 49 constituting about 75% or close to of the people that voted, that turned out for this election, including those who were tactically or structurally disenfranchised. And then, of course, we heard from Rishi Sunak, who put out a tweet. Rishi Sunak is the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. And he made a point about looking forward to partnership with the new government in Nigeria. Prosperity. He talked about security and trade ties between Nigeria and how all of this can be promoted. The emphasis on how the reaction has been missed, however, you will see it more in the newspaper reactions. Some of the newspapers are not enthusiastic about the election. The New York Times, for example, described Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu as a divisive figure between those who think he can lead and those who think that, his emergence would divide the country. Chatham House attacked INEC in one of their reports. They accused INEC of failing to meet its own guidelines and regulations, short of saying INEC broke the law in this election.
Which Nigerians have been talking about anyway.
Reuters had a story saying Bola Tinubu from Godfather of Lagos to President-elect. The meaning of that their title, of that their story, is in the subtext. Bloomberg focused more on the challenges ahead. He says that this president-elect, he will have to address Nigeria's $13 billion debt. And that is the major work ahead of him. They went a step further to say that this presidential election in Nigeria has been very messy. I'm not too sure that many people would disagree with that. Then, Financial Times, I think you had that on the screen. If you look at the details, Financial Times' conclusion is that this has been a deeply flawed election. And they described the president-elect as a wealthy political fixer. So almost suggesting that the election was fixed. The BBC relied more on statistics. BBC says, look, Nigeria has elected a president with the lowest turnout since 1999. And they pointed out that with 8.7 of the votes, that's just about less than 10% of the total number of registered voters at 93.4. And that if you look at the percentage of people who voted, not more than 27% in a country of over 200 million people. So this is how it's been reported. Not so much enthusiasm on the part of the international community. The leaders that have issued statements, well, that's in line with diplomatic tradition. You don't expect the State Department or Rishi Sunak to be criticizing Nigeria. That will not be part of his brief. But the newspapers took a different tack, and they were more frontal in trying to raise questions about the process. So what is the sum of all of this, in my view? The sum of all of this, in my view, is that INEC, if they read newspapers in INEC, should take all of these on board to know that the international community is watching and that people are reacting and that there have been reactions. As for the president saying, thank you, Lord, good Lord, thank you, no incident, no accident. No, well, President Buhari, I'm not playing the devil's advocate. He's leader of the country. Do you expect him to admit that there were problems? But as for knowing the information, that's not a problem. The Department of Media and Publicity in the State House every morning prepares for any president that is there a summary of what is in the news. Every morning, he gets the blue paper from the Nigerian Intelligence Agency. He gets the brown paper from SSS. He gets papers from DMI, all of them stating security situation, the big news in the country. In fact, part of the job of the media advisors is to also do analysis for the president, sometimes to even do one-on-one briefing with him. So, and that's why Garuba Shehu was telling us the other day that the president loves cartoons, but as president, he's more than cartoons. He has an overload of information so that he can have the required helicopter view. So then let us say maybe the president doesn't know what's going on. Of course he knows.
Just before you come on, let's look at New Telegraph newspaper, where Femi Falana, senior advocate of Nigeria, is being reported alleged attempt to hack into INEC server should be probed. Falana, just to bring that to the discussion.
Well, thank you very much. I was just going to add to, or just respond to what the doctor said initially, and to Rufai as well, that actually on the day of election, they'd put up a picture of the president watching the updates of the elections on NTA. So he was definitely aware and kept abreast of everything firsthand. He was watching with his family, and the picture is out there. I was going to ask the question, but maybe it was being loyal. I zoomed in to see the particular TV station he was watching. Maybe afterwards he switched. But yes, just to mention that he's very aware, and also to agree that we have to praise youth involvement in these particular elections. I don't know if you saw it, Mr. Feni, but some young people traveled from different parts of the world, diaspora youth, to come back to exercise their franchise. I thought this was something to applaud. There was a particular story I saw on one of the government officials who said her daughter came 3 times just to ensure that, so the first time to register to vote, second time to pick up a PVC, the third time specifically to ensure that she was part of the electoral process. So it also demonstrated just how keenly the young people in Nigeria wanted to be involved in these particular elections. Whatever the outcome has been, again, that's up for conversation, and also to analyze to see how we can prevent such, or perhaps do better in a few days when we go to the polls for the gubernatorial and state house of assembly elections. With regards to the story of Mr. Femi Falana, Rufai actually brought up that conversation with Mr. Bwala as to the news that had been making the rounds around hackers and arrests being made, even though there have been denials. But it is worthy of a probe. When the failings of technology, or perhaps the downside of technology, are issues around hackers. A few weeks back, Royal Mail of England got hacked, and it was also subject to investigation, and also they were trying to also somewhat get money from them. So this happens in different parts of the world. It's not new to Nigeria. Therefore, rather than dismissing, as we've seen in the past, let us call for a probe. And I'm glad that he's speaking up. He's never been one to shy away from taking up very topical issues. So I hope that INEC and EFCC and the security agencies will probe this particular accusation. It's not without reason. Now, moving on to the window story, away from Nigerian elections, we talked about the window story of this day, which caught my attention earlier on, and I'm glad that we brought it up, is the effect of the cash and fuel scarcity on private-led business ventures. It talks about the fact that the private sector slumped for the first time in almost 3 years. So even worse than it did during COVID times, with a percentage purchasing managers index of 44.7% as opposed to 55.3% which they did the previous month, owing to the cash crunch and fuel scarcity. Of course, elections have dominated conversation, so we haven't really paid attention to the fact that we still have the Naira scarcity plaguing us. We still have some queues, definitely a lot shorter, but still on our roads.
I used to use it in Naira. I use cards these days.
We use cards what?
To buy yam, to buy pepper.
I saw a news story of it.
Yes, you go to the market to buy pepper.
Supermarkets. I'm talking about supermarket.
Market is market.
No,
you go about buying pepper.
No, because when my children say, we want to go to the market, give us cash, I don't have. So when I go to the supermarket, I just buy the yam, buy the pepper, and pay with my card. All of you should go cashless, Ruben.
We want to go cashless.
Do you also buy meat?
No.
And fish?
Of course, they are there in the
and Maggi? And you carry bag?
No, you don't need to carry a bag.
We want to go cashless. The challenge here is that we do not have the infrastructure to support the cashless.
But there's improvement now.
There is improvement.
There is improvement in the workings of the POS and in the
but there's still many
various
failed transactions,
points.
And many people have experienced that.
What you have said is very germane, because that report, the window story of this newspaper, S&P, how Nigeria's fuel crisis, cash crunch, ended 31-month growth in business activity. It says PMI at worst level since pandemic.
That's huge. So, and the reason I'm bringing that up is that sometimes when we focus, before election, the reason for the Naira disease, one of the reasons, I'm not saying the reason, one of the reasons was also to stall vote buying. So there was an election element to it. And we had been promised that we would see an improvement in terms of the new notes being widely distributed. Unfortunately, that isn't the case. Yes, there's a big case now for going cashless and using other payment channels. But the truth is that a number of transactions in Nigeria are still done with cash, as we have seen the results here on the effect on the private sector, on businesses. And I'm sure that if we interviewed SMEs, small and medium-scale enterprises, they will tell you how far-reaching the effect of this Naira crunch is. The CBN has been quiet, and we're looking forward to them now. Let us address this. We cannot sweep away a problem to face another issue. We must sort everything out and bring everything to the table. As some people jokingly said after the election, okay, election is over, can I have my money now? Can we get our money now? Can we see the Naira notes, the 200 Naira notes that were promised that would see, will be reintroduced? We still have a few more months to go. So let us have conversations around that. Fuel scarcity, let us have conversations around that so that these effects has been highlighted by S&P Global. We wouldn't be seeing that again. It's such a disservice to small organizations who have a plethora of issues to deal with in running a business in Nigeria.
Well, you are talking about S&P, but the story that I saw was that, look, the stock market, as is losing, has recorded heavy losses since the announcement was made, and that about 29 stocks.
Which announcement are you talking of now?
The announcement of the APC presidential candidate as president-elect, and that about 117 stocks are completely flat. Because part of the narrative has been that, since the APC won, there's been excitement in markets outside. But on the stock market in Nigeria, the story out there is that, look, there's been negativity within a few hours after that was announced. But the point about, fuel, about cash, Naira scarcity and all of that, well, I thought this had been addressed by the president-elect in terms of his agenda. One of the things that the APC has said is that they don't think that the timing of the Naira redesign is in order. Some people are already jubilating that once the president-elect is sworn in, one of the first things he will do will be to reverse that policy or take a decision to say, look, the old notes should still be out there.
That's 3 months away.
Well, as for fuel subsidy, as for fuel, it's one of the campaign issues pushed by the APC president-elect when he said, well, he's going to make sure that daily production goes up to 2.3 million barrels per day. He also talked about investing more in gas infrastructure. I'm trying to quote from his 80-page manifesto titled Renewed Hope. And another thing he said is also relying on the fact that the Dangote refinery will come on stream. And his argument is that that would address, the challenge of fuel scarcity. Other things he has talked about, will seem to include restructuring, which is something that the APC abandoned. Many people will know Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his passion for true federalism, as he calls it. And I think he has a book of essays on this idea of federalism, which is something that he has been pursuing since he became governor in 1999. But questions have been raised in terms of his agenda. One, his manifesto, he has been criticized on the ground that his manifesto is a bit vague about what he intends to do about corruption. And, I've seen that criticism that what exactly does he want to do about corruption, that what he has in that manifesto does not have the necessary depth. But when he gets there, we'll see how he will handle that. But of course, he has talked about the usual things, about infrastructure, about education, about prosperity for Nigerians. But they may not have been talking about it. But one other thing that he has been passionate about has been a special status for Lagos. Maybe as president of Nigeria, he will realize that objective of ensuring a special status for Lagos.
I would also like to harp on restructuring. So now that the APC have been able to retain power, would they at least now work on the 8 years long promise of restructuring? Because this same APC government then said they were going to restructure. Nasir El-Rufai put out a document as regards it.
No, there was a committee set.
There was a committee?
Headed by El-Rufai ahead of the 2019 election.
Yes.
To show that they still have restructuring in mind. But 4 years thereafter,
down the line, nothing was done. So I hope, because you see, everybody will be judged by their campaign promises. And we remember those promises. We'll be waiting here to be able to interrogate the issues. We must not hear about ASU strike, because we heard the promise.
4 years.
4 years will be 4 years, including the blip that even said, it's 8 years you will use in Yoruba, or do mejo, okay, they said it's a slip of tongue. 4 years will be 4 years. We'll be waiting for the student loans. We will also be waiting for the agricultural board. We'll be waiting for the National Guard that is going to set up to fight insecurity. These are things we'll be waiting. So in terms of setting the agenda, we're already setting it.
Absolutely.
We'll be waiting for the temerity to be able to fix the economy and fix the issues with debts. We'll be waiting for job creation. Yes. And probably, maybe in the spirit of fairness and starting on a new slate, maybe the National Bureau of Statistics can even avail us the exact job numbers now, so we even have data to work with.
Well,
okay, we have to go.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Ifeni, for taking us through today's newspapers. The police in Lagos is engaging strategic parties in the state to review last Saturday's presidential and National Assembly elections as a way to prepare for the governorship and state assembly polls coming up on Saturday, 11th March. The engagement is predicated on the security issues that have developed since the conclusion of the exercise and how a better and safer atmosphere can be achieved through citizen engagement going forward. Arise News correspondent Tokumbo Oyetunji has the details.
The presidential and National Assembly elections have been concluded, but the issues and analyses of the exercise remain, especially since there is still another leg of the general elections taking place in less than 2 weeks. This event in Lagos is put together to review the security and safety aspects of last Saturday's election in the state with the largest prospective voters. The police is the lead security agency in Nigeria's electoral process. A review of their performance last Saturday comes with mixed opinions, with some applauding, while others think the officers and men still have much to prove to earn the public trust in policing the process.
Who is the boss of the Commissioner of Police? Who does he report to? And how does that affect the exercise of his duties? That is one. Secondly, how is it possible that a police officer in the exercise of his duty at a polling unit is unarmed? Also, are we getting assurances that electoral officers that are refusing to comply with what the law states as per transmission of results, are we getting any assurances that they will be arrested for interfering with the process of the law?
Questions and clarifications, the reason for the engagement, which puts critical parties across the table. It is more desirable because since the conclusion of the exercise last Saturday, the Lagos police have responded to not less than 70 security-related call-outs. Although there were few instances where the calls were genuine, but nearly 80% of the calls was informed by mere apprehension and misinformation, and that's a cause for worry.
The few instances that turned out to be real were likely attempts by misguided local urchins to threaten citizens at specific locations. Such were localized, uncoordinated, and unpremeditated, and were all promptly mitigated by the police, while several arrests were made. In addition, we have also upscaled our deployments across all identified flashpoints and vulnerable localities, while also sustaining patrols and visibility policing across the public space in order to reassure Lagosians of their safety and deter possible mischief makers from manifesting any plan that might be inimical to peace and security across the state.
You should have a very long and peaceful reign in Lagos.
Many in the hall praised the police for rising up to the calls and other prompt responses during the elections on Saturday, but then they raised more questions.
Lagos is what lawyers will call the primus inter pares, the first among equals. And I'm going to suggest, Honorable Commissioner, all those who were arrested by your men and women last Saturday have to be charged before the court, if possible before the end of the week, so that other criminals will know that if you try to disrupt the election coming up on the level, you are going to be charged before the court and you are likely to be put away so that you can exercise our democratic rights. I want to say finally, there's a lot of tension in Lagos State. There's a lot of tension. And we are going to appeal to our people, all the various ethnic groups in Lagos. We are going to appeal to you, to appeal to our people, to cooperate with the police, so that people can live together in peace. Nobody should be harassed or intimidated for voting for candidates of their choice. It's a democratic right. If you win today or lose today, you can win tomorrow or lose tomorrow. So please, let nobody harass anybody for exercising their democratic right. And apart from the police, if anybody harasses you for voting for a candidate of your choice, let me know. I will file an action on your behalf.
We want assurances. We want show of force before the gubernatorial election. We want to know that Lagos police is not under the wings and caprices of political leaders, but that they are the people.
I want to plead that we must stay the course. We must never give up. The ability to prevail is in us. We must find it. And prevailing is ensuring that the center of excellence remains as it is, where justice, peace will reign at all times. Anyone that has any grievances with this kickstarting of the town hall that the CP has done, and with our media men gathered here today, and all the faces I see here, I know there is hope. And the center of excellence by March 11 will come and will top first in terms of security, in terms of life preservation, not wasting of life, and in terms of peace and tranquility.
I saw police officers do work, and we're saying, can we repeat that same work all across Lagos on the 11th of March?
Now that the aftermath of February 25 on the cosmopolitan city is being managed, one key point identified to improve on the situation is collaboration. And as attention gradually shifts to March 11 for the more locally rooted election, not a few Nigerians residing in Lagos, as echoed here, want a reassurance that the balloting will not come with a single drop of blood of any Nigerian, no matter who emerges victorious at the end. Tokunbo Oyetunji, Arise News, Lagos.
The U.S. has called on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to address technical hitches reportedly associated with the use of bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, before the governorship and state assembly elections on March 11. Ned Price, spokesperson for the State Department, in a statement, said Nigerians were clearly within their rights to have such concerns and should have high expectations for their electoral processes in the just concluded presidential poll. He said, and I quote, "We join other international observers in urging INEC to improve the areas that need the most attention ahead of the March 11 elections." He continues, "We understand that many Nigerians and some of the parties have expressed frustration about the manner in which the process was conducted. They have also expressed frustration about the shortcomings of technical elements that were used for the first time in a presidential election cycle." He said, end of quote. Price, however, advised the aggrieved presidential candidates to use all legal means to correct the anomaly. In addition, Price commended the active participation of civil society and the media for advancing electoral norms and political discourse on issues of importance to citizens. He said the U.S. noted with concern reports that numerous members of the media were attacked during the course of the election. We'll take a short break now. When we return, Nigeria Decides 2023 will continue. Stay with us.
Emergencies happen when you least expect them to. It gets worse when you are cash-strapped. No need to despair. First Advance has you covered. You can get that urgent cash right now on First Advance. With First Advance, salary earners can get up to 50% of their salary. No hassles. As long as you earn a monthly salary and your salary account has been active for at least 2 months. It doesn't matter if you run a salary account with First Bank or any other bank. Just dial *894*11# or simply dial *894# on your mobile phone. What's more, when you open a First Bank salary account, you can enjoy 0 charges and free debit card issuance. Download the First mobile app on Play Store or App Store today. Log in to experience First Bank digital banking. Select Loans, select First Advance, and follow the prompts to receive your loan. Don't let that urgent need get the best of you. Get First Advance now. It's as simple as dialing *894*11#. First Advance. Fast, convenient, secure. You first. First Bank.
What is really happening in Akamata Market? It seems these people don't want the election to hold.
I hope you're broadcasting to the world must hear.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying it? If I may ask, which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it though.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
No. In this election season and after, one must be very careful. Or do you want to set the country on fire?
Haba.
Fake news is a threat to a free and fair election and to peace and security. So, before you share any news, check to be sure the source is credible. Check if there are supporting credible sources. Read beyond the headlines. Check the author. Check the date. Check your biases. Ask an expert or send to a fact-checking organization for confirmation. Say no to fake news. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
When you hear the sound of credit alert, quick and easy transfer, say we want to serve you better. No be play, we go turn your business around. We are Fidelity Bank. We are Fidelity Bank. Sure you be the person we won't relax. Save your money, your girl with the serve, we know they tire. Say now your future be our concern. At Fidelity Bank. We are Fidelity. Fidelity there for you. We are here for you. We are the bank for you. It's true, do it all for you. Can't wait, we go stand by you. Put your trust in us. We are the bank for you. We are the bank. Fidelity.
With Fidelity, we keep our word.
34 million hectares of arable land. Over 200 million people. One nation. Home to Africa's fertilizer company. Dangote Fertilizer. Pure urea fertilizer. With one single-minded passion to feed Nigeria. Every bag is a potential, an aspiration to turn this green nation into the biggest food basket of Africa. Dangote Fertilizer.
A peak protein breakfast gets you up to a great day. How do I know? Because my daddy goes through his work feeling good and always with a smile. Mommy is always filled with confidence. My sister is always in tune. And for me, learning new things becomes absolute fun. That's because all day and every day, the peak goes on.
Start your day with a Peak Protein Breakfast. Peak. Reach for your peak.
This is really, really good.
Want to?
Really?
You need a plan for whatever you want on YouTube. Just like the Airtel Super Binge plan. Dial *141 *514# to enjoy.
1 I'll take it.
First few flops don't count.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Since the beginning of this campaign, Jando all wards in Lagos State, from Ikorodu to Badagry, Ekpe to Alimosho, seeking to know the true state of our state and where the shoe really pinches. They visited the riverine communities and places that have never been visited before by any governorship candidate in the Lagos. Funke's Market Storm is also the first a deputy governorship candidate. Lagos. There's so much work to do. It is time to give the man who knows Lagos and can birth a breath of fresh air the chance to lead. Vote Dr. Abdulaziz Olajide Adediran Jando as Governor of Lagos State. PDP! Power to the people!
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Every day, life presents hopes, dreams, and challenges. Challenges that can become successes with a little help. Because a little help can empower you to go from despair to celebration. A little help can keep you going until the race is won. A little help can turn bundles of anxiety into a bundle of joy. And with Glow Data, you get much more than just a little help. You get the biggest data deals in town to make every day glow with small wins and big wins. Dial *777# to select your Glow Data plan.
My name is Abdurrashid Bawa, the Executive Chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. I want to use this medium to urge all Nigerians to eschew all manner of electoral fraud, either through vote buying, vote selling, or fraudulent manipulations of electoral processes. I'm fully persuaded that we can run our electioneering processes devoid of any form of criminality. Let us to a free, fair, and credible dealings in the exercise of our democratic rights. Thank you.
Report any electoral fraud to the following numbers. You can also send any relevant information to info@efcc.gov.ng or to all our social media platforms @official EFCC. Also, use the EFCC mobile app, the Eagle Eye, to report. Your vote is your power. Protect it.
This is Able to Vote Guide. Able to Vote Guide is a voter education series to increase the participation of registered voters with disability and the society at large. My name is Jake Epele. I am the CEO and founder, TAF Africa. Let's begin. On today's episode of the Able to Vote Guide, we will focus on how to thumb print correctly on the Braille ballot jacket. A box is usually provided against each political party symbol on the ballot paper to accommodate your thumb print, which has the same size as the Braille jacket that accommodates the ballot paper. So, if your thumbprint is not on the box against the political party you are voting for, or if your thumbprint falls between two political parties' symbols on the ballot paper, or if there is no imprint at all, the ballot will be rejected. Now you don't want that. But that way, you have wasted your vote. Ensure to vote properly by thumbprinting only on the designated spot provided for your preferred political party symbol without touching the box line. It is expected that you're familiar with your preferred political party symbol. Remember that every person with disability participating in this electoral process has a legal right to priority voting. However, in a situation where you have a lot of persons with disability in the polling unit, special queues should be maintained. Quicken the process and give priority to people with disability to cast their ballot with dignity and privacy. This message is coming to you from TAF Africa with funding from the European Union and supported by our media partner. For more information on the activities of TAF Africa, follow us on our social media handles. Go to our website on tafafrica.co. See you on the next episode of Able to Vote Guide. I remain yours truly, Jake Epele. Bye.
Welcome back to Nigeria Decides 2023 here on Arise News. Nigeria's 2023 presidential election saw 3 candidates winning significant votes across the country. On Wednesday, the Independent National Electoral Commission declared Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the winner of the election, an outcome that's been met with mixed opinions and is being challenged by opposition parties. But as the president-elect prepares to take over the highest political office, Arise correspondent Leila Johnson Salami takes a look at his political journey to Aso Rock.
Tinubu Bola Ahmed of the APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
The 2023 Nigerian presidential elections brought a new dynamic to the country's electoral history. What has typically been a 2-horse race saw 4 candidates taking the lead, with 3 winning substantial votes in different regions of the country. The Independent National Electoral Commission has declared Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress as the winner, although a number of opposition parties called for INEC to cancel the elections as they believed the results had been compromised. The story of the 2023 elections certainly hasn't come to an end, and it's expected that some candidates will be challenging the results in court. But for now, the president-elect prepares to take over the highest political office in the country, a job that's set to be no walk in the park.
I take this opportunity also again to appeal to my fellow contestants to let us team up together. It is the only nation we have. It is one country that we must build together. We work together to put broken pieces together. We must work for the unity, happiness, and harmony.
Tinubu's political career has been centered around leadership, ambitions that have led him to this point. But the journey started over 30 years ago when he kick-started his political career, joining the Social Democratic Party. This was during Nigeria's Third Republic, and he was elected to the Senate representing Lagos West, but this was short-lived. As the results of the June 12, 1993 elections were annulled, Tinubu became a member of the pro-democracy National Democratic Coalition, NADECO, that pushed for the restoration of democracy in the country and the acknowledgement of MKO Abiola as the winner of the June 12 elections.
The interim national government is hereby dissolved.
But as General Sani Abacha seized power, becoming military head of state, Tinubu went into exile and didn't return to Nigeria until Abacha's death in 1998. He had far from given up on his political ambitions. With the backing of party leaders, Tinubu ran for governor of Lagos State under the Alliance for Democracy in 1999. He won the elections and went on to serve for 2 terms. His time as governor was largely seen as progressive, as he implemented various policies aimed at improving the socio-economic conditions of Lagosians, such as policies that encouraged tax compliance, increasing the internally generated revenue of the state, and policies that improved education, healthcare, and security. The introduction of the Lagos State Security Trust Fund, for example, led to a significant reduction in crime in the state. However, there were also setbacks. Tinubu didn't do much in terms of housing or transportation. The state was, and still is, plagued by traffic congestion. Public transportation was also inadequate. His administration was also accused of corruption and financial mismanagement, with his political opponents accusing him of diverting state funds for personal use. Allegations the president-elect has consistently denied. When Tinubu won his governorship re-election in 2003, all other states in the southwest were won by the ruling party in the country at the time, the People's Democratic Party. Tinubu was involved in several struggles with the federal government, and towards the end of his tenure, he had many clashes with members of the PDP. Tensions grew, and as the PDP won the 2007 elections, Tinubu became involved in negotiations to bring fragmented parties together to form a mega-party that could get the PDP out of office. In 2013, he was among several opposition members who launched the All Progressives Congress ahead of the 2015 elections. The new party aimed to adopt a progressive ideology that emphasized good governance, accountability, and transparency. It also adopted a manifesto that focused on improving the economy, security, and infrastructure, among other things. Tinubu served as national leader of the party, and Muhammadu Buhari became the APC's presidential candidate, defeating the PDP in the 2015 elections. This was the first time an incumbent president lost to an opposition candidate in Nigeria's history. The APC also won a majority of seats in the National Assembly, and several state governorship elections too. Tinubu played a crucial role in mobilizing support for Buhari's presidential campaign. He used his political influence and resources to campaign for Buhari across the country. During Buhari's tenure, Tinubu has played a key role in the APC, providing strategic direction and support for the party's policies and initiatives. All of this while the masterful politician, as he's often called, prepared for the next stage of his political career, the presidency. Tinubu won his party's presidential ticket with 1,271 votes. The race began with 23 aspirants, but 9 withdrew ahead of the convention, boosting support for Tinubu. His closest contender, Rotimi Amechi, won just 316 votes. Barely days to the APC presidential primary, Tinubu visited Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital, where he made his infamous speech, declaring in the Yoruba language, Emi Lokan, meaning, "It is my turn." Many will say that even the gods heard his cry that day, as the phrase became a national slogan. Tinubu cited how he had supported many of his political associates, including President Buhari, who had failed 3 times in his attempt at becoming president. Tinubu's race has been controversial. He's been besieged with several controversies, from his origins, his educational background, his career, the source of his wealth, and his health. He is arguably one of the most investigated politicians in Nigeria, and he can therefore be regarded as a cat with 9 lives, as he has overcome all allegations since his foray into politics. Although he was confident in emerging victorious in the elections, the race was certainly a tight one that for many people was too close to call. More Nigerians were registered to vote in the 2023 elections than ever before. The greater interest is affiliated with several factors, one of which is the 2020 EndSARS protests that saw Nigerians stand up against police injustice. The largest demonstrations in the country's recent history that led to a socio-political awakening. Many had also hoped for greater transparency due to the introduction of the INEC's BVAS system that is designed to verify voters and upload results to an online portal. Unfortunately, there were several reports of BVAS system failures across the country, particularly in the southern regions, and allegations that INEC had been compromised. While paragraph 38 of the INEC Manual 2022, in line with the Electoral Act, states that on completion of all polling unit voting, the presiding officer shall electronically transmit the results directly to the collation system as prescribed by the Commission. Many of the results were collated manually. There were also reports of electoral violence across the country, with criminals stealing ballot boxes and ultimately suppressing votes. Not only is the credibility of the elections being questioned due to electoral violence and the failures of the BVAS system, but Tinubu didn't win 25% in the Federal Capital Territory, as Peter Obi clinched a 61% win. The Constitution states that for a candidate to be declared president, they must get 25% of the vote in 2/3 of the states and the Federal Capital Territory. The interpretation of this is currently being disputed and will likely only be resolved at the Supreme Court. While some lawyers have interpreted this as a candidate needing to get 25% of the votes in the FCT, others suggest that the statement doesn't give the FCT any special status. One result in these elections that came as a shock to many was Tinubu's loss in Lagos State. Since 1999, no party unaffiliated with Tinubu has been able to lead the state. Peter Obi of the Labour Party's win was therefore historical. While this isn't expected to be of large influence on Tinubu's presidency, it does suggest that his hold in Lagos may be wilting away. The results in Lagos are, however, being challenged by opposition parties, especially the Labour Party, who believe they received more votes in the state than what was collated and presented by INEC.
Our results have been significantly reduced. Margins have been significantly truncated. We're looking at places like Ikeja local government, where our calculations show that we got almost 50,000 votes, and they're announcing 30,000. We're looking at Alimosho, where they declared that we won, but almost 50,000 votes have been taken away from our results.
Whether this will make a significant difference to the conclusion of the elections can only be decided in court. Bola Tinubu will be coming into office with Nigeria in 77 trillion naira debt. While not all of this debt was created by the Buhari administration, they have not been able to steer Nigeria out of the economic recession it got into in 2016. And the country's economy remains fragile, with high levels of inflation and unemployment. Tinubu's manifesto is full of several promises, including sufficient jobs, an increase in production, making basic housing, healthcare, and education affordable, the expansion of public infrastructure, and the creation of a strong national security architecture that can address the high level of insecurity across the country. As the handover period begins, President Buhari has stated that he will work with the president-elect to ensure an orderly handover of power. He has called for any challenges to the election results to be taken to the courts and not the streets, and for the credibility of INEC not to be undermined. However, opposition parties are not alone. Electoral observers, both local and international, have expressed concern over the integrity of these elections. Some have called this Nigeria's most engaging election yet, and with Bola Tinubu's emergence, many do not envy him. He is set to experience an interesting start in the presidential office, as he has before him a Herculean task of fixing and ailing an economy in deep debt and a disenchanted populace. Leila Johnson Salami, Arise News.
We are committed to the progress, development, and renew the hope of Nigerians. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Leila, for that report. Now, joining us on the show this morning to further the conversation on Tinubu's victory and the general conduct of the election is Dr. Chukwuemeka Ezefe, former governor of Anambra State. Good morning, sir, and welcome to Nigeria Decides 2023.
Thank you for having me.
Well, Dr. Ezefe, thank you for joining us. One of the major outcomes of these elections held on February 25 will be, according to analysts and observations, the performance of the Labour Party and the candidacy of Mr. Peter Obi, and what both represent for the future of elections in Nigeria and also for the electoral map in Nigeria. How important do you think the performance of Labour Party and particularly Mr. Peter Obi will seem to be in this regard?
All glory to God. All glory to God. The general election, presidential, revealed so many things to Nigeria, and I thank God for that. I thank all the foreign powers who commented on the election and condemned the integrity of the election. I thank all Nigerians, especially for the way they treated Labour Party. I am very grateful. In fact, I am happy to know how the Southeast, the Labour Party, is taken from the result of that election. Not the result announced by the INEC, which everybody knows is fraudulent. But what we saw, Labour Party winning Lagos, winning across the country, getting meaningful vote across the country. Some people who believed they were rejected are thinking differently now. And the future for Nigeria is brighter by far. I do not believe that Tinubu, my friend, will be sworn in as president. If that is done, it will be disaster. But I think this thing has opened the eyes of Nigerians. We thank the Yoruba, we thank the Hausa, we thank every group in Nigeria for this openness. We are Nigerians. I think that's the message. Don't mind the manipulation that makes people become dead. Well, anybody who knows Nigeria knows it is impossible, especially with the controversies around the Muslim ticket. So I am grateful to God that this happened. I will go and renegotiate with my youths, the youths of the Southeast, and open their eyes to see that this thought of being rejected doesn't exist now. Nigerians consider every Nigerian, and it is no longer necessary to look for anywhere else to go. I think we will have Biafra inside Nigeria. The same kind of Biafra they had during Okpara, Wolowo, both Biafra and Oodua, all kinds of groups can now, with restructuring, belong to Nigeria. That's what I'm saying is this, that compared with the time of Tafawa Balewa, Ahmadu Bello, Azikiwe, Obara, Akintola, Awolowo, it was like having your own country or nation inside Nigeria. And that, we go back to that, and the problem will be settled. I don't see, well, one must distinguish between the election as conducted and the election as reported. What to do? Some foreign countries are calling for cancellation. For me, I don't really think that that is the only solution, because it costs money. How much did we spend on this election? What do we have to do? We go back to the documents. We go back to all the systems we used and look at the results that came out, especially those which came out before the problems arose, if there's any problem, or before the stoppage of uploading. We look at it and declare results on the basis of those genuine results. There's no point going to waste more money. We are going on a lot already. So I believe this election has given hope for one Nigeria.
Yes, sir.
Of course, how it is managed is the main important factor. If we do not abandon immediately conscienceless bullion van bandit politics, if we don't abandon it, the country is gone. But I don't see anybody who looks at this election and outcome of it, not from INEC point of view, but from knowing what happened. We must press this smartphone. It helps us know what is going on around Nigeria. And anybody who sees this will change his mind about the future of the country.
All right, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Ezefe, and thank you for joining us today. You said some very important things, including the fact that the emergence and acceptance of Mr. Peter Obi across board, irrespective of ethnicity, augurs well for saying that there's one Nigeria. Could you say the same could be said for Muslim tickets, that indeed no longer are Nigerians voting along ethnic or religious divide, but just focusing on competence and the candidate on the ballot, irrespective of whatever religion the person is practicing or whatever ethnic group the person is from? What we're looking for is competence. Could that be said, of the same of the Muslim ticket?
Let me tell you, my reading of the election is that Nigerians are one. That Nigerians believe in the future of the country, and that the new Nigeria is coming and must come. It just gives me hope in the new Nigeria, not in the conscienceless, bandit, bullion, van politics of the past. Yes, you look at the voting, and it is yes to competence, yes to production instead of consumption, yes to integrity, yes to be true to ourselves. The man Peter Obi, I thank God for bringing him. He's not a Peter Obi affair, nor is it Tibu affair at all. This is Nigeria. Our prayers have reached the heavens, and God has answered us with a resounding yes to a new Nigeria. It depends, whatever else anybody thinks, it's all right, but I see it as success for one Nigeria. But that success must be not on the platform of my brother and friend Peter Tinubu being president of Nigeria. It will not happen.
Okay.
Right. So, what would be your take as regards, the reaction of the international community and the speech given by, President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu saying he wants to work with everybody, he wants to bring everybody on board, but the international community has largely said the elections have been fraught with a lot of irregularities here and there?
Well, I am ashamed as a Nigerian that we expose ourselves to all kinds of countries doing that we can be very bad. Russia, that don't seem to have conscience. Look at what's doing in Ukraine. China, America, US, UK, French, all developed countries condemned the organizing of the election, condemned the INEC, and saw our nakedness. That is one of the worst shows by Nigeria. I forgot to mention that as Obasanjo gets older, he seems to become more and more valuable to the nation. And so as many others, there are some people who you wouldn't think have developed enough to be saying that the truth must be said. And now many people are saying the truth must be said. Look at the Ekiti people protesting against the victory of Tinubu. Look at the voting pattern in Lagos. Look at Kaduna voting. Look at the thing is, there are too many aspects. A person who is narrow-minded will just grab one aspect and take it up. Many people would be sorry and unhappy because my friend Tinubu won. In fact, even Tinubu himself, I think he should be praised for and being so rich, being able to believe that money can do everything. And look at it, it was done. So the chairman of the INEC was said to have gone to meet him in the night of the election. And we hear all kinds of stories, which they're not the ones I'm focusing on. I am now reinforced in my view about the feasibility of one Nigeria. I appeal to Yoruba, to Igbo, and to other groups to stay together. Let us work out a system, because we now know each other. We know each other enough, and we shouldn't allow any breakup of this country, because otherwise it is this INEC really means Nigeria should break up. The way INEC went about this election is just to say goodbye to Nigeria. But the truth has come out the opposite. Welcome, new Nigeria. And I want to thank you people for giving me the opportunity to thank Nigerians, for what they have done. And it is a matter of some of the elders and some of the youths meeting and finding a way to get out of this problem. It's not a matter of waiting to swear in somebody who didn't win any election.
But what are your expectations in terms of the way forward? The political parties, the other political parties say they will go to court to challenge the president-elect and the APC in court. But what are your expectations in terms of whatever happens, the way forward for Nigeria? Yes.
Yeah. My expectations are multiple. Of course, some people will go to court. In fact, that is another good thing. Maybe this will provide the justice system in Nigeria opportunity to come back to justice, because we have lost confidence in justice. But this may provide opportunity for the new Nigerian justice system to emerge. But beyond that, there should be a meeting of some groups in Nigeria, and I will appeal to some of the groups. Let me say it clearly, because I'm 85, and dying now is not too early. The Fulani should reconsider what they do in the leadership position they got in Nigeria. It will not be good to continue the way we are going and build enmity between the Fulani and all the rest of Nigeria. And I think it will not be in the interest of the Fulani. And Nigeria needs the Fulani. In some places I say, Nigeria is blessed with many talents from many tribes. And we don't want to lose the talents of the Fulani. But as you know, life is what it is. They cannot continue this thing the way they are going and not be chased out. Those who are not killed will have to leave. But that is the truth which I need to tell my people, because I like our people, I like our country the way it is now. We can call in a group, first of all, starting with Obasanjo and former elders, former leaders, some former governors, and tell them, look at this problem, solve it for us. What is the problem? How to continue? Because Nigeria ends. Nigeria ends if you say INEC is in charge. Therefore, INEC go and do whatever you have to do. Swear in Jamadan. If you do that, that's the end of the country. Because nobody accepts injustice, clear injustice. So we should listen to our elders and the youths also. In fact, I will say, let the youth not start anything yet. Let them wait until the elders and the present people work on a solution. And after that, if it is not solved, then they take over their country the way they want it. But Nigeria has shown signs of maturity, shown signs of accepting brothers and sisters, shown signs of the longevity of one Nigeria and its greatness. And we cannot allow this INEC irresponsibility to determine the future of our country.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. So in the event that, because we can't be presumptuous with regards to, we can't presume the ruling of the courts if indeed the Labour Party goes ahead to, Labour and the PDP goes ahead to the tribunal. In the event that on May 29, the president-elect is sworn in, he said that he promised to industrialize Anambra State. He's made some key promises to the Southeast, particularly in the area of industrialization. In what ways would you want the Southeast represented in a Tinubu administration?
There will be no Tinubu administration. God in heaven knows it. And if there's Tinubu administration, there will be no Nigeria.
That's quite a heavy statement. At present, he is the president-elect, and we have been, sir, as an elder statesman, we have been enjoined to speak, words that wouldn't further heat up the polity. And so whilst we understand your personal viewpoint, we also recognize the fact that substantially, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the president-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and barring any court judgment, he would be sworn in on May 29. So just in the event that he does emerge, what would happen?
I don't know. I don't know. I believe in God, and it's not. It doesn't appear to be the will of God that Tinubu should rule Nigeria. He doesn't hate. God does not hate Nigeria. But if it happens, well, we'll be here. So some people were saying things that are very annoying. They say, "Go and get your visa." That it will never come to that. It will never come to that. The law is clear, even the declaration of Tinubu as winner is illegal. I'm not a lawyer, but I know how to read what is written down in English. So I read it and I found that it is not illegal. So,
but Dr. Ezefe, the reality is, barring any legal implications or legal judgments, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is president-elect, and we must learn to deal with that, because a lot of people will see your statement as inciting that says he will never be president. He is president-elect as we speak, and that's the reality on ground. And we must be able to reiterate that as much as possible.
The reality on the ground is that following INEC actions, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is president-elect as declared by INEC. That truth cannot be doubted. I mean, it is true. And then the question is, assuming nothing happens, and May 29 comes, and he swears he is sworn in, how do I see him performing, helping everyone? Oh, I don't know. He has many people whom, if he cannot do the work, he can delegate to some other people. But I think we have seen enough of such delegations. And I think we have enough people in this country that we should get the right person to do work for us.
Okay. I mean, Dr. Ezefe, I'd like to now ask you this. Peter Obi ran a very, robust campaign. He picked up votes in places, that people will never expect him to pick up votes, doing quite well in some states, even in the deep north. The question will be, with all of this momentum that has been built now by the Nigerian people, how would you want them to proceed from here? And what would you be your advice to proceed from here?
In fact, my advice is that trusted senior experts should be gathered together to look at the election and propose ways of getting out whatever problems is on the way. We cannot invite our young men to come and tear down the little that has been built. We cannot be so irresponsible as to look at big things and pretend they are not there, problems are not there. So I tell the truth a little bit. I know that what I may see as truth may not be right. So I would suggest that we pray to God to take over the running of our country for us by supplying us the kind of men like Obasanjo and T.Y. Danjuma, like Aya Debanjo, like Edwin Clark, like so many people who can come together and do a solution to this, give a solution to this problem. But if we just ignore it and say INEC has spoken, we may be in trouble.
Okay, sir. Most of the elites in the Southeast did not support Peter Obi. In fact, some of them openly condemned him and said they didn't think that he would represent the interest of the Southeast. But with what he has been able to do, not just for the Southeast, but also for the aggrieved young people of Nigeria and the middle class, do you see Igbo elites turning around and supporting him now for the future, whatever happens eventually? Then I take it, this is the second question. Then I was going to say another thing. The second thing I was going to say is that, well, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is now president-elect. Many people have congratulated him, including the vice president, Professor Osinbajo, who contested against him in the party primaries, including President of General Ibrahim Babangida, who says it's a thing of joy for him that a good man like Tinubu has emerged. And so many others like that who have been jubilating. And all the people who said that they will leave town, they will relocate abroad if Bola Tinubu wins. I've not heard that some of them have rushed to the airport. They are still around. So are you likely also to come around and congratulate the president-elect at some point?
I have already congratulated his doggedness and his belief in bullion van politics, conscienceless or not. But let me correct the impression you gave that elites in the East did not support P2P. That can be so wrong. If you get 100 elites in the East, 95% of them will be supporting P2P in every way. Some people misguided, or I don't understand what happened, made some statements that a person who is very surface will say it's right. Somebody said he cannot win. And that has he won? He has not won. He's even third though, not second. So those who said he wouldn't win will clap for them now. He has not won. But I think most Eastern people, Southeast, South, support, and the support is so massive. We're talking about 80-something% of the votes in most of those places, if you are looking at the right result. So I'm not going to move to America or to US. I'm a Nigerian. Here I was born, here I will die. I'm not moving because anybody is made president. But even those who made that statement, it's just a matter of emphasis of how things are. I don't think that anybody, but the judge is not going to leave tomorrow to India. But I appeal to all of us. We don't believe that we are so good, that we are so knowledgeable, we are so intelligent that we think through and believe what we have said or what we have done in the past are all correct. Please, I think we should remember that we were created by God. And that God in heaven who created us has all the power over everything, over election manipulation, over all kinds of anything. What God cannot do does not exist. Therefore, it is not over at all. And made to deny, we may not witness a swearing in, but maybe the ultimate person to be sworn in is Peter Obi, because he won the election overall.
All right.
But I'm not the authority to declare him the winner.
Yes, sir, you're very right. The only authority authorized to declare the winner of an election is INEC. The only body empowered to make such an announcement is INEC, and thus far, INEC has announced that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the president-elect and winner of the presidential elections from the 25th of February. But looking forward, beyond the Southwest, beyond the Southwest elites, within some Southeast states, even your state, Anambra, The governor was clearly and very vocal about not being in support of Mr. Peter Obi. So there were divisions even amongst the people of the Southeast in terms of putting him forward, saying that he wasn't ready, she should come back in 4 or 8 years, and then it would be the turn of, be his turn to go ahead. What would you make of this, especially looking at what this gain of Mr. Peter Obi means for the Southeast as a people, and also for young people in particular who were game changers with regards to this election?
I'm not sure I understand. I know some people in office in the Southeast, some governors, made statements not very much commending Peter Obi, but all political power belongs to the people. And the vote is what we use to know what the people think. And all those who made any statements, in fact, some of them went even like thugs and changed some of the elections in some places in the southeast and the east. I mean, south and southeast. Some kill people. Many things happened. But I thank God that anybody who wants to know can study the election results, even the fake one, even the fake election from INEC, show improvements in human relations around the country. Then the general election is so massively beautiful. I don't know what else anybody can say. People make statements. Now they are in a position to correct themselves. Whether you are governor or whatever, you can make statements that are not based on some logical deduction. And I think because of your position, it will stick. Now, people have rejected all those statements. When 50% is a good score, but when you come to a state and get 84%, 70-something%, what else are you talking about? It means the people don't know whom they are leading. A governor who makes a statement contrary to 84% of his own people cannot really clap for himself and say he knows what he's doing. So a billionaire doesn't have to have the intellect to know exactly what is going on in politics. Everybody should be forgiven, and let's settle down and rejig the system. If we can survive, the Igbo people will be very proud if their son manages to make Nigeria a more beautiful place. We will not require any privileges, any favoritism, just level playing field. So that's what I would tell you, and thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Chukwuemeka Eze, for joining us.
Thank you. We'll take a short break now. When we return, Nigeria Decides 2023 here on Arise News continues. Stay tuned.
Today, the Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program has trained over 1.5 million young African entrepreneurs. We have disbursed nearly $100 million to over 18,000 beneficiaries who have gone on to create over 400,000 jobs across Africa.
We need to do more for women in Africa. Empower a woman, you're empowering a whole society.
The Tony Elumelu Foundation gives access to a world-class business training and seed capital.
Thanks to the Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program, we've been able to structure our business and operations, but also we got the funding and financial needs to concretize it and make it happen.
This is the impact we want to achieve at the Tony Elumelu Foundation. The Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program is sector agnostic. The only thing that is important to us is your ideas. The future of Africa is in your hands.
Imagine your wallet can be everything. Well, almost everything your bank is to you. That's exactly what First Money Wallet is. First Money Wallet from First Bank is another swift and seamless way to bank from your mobile phone. It doesn't matter if you have a First Bank account or not, nor the mobile network you use. Everyone can open a First Money Wallet, and it's very easy. Your phone number is your account number. With First Money Wallet, you can send money using just a phone number, receive money, pay bills, buy airtime and data for yourself or someone else, and in check balance. You don't need a bank account at all or BVN to enjoy the boundless possibilities First Money Wallet offers. All you need is a registered phone number, and you can fund your wallet easily through your First Bank account or any bank account and debit card. What's more, First Money Wallet is highly secure with fingerprint technology and PIN. And when you need cash, just walk up to any First Money agent near you to withdraw money. No smartphone, no wahala. Just dial *894*1# on any phone. So it doesn't matter if you live in the city or the remotest part of the country. With First Money Wallet, your transactions are easy, seamless, and secure. Download the First Money Wallet app now. Input your phone number and follow the prompts, or simply dial *894*1#. All money now on First Money. You first. First Bank.
As a player, there's nothing better than the roar of your crowd. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that may not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left, they could be extinct in the next few years from loss of habitat and prey and snares set for illegal bushmeat. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria, because poaching steals from us all.
Are you a dealer in cars, jewelry, precious metals and stones and luxury goods? Are you into real estate, or are you an estate agent, surveyor, valuer, developer or broker? Are you into the hospitality industry, lottery business, or are you a mortgage broker, tax consultant or an accountant? Do you have a supermarket, pools betting and consulting or construction company? If you have, go and obtain your certification from the Special Control Unit Against Money Laundering, SCUMOL, and be free to do your business within the ambits of the law. SCUMOL has the responsibility to monitor, supervise, and regulate the activities of designated non-financial business and professions, DNFBPs, across the country. Please note that the SCUMOL certificate is not a guarantee of legitimacy of any business. To register, visit www.scumol.org. For collection of certificate, visit any EFCC office nearest to you. Remember, registration is free.
SCUMOL, securing Nigeria's business environment. This message is from Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC.
Welcome back to Nigeria Decides 2023 here on Arise News.
Now we're crossing live to the press conference on the 2023 Nigeria General Elections here in Lagos, Ikeja. Let's take a listen.
To bear their mind on the process that just took place on the 25th of February. And I'd like at this point to call for a quick video that would precede the conversation. And I'd like you to just watch, and after that video, Ambassador Chris Iyama would be giving us an overview of their thoughts on the February 25th general elections of into the presidential, the office of the President and National Assembly. Can we have the video, please?
On this note, let me seize this opportunity to respond to a story emanating from a section of the media that the Commission has decided to jettison the uploading of polling unit level results in real time on election day. It should please be disregarded as fake news. The Commission will upload polling unit level results, and citizens will have access to those results in real time as we upload to the polling units. This innovation was introduced by the Commission. The Commission cannot turn around and undermine itself. So this technology has come to stay. We'll upload polling unit level results from the polling unit. Citizens will have the right to view these results. After all, who are we serving? The citizens. How can we deprive citizens from access to the results of the process conducted by them at the level of polling units? So I welcome you to the Commission. I want to assure you and reassure you that the 2023 general election is going to be our best ever elections. We are committed, and that the votes cast by Nigerians will determine the outcome of elections. Nothing more, nothing.
Of Omole Estate Phase 1 have gathered around the bus asking INEC to upload the presidential result. The result from the presidential election. Residents of Omole Estate Phase 1 Lagos have gathered around the bus. INEC officers are refusing to upload the presidential election result. They must upload it, or else they will not leave this estate today.
Okay, guys, I discovered something very shocking. This is INEC result portal for this presidential. This is Ado Ekiti. I decided to visit this Ado Ekiti to come and see for myself. It will fear you what you will discover. So now we are in Ado Ekiti. You see, you come down to go down toward what? Yes, do you see? Just go. You see, in front of Isa family house or whatever. Now, click it. See, click it. My people, this is the this is the
Well, Ambassador Chris Iyama would quickly address you and take us through their overview of the outcome of the 2023 presidential elections and the National Assembly elections. Ambassador Chris Iyama.
Fellow compatriots, members of the press, I want to thank you, members of the press, for coming here despite the short notice that we gave to you. I want to tag this press conference as democracy on trial and the truth must prevail. Delivered on this day, 2nd of March, 2023. Fellow citizens of this great country, Nigeria, it is with deep pains in our hearts that we are addressing this press conference on the 25th of February 2023. The good and peace-loving Nigerians, both young and old, came out en masse to carry out their civil responsibility by participating in the Presidential and National Assembly election. The Citizen Observers Hub, which is a coalition of civil society organizations, mobilized over 2,700 citizen observers across Nigeria, including in FCT. We also deployed over 774 local government coordinators and also launched the Citizens Observers Hub in Jos, Nigeria on Friday, the 24th of February, 2023, which had over 30 data analysts observing, collating data from our field observers in the field across the country. There is no better organization and coalition to tell us what happened in the 2023 general elections other than the coalition of civil society organizations led by the Citizens Observers Hub. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Citizen Observers Hub, when we launched the Citizens Situation Room in Jos on the 24th of February, we brought in different key stakeholders to look at the necessary challenges that we might experience in the course of the election. Nobody told us that we're going to experience one or two challenges that will undermine democratic dividends in our country. We deployed our observers in over 2,700 polling units across the country. And our observers arrived at their different polling units as early as 6:44 a.m. in the morning, even before the arrivals of INEC officials. The 2023 general elections will remain in the minds of Nigerians as one of the worst elections in the history and ever conducted by the electoral body, the Independent National Electoral Commission, when it broke its own rules in the middle of the game, not minding the feelings of over 200 million citizens of this great country. It is a thing of concern to also have a report from the international observers that these elections fall short of international standard. The Citizen Observers Hub witnessed the arrival of INEC officials in southern Nigeria, late arrivals of materials in southern East Nigeria and southwest, a lot of misconduct and electoral irregularities. In some states in the south, we saw how sponsored talks of state apparatus, how they were intimidating voters across their different states. We also saw how most of them brought in doctored results just to falsify the electoral process. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen of the media, these elections can never be said to be free, fair, and credible. And so, even when the INEC chairman, when he was being interviewed, some days before the election, somebody reminded him about the fact that there is ongoing news that the electoral guidelines will not be complied with and that they will not be transmitting results into the, from the polling units down to the local government coalition center, even up to the international conference center. He said, and I quote, that it is only but a fake news and that first results will be collated at the polling unit and downloaded. It's going to be uploaded on their different online portals from the polling units. Little wonder, we did not know that the INEC, in connivance with its corrupt officials, went further to go ahead to upload results that it's not even free, fair, credible, and cannot be said that it is the wishes of Nigerians. Despite the collation of results, party agents and civil society organizations raised concern and draw the attention of the INEC chairman to the Electoral Act, which in his words, he said that he's going to look into the issues before the final announcement of the results. But in his usual manner, which he did not keep to his words, he went ahead to announce the results and declare a winner without looking into the issues raised by polling unit agents. This also will remind us of the dark days of Professor Maurice Iwu, who when election is going on, before the election is concluded, results are being announced. We don't want anybody to undermine the good democracy that we're enjoying in this country. For the first time in the history of our country, a result was declared, a winner announced, and you need to see the mood of citizens of this country. we observed elections across different polling units in this country, and from the results so far transmitted from our observers, what was being collated in Abuja did not meet up to what our observers sent into our data center. So we asked, what then is the credibility of the 2023 general elections? And so, as a body which has more than 10 million Nigerians, and 10 million Nigerians are listening to 10 million young Nigerians are listening to us as we speak, we do not want anybody to undermine the peace that we're enjoying in this country, and that's the reason why we are addressing the media, so that the whole world will know what actually took place on the 25th of February 2023. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to really call on the international community not to buy into the idea that we conducted a free, fair, and credible election, because from even what they have said, the election has fallen short of international best practices. How can you be conducting election where more than half of your beavers deployed into the pools were not working? Most of the accreditation channels that they ought to observe weren't functioning, and then you are going ahead. In some polling units of this country, nobody observed the protocols as observed in the electoral guidelines signed into law by Mr. President Muhammadu Buhari. Lastly, in some parts of the north, we saw videos, even some of our some of our polling unit observers witnessed how underage voters were thumbprinting in their different ballot boxes and using their different ballot papers. One cannot really say that this election went through the way of the citizens as expected, according to electoral guideline. And so one would have expected that hence that civil society organization, observers group, international community have said in their statements that the election falls short into the best international best practices. One would have thought that in some of those polling units that even election did not hold, one would have thought that election would have been organized in those areas. Some of those places where we saw videos flying right, left, and center about how some state governors were intimidating and harassing innocent citizens who came out to vote. One would have thought that those places, results would have been annulled and other fresh election. Why did the INEC chairman in the middle of the night change the rule of the game? Not observing the process. So these are the issues we are looking out to. And we are expecting that, of course, we are not saying that citizens should undermine the peace that we're enjoying in this country. We are asking of every good citizen of this country to remain calm while things are being sorted out. But to cut the long story short, this election of 25th February 2023 cannot be said that it is free, it is not fair, it is not credible, and it has fallen short of international best practices. And so, we're expecting that the different groups, different coalitions, will head to court and ensure that justice will be served. Let me say this before I round up, that this coalition is not in support of any political party. We are not for APGA, we are not for PDP, we are not for APC, and we cannot be for Labour Party. We are representing the interest of the well-meaning citizens of this country who INEC accredited to vote and who had their permanent voters card. Between last year and between 2 years ago and last year, and even in January, we went about around the street in the 774 local governments of this country, conducting voters awareness campaign, reiterating the fact that vote will count. We told citizens to come out en masse. This election, young people came out en masse to cast their vote, and they were denied their fundamental human rights. And it's quite unfortunate. This is not the kind of democracy we envisage, and this is not the way to go. And so, we are asking the international community not to recognize the purported results and the announcements released by the Independent National Electoral Commission. We are calling for help because this is the time when nations ought to support Nigeria, to support its democratic process. You cannot bring up a leader in a country where you had over 93 million registered voters, and out of those 93 million registered voters, lot of those, more than 60% or 70% of those registered voters were disenfranchised. So you cannot say that the election is free, fair, and credible. Maybe I'll come back and I'll hand over to my colleagues. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Chris Iyama. We will now hear from Mr. Mike Nwambufo. Sorry, Ambassador Paul.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. In accordance to the provision of the Electoral Acts, Section 60 and Section 64, subsection 4, these quoted portions of the Acts states in parts that there will be transmission of results in real time directly from the polling units. And not too long ago, we just saw a video from the INEC chairman who stated vertically that he is going to ensure that every result is transmitted live from the polling units and for everyone to see it. We will recall that INEC and the chairman of INEC did not go in line with what he said in that video. The INEC chairman had just told us that this is what is going to happen, but we realize that it was a different display. INEC has failed to follow the electoral guidelines as stated in the Electoral Acts. We also know that in Section 44, Section 47, subsection 3, it states that wherever the beavers fail and cannot be replaced, the elections in that polling units should be cancelled and a rerun scheduled. But we saw that the areas where beavers have failed and were not replaced, INEC still had results coming from those polling units, results that were not uploaded in real time directly to the INEC server. My question is this: where did they get the results from? Where did the officials get the results from? These are the questions only the INEC chairman can answer. The acts by INEC, who's supposed to be an independent body, has put a lot of Nigerians in wonder. Was there really an election where each electorate gets his or her counting votes? Or was it an allocation votes? It looks to me to be that the votes were allocated by INEC. What's the guarantee that the next week coming election, the gubernatorial and state House of Assembly elections, will be fair? Should over 90 million Nigerians put their trusts in this same body? What's the guarantee that the forthcoming election will be free and fair? These are questions that only the INEC officials can answer. And it's high time we Nigerians begin to ask these questions. We must also remember that the election, that the democracy we enjoy today came to us at a price. It is of all importance that we do not compromise the costs of maintaining and sustaining this democracy that we have. The country has suffered a lot from several political sections. This is the most attended election in the past decade in Nigeria, where almost every citizen wants to be a part of it. We call on every good citizen of Nigeria to lend a voice to this madness, lend a voice to this inappropriate conduct of the electoral body. And we call on the INEC chairman to please redress these views before the next election. Because if we cannot get it right from the presidential election, we are not sure that the gubernatorial and the state House of Assembly elections will be right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Paul. Questions, questions, questions. And these questions are begging for answers, and they are coming from our young people. They are coming from those who have observed the elections. And I think those who have the responsibility to provide answers to these questions are ticking the boxes, and they would be providing these answers and ensuring that the right things are done. We would like to also hear from Mike Obina.
Thank you very much. Good day, members of the press. Good day, Nigerians. And I thank you all for tuning in. I will tell you that my future has been stolen. I'm just going to be very straight. I'm not a man of too much English. This is an election that made Nigerians believe that we don't have a future, especially the young ones. I'm 30-something, and if this election is allowed to go this way, in the next 8 years, I will be close to 40. And I will tell you that I, personally, and my group, I am the president of Youth in Politics. We cannot accept this result. I was there when a young lady was stabbed. I mean, stabbed on the face just because she came to vote for her candidate. I was there also, I saw it live, when thugs and policemen in uniform, I am not saying citizens, policemen in uniform, snatched ballot boxes. Snatched. They left with ballot boxes. Is this the election we are going to allow in Nigeria? Today, I put it to you that this election cannot be accepted. I am not being too inquisitive about this. I am being very diplomatic, and at the same time, I am begging Nigerians, if you accept this election, it's going to be another 8 years. We are not supporting any political party. No, all we need is, we need credible election. We need INEC to sit up. If possible, INEC chairman should step down, because my children's life depends on this. If we don't get it right, we have failed as Nigeria. We have failed the world. Go and check your friends, check your sisters and brothers. They are all leaving this country and they are tired. I, Michael Nwabufo, will not accept the 2023 election conducted by INEC. That was vote allocation, not election. I will put it to you that I will stand and defend myself anywhere. I was trained well. I know where I came from. 2006, I was a street boy. Nowhere, I was lost. And then I found myself, I struggled with the help of the organization that helped me. Today, I am who I am, and I'm still suffering the same bad leadership I experienced when I was young. And you are telling me to accept this election. I alone, I represent over 6 million Nigerians. I am telling you, we are many. INEC, please, we beg you, do the necessary things and make sure that this election, we have another election and we come out in numbers and vote. We want a rerun of this election. I'm not joking. Look at me very well. I'm not joking. And if you are impressed person, make sure you air this. And if you don't air it, that means you are sponsored. We want a rerun. We shouldn't be going to another election. What are we going to vote in governorship? Who are we voting for? If we cannot ascertain the election, the presidential election, if we cannot trust the credibility of the 2023 presidential election, how can we trust the governorship election? We can't trust INEC again. I'm so sorry I'm being so emotional about this. But this is what I am charging the whole Nigerians, the youth, mother, father, children. Don't accept this, because it's going to be another 8 years of evil. And we are calling on international press and other organizations, come to our rescue. If you try and put a blind eye on it, God will judge you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think at this time, thank you. Again, questions from our young people, passionate citizens begging for answers. And at this point, I think the members of the press would like to ask questions as well. So we must give them the opportunity to ask their own questions. So if you have a question for the panelists, would like to pass the mic to you. Step out and then ask your question. I'm sure. Just indicate, and then you can let us know your media, and then go ahead and ask your questions. Please keep it short and straight to the point. Please step out so
thank you for this opportunity. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press. My name is Ibokwe McDonald. I'm Director of Administration and Youth in Politics. I have a few questions for, okay. Okay, let me choose the most important. Okay, now we've seen what has happened. Variously have been described as a charade. Some call it allocation, some call it coronation, but we're given option to go for, go to the court to seek redress. I'm asking the panelists, what opportunities are available for us to get this, how do I put it, this display of drama upturned in the law court, knowing the antecedents of a Nigerian judiciary? Thank you very much.
So clearly he's asking.
Sorry, please can you repeat that clearly? You say what allocations are available? I didn't hear you properly, please. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, my question is, what opportunities are available? What are the possibilities of getting this election upturned through the law courts? That's the question.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are not the justices of we are not the justices of all the courts in this country, and we're expecting that the candidates of the elections put up a very strong case before the judges, and especially when the cases come up before the election tribunal. And so for these reasons, we may not necessarily give unnecessary answer to that. It is left for the candidates who felt aggrieved to approach the courts, and if need be, if the court feels they have a strong case against the 2023 general elections, so be it. Let justice be done. That's it.
We would also, as observers, provide evidence to the aggrieved parties who would want to take the case up to courts, because as observers we have tons of evidence like the ones we just played on the screen. And before we leave here, we also have videos of violence and voters intimidation, which we are going to be playing on the screen as well. So the parties that are aggrieved that would like to go to court should do it fast, and if they reach out to us, we will provide real-time evidence, because with what we know as at now, if you check the INEC portal, if you followed and you check the INEC portal on the day of election, you will realize that the votes the results were not uploaded, but right now, check the same ward and the same polling units, you will see results uploaded there. You see? So INEC is covering their tracks. And I want to challenge the chairman of INEC. I have proof that votes results were not uploaded in real time. We have the videos. So we are checking today on the same polling units and results are uploaded. So you are covering your tracks, Mr. Chairman. And we are not going to take that. So if any aggrieved party wants proof of what we are saying, we can be contacted. But we are not the ones to take INEC to court. We are observers. Thank you so much. Any other question? There's a question here, please.
Thank you very much. Standing on the existing protocols. My name is Mayor John Echefu. The atmosphere in Nigeria currently has been heated up by this fraud committed against Nigerians by the INEC chairman. As observers, the INEC chairman told us that the PVAS machine will work. And that is the reason the whole Nigerians, even some who have never voted in their life before, they came out en masse to vote. But getting to the polling unit, we'll find out that that is a fraud. Please, as observers, have you written your report to international communities concerning that fraud meted against innocent Nigerians and citizens of this country? Thank you very much.
We have our reports being put in place, and our report will be ready just immediately after the governorship election. Because like I said earlier, we deployed over 2,700 observers across the polling units of this country. We also deployed 774 local government coordinators who observed the process from the local government level. And we had over 30 data analysts at our Citizens Observers Hub and Data Center in Jos, Nigeria, where even some of the international communities visited to see our data center, and as well as the domestic observers, political parties, and of course the electoral body themselves. So at the end of the day, we are putting forward our reports, and I can tell you for free that our reports will be made public immediately after the governorship election. We're in the process of compiling those reports, and it will be made available when the time comes. Thank you.
Let me also add to that. The entire coalition has vast of information to share to any political party that is aggrieved. We are open to discussions. We are not affiliated to a particular political party. So we want justice for the voters. We want every electorate to be counted for. We want democracy to be upheld in this country. So yes, like my colleague has said, the reports will be made available, and evidence. I am very, very concerned about the evidence, because INEC chairman is covering his tracks right now. Right now. If you click on the INEC portal today, the same local government and ward you checked on the 25th, there is no results. Today, there's results. Where did it come from? So we want everybody to work together to restore the democracy we have in this country. Thank you. Do we have any other question? Okay.
Please,
is that all we can take?
There's somebody that spoke about the law going to court. Please, Where are you, please? Mr. Mark, is that you? You were Mark? He said something about going to court. Please, we want to use this opportunity to plead with the Chief Justice of the Federation. If we head to court, please be fair. Because recently I realized that the Chief Justice of the Federation interfered in politics. I have never seen it happen anywhere. The Chief Justice of the Federation said, and I quote, that he is happy that his governor is among whatever party he is not supposed to be so.
You've been watching the press conference by Citizens Observers Hub on the 2023 Nigeria General Elections holding in Ikeja, Lagos. And that's all from all of us here. Rotusodiri Vimbai, Muntihiri Ekpenyong, and Cynthia Are will be here next to take you through the next session of Nigeria Decides.
The game changer was the INEC, was the use and introduction of the beavers. The beavers in this election was supposed to be the game changer. And one of the procedures, the guidelines that INEC gave us, that was the most important among all the several guidelines, was the uploading of the reports, the polling unit results in real time to the IREV website. And that was not done. So what we observed was allocation of results at the collation center. And the question now is, why was the rush? INEC violated its own guidelines they gave to Nigeria. So why the rush? When you have violated your own guidelines, you told us results will be uploaded to the website in real time. That was not done. Why the rush? This is what happened. INEC tells us we are breaking the law, we want to keep breaking the law, and we will go ahead and announce the winner after we have broken the law, and whatever party who is not satisfied should go to the court. We understand the tricks. Take the poison, keep taking the poison, and then thereafter go to the hospital. And we know the road, what the trick is. They are telling us to go to the court. We don't have faith in the court. It is still in this same country, somebody came forth in the governorship election. We took the case to the court, and the mandate was given, it was stolen. It is still in this same country, a man who didn't run from primary election was given the mandate. So we don't have confidence in the court, and that is the tricks. That is where they played us. They tricked us, allocated the result, and now they are pushing us to the court. It is not fair. So I want the international community to be aware that the 25th February election, the presidential election in Nigeria, was far from being fair, credible, and transparent. And we are saying this cannot stand. It is unacceptable. This is a slap to the Nigerian citizen. This is a slap to the Nigerian youth.
Thank you very much.
This was not...
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, distinguished members of the media. I think the issues are clear. Okay, one more question. Please let it be a question, because we
also like to have the last video, the violence video.
You have a video, yes. Okay. Please keep it short. Let it be a question indeed, not a lecture.
Just a question.
Please, can you come forward to this? Come forward, please.
You don't have to stay on
okay, you don't want to be on the screen. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, as an observer, I just noticed in your speech and in other contributions, you said you're not supporting any political party, that you want justice for Nigeria. Then my question is, what options are you open to? If you say the election was maybe an addition of numbers, are you willing to go to court? Or are you willing to support those that will go to court? Then the last man who made a contribution here said he does not, that you do not believe in the courts. Now, as Democrats, if you say it was rigged in quotes, and as Democrat, the other option open to you is to go to seek justice in court, and on one breath again, you're telling the international community and the media that you don't believe in the courts, don't you see it as very contradictory? So exactly my question is, what do you want after this election?
Thank you for that. Let me quickly say this, that we still have faith and hope and we believe in the judiciary. And for that reason, because of the kind of data we're going to be publishing after the governorship election, it is open to Nigerian citizens. They can go to the website, they can download it. Whosoever wants to use it to approach the court is good and fine. But let me say this again. We believe we believe in the judicial process of this country, and we want the law to take its full course. We do not, what we're only saying is that we don't want the interference, unnecessary interference of anybody that would create suspicion in the process. We are quite aware that if we're witnessing the kind of unrest happening in this country, it's as a result of the kind of judicial pronouncement of recent. So we're using this opportunity to call on the judiciary to stand firm, especially when the cases of this election will be brought before them. That's just what we're saying. We believe in the court process, and we want aggrieved citizens of this country not to take laws into their hand, but to approach the court. And when it comes to that process, our data are available online and it can be accessed. Thank you.
On this note, we will take the final video. I'm told there's another video. So please, let's have that video play out. And we do hope in the coming hours and days, answers can be provided to the questions that our young people are asking all across the country, whom this group, the Citizens Observers Hub, represent, a coalition of civil society organizations. Distinguished members of the media, thank you very much for your participation in this World Media Conference. God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you. In case you still want to take private questions with them, they are available and you can take them up on more issues. I think the conversation continues.
We've just been listening to a World Press Conference delivered by the Citizens Observers Hub live from Ikeja, Lagos, where the coalition of civil society organizations have expressed their displeasure at the management of the just concluded presidential elections across the nation. They also shared various videos as they were shared to them by citizens from around the country. They called for calm and restraint from all citizens of Nigeria and requested that that people await and see what will happen as the process goes into court proceedings as expected. The Citizens Observers Hub also said that they have a lot of data concerning the elections that they will share after the governorship elections. Now, we're going to go on a very quick break. However, Nigeria decides after this. Stay tuned.
The 2023 general election is the second general election since the passage of the Not Too Young to Run Act.
About 28.6%, which is over 4,000 young candidates between 25 to 35 years of age, are contesting for various elective offices across Nigeria. These young men and women with competence, capacity, and character need your support to win.
The 2023 election is an election of rebuilding this great nation and restoring hope through our vote.
Imagine a government with 30% young elected leaders with competence, capacity, and character.
It begins with one vote, your vote. These young candidates are deciding Nigeria's future today.
Our future
depends on your vote.
What does it take to run a mega city? Before a pilot earns his wings, he spends hundreds of hours in training. A neurosurgeon needs 16 years before earning his title. So why would you leave running a city of 20 million people to inexperienced hands? Lagos is Africa's 4th largest economy, the continent's 2nd largest megacity. Would you hand over this great state to just anyone? Someone without the necessary experience to move Lagos forward? It takes decades of experience to run this Lagos. 20 years of building, 20 years of delivering, 20 years of service. Sanwo for Eko, Eko for Sanwo.
Introducing an all-time mega offer. Get over 50% discount in the Airtel Home Broadband mega offer. Buy a router for just 10,000 naira and get up to 240 gigabyte or a MiFi for 5,000 naira and get up to 125 gigabyte bonus data. More data, more you. Reliable home broadband buy.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
I've been running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do, I'll vote it for my loans, overdraft, step by step to my dream business with Volt. Volt is the answer. Salary earners, entrepreneurs, get your loans with no collateral. Volt is the answer. Quick sign up, zero paperwork, step by step to your dream business with Volt. By Polaris Bank.
Vault is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today.
As a player, there's nothing better than the roar of your crowd. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that may not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left, they could be extinct in the next few years, from loss of habitat and prey, and snares set for illegal bushmeat. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria, because poaching steals from us all.
Hello and welcome to the second segment of the Arise News continuous coverage of the presidential and National Assembly elections. I'm Rotis Odiri.
I'm Vambai Mutiniri Ekweyom, and a very warm welcome to the show.
And I'm Cynthia Are. For the next 3 hours, we'll be bringing you all you need to know about Nigeria's presidential and National Assembly elections. Stay with us.
Our top story this hour, President Muhammadu Buhari on Wednesday in his hometown Daura, Katsina State, received President-elect Bola Tinubu and his vice Kashim Shettima. Their visit to Daura came after they received their certificates of return from the Independent National Electoral Commission following their victory at the poll. Now, the president commended the party supporters and the Presidential Campaign Council for the historic win, which he said would never have been possible without discipline, commitment, and hard work. A statement issued by presidential spokesperson Garba Shehu said Buhari, who was overcome with a lot of emotions seeing the phenomenal election result, kept repeating, "My good Lord," and I quote, "My good Lord, fantastic," end quote. Tinubu, on his part, says the world is reacting positively to the outcome of the elections, including the European markets.
As a very loyal party man, come to present the certificate of election to him as the party leader, and commend his effort in this supporting democracy in Africa. This is the largest democracy in Africa, and we couldn't have done any better. We're lucky. There's no incident. There's no accident. And no matter how provocative a defeat is, we still have to tolerate it if we are Democrats and we have a nation to build. The calmness and commitment, and the fact that after voting, it taught us again dedication to our party. This place is ballot paper. We want to see loyalty to the party and being ready to build a future for all of us. And no matter how tempting the problem of democracy is following the process, building a successor and ready to hand over, peacefully in Africa. It's a big deal now. It's a very big deal. Very many. In fact, as far as Europe, the stock market reacted positively well. There was a good message of best wishes from Macron, the president of France.
All right. Just to clarify, the European markets actually fell yesterday. The European markets were negative yesterday for March the 1st. We'll get those numbers up later on. But the police in Lagos is engaging strategic parties in the state to review last Saturday's presidential and National Assembly elections as a way to prepare for the governorship and state assembly polls coming up on Saturday, March the 11th. The engagement is predicated on the security issues that have developed since the conclusion of the exercise and how a better and safer atmosphere can be achieved through citizen engagement going forward. Arise News correspondent Tokumbo Oyetunji has details.
The presidential and National Assembly elections have been concluded, but the issues and analysis of the exercise remain, especially since there is still another leg of the general elections taking place in less than 2 weeks. This event in Lagos is put together to review the security and safety aspects of last Saturday's election in the state with the largest prospective voters. The police is the lead security agency in Nigeria's electoral process. A review of their performance last Saturday comes with mixed opinions, with some applauding, while others think the officers and men still have much to prove to earn the public trust in policing the process.
Who is the boss of the Commissioner of Police? Who does he report to? And how does that affect the exercise of his duties? That is one. Secondly, how is it possible that a police officer in the exercise of his duty at a polling unit is unarmed? Also, are we getting assurances that electoral officers that are refusing to comply with what the law states as per transmission of results, are we getting any assurances that they will be arrested for interfering with the process of the law?
Questions and clarifications, the reason for the engagement, which puts critical parties across the table. It is more desirable because since the conclusion of the exercise last Saturday, the Lagos police have responded to not less than 70 security-related call-outs. Although there were few instances where the calls were genuine, but nearly 80% of the calls was informed by mere apprehension and misinformation, and that's a cause for worry.
The few instances that turned out to be real were likely attempts by misguided local urchins to threaten citizens at specific locations. Such were localized, uncoordinated, and unpremeditated, and were all promptly mitigated by the police, while several arrests were made. In addition, we have also upscaled our deployments across all identified flashpoints and vulnerable localities, while also sustaining patrols and visibility policing across the public space in order to reassure Lagosians of their safety and deter possible mischief makers from manifesting any plan that might be inimical to peace and security across the state.
You shall have a very long and peaceful reign in Lagos.
Many in the hall praised the police for rising up to the calls and other prompt responses during the elections on Saturday, but then they raised more questions.
Lagos is what lawyers will call the primus inter pares, the first among equals. And I'm going to suggest, Honorable Commissioner, all those who were arrested by your men and women last Saturday have to be charged before the court, if possible before the end of the week, so that other criminals will know that if you try to disrupt the election coming up on their level, you are going to be charged before the court and you are likely to be put away so that you can exercise our democratic rights. I want to say finally, there's a lot of tension in Lagos State. There's a lot of tension. And we are going to appeal to our people, all the various ethnic groups in Lagos. We are going to appeal to you, to appeal to our people, to cooperate with the police, so that people can live together in peace. Nobody should be harassed or intimidated for voting for candidates of their choice. It's a democratic right. If you win today or lose today, you can win tomorrow or lose tomorrow. So please, let nobody harass anybody for exercising their democratic right. And apart from the police, if anybody harasses you for voting for a candidate of your choice, let me know. I will file an action on your behalf. We want assurances. We want show of force before the gubernatorial election. We want to know that Lagos police is not under the wings and caprices of political leaders, but that they are for the people.
I want to plead that we must stay the course. We must never give up. The ability to prevail is in us. We must find it, and prevailing is ensuring that the center of excellence remains as it is, where justice, peace will reign at all times. Anyone that has any grievances with this kickstarting of the town hall that the CP has done, and with our media men gathered here today, and all the faces I see here, I know there's hope. And the center of excellence by March 11 will come and will talk first in terms of security, in terms of life preservation, not wasting of life, and in terms of peace and tranquility.
I saw police officers do work, and we're saying, can we repeat that same work all across Lagos on the 11th of March?
Now that the aftermath of February 25 on the cosmopolitan city is being managed, one key point identified to improve on the situation is collaboration. And as attention gradually shifts to March 11 for the more locally rooted election, not a few Nigerians residing in Lagos, as echoed here, want a reassurance that the balloting will not come with a single drop of blood of any Nigerian, no matter who emerges victorious at the end. Tokunbo Oyetunji, Arise News, Lagos.
Now, Arise News analyst Mr. Dayo Shobowale joins us in studio. Good afternoon. Good to have you, Mr. Shobowale.
Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much.
You watched that, at least a snippet of the town hall, and just wondering how much confidence you think that that inspires in Lagosians, because I think after you left yesterday, the Labour Party governorship candidates addressed, had a press conference, and he said that they will not be fooled a second time and will be making private arrangements for their own security to inspire confidence. So when you pair that along with this, do you think that there will be, there's confidence in the police when we hear statements like that?
Well, the police is taking steps to let people know that the coast is clear, that it is in charge. But it is not doing it alone. It has brought in community leaders, which is a very positive way of going about it. And I think it should yield positive result. But you mentioned something about the governorship candidate of the Labour Party giving a press conference. I watched it.
Okay.
Get me? And the way he was talking, I think he has exaggerated the insecurity. Because if you look at what the police is doing, it's different from what he was trying to do. He was trying to whip up sentiment as if there is an impending war, or that having won Lagos State, they have conquered the entire political landscape. But it's an ongoing election. The same set of people who turned out the last time might not turn out this time around. But the election is clear. People should not be intimidated. They won, as if forgetting that they won, in spite of all the things, the parameters he was trying to narrate. They won. Labour won. It's an unprecedented victory for any party to defeat the party of Tinubu in Lagos State. It's almost a taboo. But it happened. And it happened on his watch. And yet he's still lamenting and threatening people. Is he threatening his people not to come and vote next time around?
No, when he said that, I think he was trying to inspire confidence that if security would have been a deterrent for them, then he was trying to let them know that they will be secure. That's how it came across.
He cannot rise above the institution of the state for security. The police is in charge. Who are the people you will enlist to provide security outside police? They will be thugs. They cannot be normal security apparatus of the state. That will not be legitimate. So the legitimate way to go about it is to do it constitutionally. Let the instrument of security for the election perform its duty. that instrument of authority has expanded to include community leaders. That's communal protection and leadership. That will deter those who want to foment trouble or derail the election of March 11.
Now, after the release of the results from the presidential election, I believe all parties have scrambled back to the drawing board to see where they can reassess and re-strategize to assure themselves a victory on March 11th. I'd love to know from your perspective, what are the key lessons that you think each party needs to learn as we count down to the next election?
That's a loaded question, but I will attempt to answer it. Okay, let's start with APC. APC is hurting badly because of the performance of the presidential candidate of the APC in Lagos State. Tinubu is literally the godfather of Lagos politics, and he has distributed a lot of flags. So his people are hurt, humiliated. But that is the result. That is the reality. And I can assure you, they will do all it takes to mobilize themselves, And I dare say they will not want insecurity because they want to show that they still control Lagos. Now, Labour Party should get its house in order. They won the election. You cannot be kicking against the result of the election or the insecurity. Did they win because of insecurity? So it should go to the police, cooperate with the police, cooperate with the communal leaders, so that they can sustain what they want. I have no doubt in my mind, if people come out like they did for them, the APC will be trembling in his shoes. As for the PDP, I think, like I said yesterday, Labour has stolen the thunder of the PDP in Lagos State. That's the long and short of it. That's the long and short of it. The APC and PDP had always been the two main contenders. But like an intruder, and a very, very strong intruder, Labour has stolen their meal. So, no, I don't see PDP making any inroad. So in Lagos, there should be a straight fight between Labour and APC.
You mentioned that you feel turnout might be lower for the gubernatorial elections compared to what we saw at the presidential.
No.
Okay, do you think turnout?
Opposite.
Okay, you think turnout will be higher?
Yeah, because of the fact that APC lost Lagos during the presidential election. You see, if you read the mood of those in APC, it's like they committed suicide on that day. So they are going to mobilize like no man's business. And I said it yesterday, the turnout will be massive.
Now, okay, well, where I was going with that, since we're starting with the town hall that was held by the security forces, held by the police, is there going to be, I guess, you think, based on it, kind of follows up on Cynthia's question, that turnout, I mean, I know turnout is for mobilization, but from a security standpoint is what I mean. Will people feel safer to go out on March 11th after, what happened during the presidential election?
They would. If you are somebody who voted for Obi, and you secured Lagos for Obi, what stops you from coming out to seek Lagos State governorship? The price is too enticing for them to let it. This may be the last time they may have that opportunity.
Okay.
They are not stupid people. They will come out.
Yeah.
That's why I said you can't see. I don't see. What was the terminology you were using before? Voter party.
Yeah.
Voter party will take a flight out of the room for this election because so many things are at stake for both Labour and APC.
What about INEC? Because I can't remember the section, but I know that if there are skirmishes or anything undermines the election, it should be redone, like some of the security. What about the confidence in INEC, sir, which has been the theme of the discussion since the elections concluded?
To me, INEC now has to redeem itself. It must choose performance, flawless, efficient, effective performance to save face and to be seen as still there. Because literally, people have seen INEC as a malfunctioning electoral institution. So that's to redeem its image, its reputation, and raise its level of performance. Or else, they may have to stop using this same INEC for elections in this country.
That's well said, Mr. Shibowale. Now, to lead to my question, I'm wondering how much is left of INEC's reputation to actually redeem. Because we have a group of, a coalition of civil society organizations. They're demanding an audit of the elections that just took place, and they're basically saying that they have no confidence that INEC can manage the gubernatorial and state assembly elections.
The civic...
it's a coalition of civil society organizations.
Who are the societies? These are amorphous bodies who say they are fighting for democracy, but they are not voters. Let the voters decide. That is democracy. They are interlopers. They have no locus. Get me? We are not playing the football match that we are asking spectators to come and watch. Right. This is about power. Transition of power. And the youth of this country are on fire now to use an opportunity to show the elders that they can't take them for granted. And that the election in Lagos is the best illustration of that, of their determination.
All right, Mr. Shibowale, we'll be right back to you. But for now, we're going to cross over to our RISE correspondent in Kano, Ayo Adenaye, who is on standby at the police headquarters to give us a situation report from Kano State. Ayo, good day and welcome to Nigeria Decides. Can you let us know what is happening at the police station in Kano?
All right, good morning, and it's a pleasant day for us here in the ancient city of Kano. And live here, I am at the police headquarters, which is situated in Bompai. And more as a lot of things have really been happening after the election that resulted to some violence in some local government in the state. Like we reported yesterday that the majority leader of the House, Alhassan Adodogwa, was arrested, and also he was arraigned before a magistrate court yesterday, where he was also remanded and is expected to file for his bail, by March 7. Also, we woke up to the news that another member has also been arrested, representing a member-elect for Dala Federal Constituency. But at this moment, I am joined by the State Police Public Relations Officer, Haruna Abdullahi Kiyawa, who will give us an update as regarding the latest invite that they gave to the federal lawmaker-elect for Dala Federal Constituency. And he will also give us the update as regarding the majority leader, Alhassan Adodogwa. So I'm joined by the Police Public Relations. First, we'll start with Alhassan Adodogwa, who have a lot of allegations and so on regarding what transpired in Tudunwada Dogwa Federal Constituency, and of course the subsequent arrest of the majority leader. First, we'd like to find out what is the situation like.
My name is SP Abdullah Haruna Kiyawa, the Public Relations Officer of Kano State Police Command. Of course, if you can recall, on 26 February 2023, we issued a press release for an incident that happened in Tudunwada local government area here in Kano State. While collation of results was ongoing, the local government collation center, that is the INEC office in Tudunwada local government area, some talks now went to NNPP campaign office and burned down the whole building. As a result, 2 people died on that day, during that incident that happened that day at about 4 p.m. in the evening. Team of policemen immediately went to the scene. At the scene, 4 suspects were arrested, and also investigation immediately commenced. After that incident, also on that the same day, we saw some viral video in the social media with some people being with suspected gunshots, alleging that they were attacked by the majority leader, that is Honorable Alhassan Adodogwa, a member representing Tudunwada and Dogwa Federal Constituency. With these complaints also received and the viral video, this prompted the Kano State Police Command under the leadership of the Commissioner of Police in charge of the 2023 general election in Kano State, CP Muhammad Yakubu, to order for a thorough investigation. Of course, at the onset of the investigation, the majority leader and a formal invitation was extended to him. And having refused to honor the invitation honorably, the command was left with no any other option than to initiate a motion for his arrest. He was subsequently arrested on 28 February this year at Malam Aminu Kano International Airport. Yesterday, he was arraigned together with the other suspects arrested before Magistrate Court 58 No Man's Land here in Kano State for these offenses. That is criminal conspiracy, culpable homicide, inciting disturbance, and mischief by fire.
All right, so like I said, we also woke up to the news that another lawmaker-elect was also arrested. Can you confirm this to us?
Yes, that one, we invited him also. We have a lot of reports, and it was discovered that during some political campaign.
Can you tell us his name?
Yeah, he's the member-elect of Dala Federal Constituency in person of Aliu Sani Madaki. That is the member-elect of Dala Federal Constituency. He was invited by the command, and currently he's at the command here, at the Criminal Investigations Department of the command, undergoing investigation.
All right, so for Dogwa, about 2 persons were set. I have other people arrested along with the majority leader. For this, for Dala Federal Constituency, is it only Madaki that you invited, or you have other people too that were also invited for the crime?
That one, it's only Madaki. He was at the command. Currently, is undergoing investigation at the command for suspected unlawful possession of the firearm that he was seen brandishing during political campaign.
All right, I don't know if we have a question for him from the studio.
Yeah, how confident is the police with respect to quelling the security issues in the area going forward as far as safety, general safety is concerned?
All right, so what effort are you doing to ensure that you forestall such occurrences, especially as we prepare for the governorship election?
Of course, the command will not leave any stone unturned. We'll continue to ensure that the coming 2023 gubernatorial election is peaceful in Kano State. We will continue to engage with our stakeholders and ensure that the election is peaceful. In Kano State, we have a good working relationship between the police and sister security agencies. The command, as well as other security agencies, together with INEC, we have been holding the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security meetings. And of course, we are working cordially to ensure that the coming election is more successful than this. We recorded a lot of success in this election as everything went on without any hitch.
All right, that is it from the police public relations officer here in Kano State. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Cynthia, thank you so much. Just wanted to ask if there was any case of misinformation. We understand that posed a distraction to the Lagos police here. I'm just wondering if that was also a shared experience in Kano by the security operatives, based on fake alerts and fake security alerts.
All right, so was there any fake security alert that you received in the course of your duty?
The good people of the state have been cooperating. And of course, during the election period, we have our joint operation room. And the good people of the state have been giving us updates on the happenings within their polling units and their wards. And of course, we have recorded successes as far as the election is concerned. It was conducted peacefully in Kano State.
So there was no any fake news circulating for you or fake alert?
No, there is no any fake news or security fake alert being received by the command.
All right, that is what the police public relations officer here in Kano State has to say as regarding the 2 suspects that they have with them presently.
All right, Ayo Adenaye reporting live from Kano. Thank you so much for that situation report. And we do applaud the police for their swift response to those incidents. And always good news to know that there are people who are being held in custody and interrogated. Now, back to the conversation here in studio with Dayo Shobowale. As we're coming from Kano, I'd love to expand our conversation to the rest of the country as well. The G5 states, or rather, shall we call them the G5 governors, because those states right now are currently in great contention. We saw the impact that the G5 governors' departure or refusal to back their own candidate had on the presidential election. On the spotlight right now is Seyi Makinde, Oyo State. What's your prognosis on the situation? How are those dynamics looking for him at the moment? Because some analysts are saying that one of the biggest undoings of the PDP in this election was the inability to rein in the G5 governors. That's what some analysts are saying. What are your thoughts?
Well, up until this morning, I was thinking that there was a barter agreement of sorts between the APC and Seyi Makinde, that you help us with this, we will help you later. But there was a statement in the papers today that there was no such agreement and that they are going to go ahead and voting the APC governorship candidate. So that puts spade, to our speculation. But how authentic that is another issue. It's only the results that can bear that out. If there is that sort of horse trading, which is not impossible. It happens in any political system. Play me foul, I play you tricky. Play ball with me, I play ball with you.
But in essence, without a party in power, or even a party with the potential of being in power, have they not been left with no influence at all?
PDP?
The G5 governors.
The G5 governors. Well, I think what they were interested in is the presidential election. And to a large extent, they helped Labour. To a large extent, they helped. You cannot dispute that. Get me? So now it is back. Their dispute was with their presidential candidate, and they have, had their pound of flesh, sort of. So they return to normal business and now find a way of, backing the fortunes of their real PDP in the coming elections.
I want to go back to security and our correspondent in Kano. Mr. Showale, do you think the police, the sentiments that the police seem to be more reactive than proactive to these skirmishes that keep popping up? What do you think? How would you rate the level of the efficiency of the police in being able to preempt, not react after he talked about the NNPP building being burned down, to raise to the ground, the attacks on voters and so on and so forth. It always seems to be reactive. Can they get to a level where they preempt these attacks and stop them before they happen?
The town hall meeting in Lagos was a preemptive attempt against March 11th. Okay. That's in order. Yeah. The explanation by the PPRO in Kano, I'm impressed by it. He laid it out. They followed the law. They invited this so-called fomenter of trouble. They invited them first. It was when this big man did not come that they went and arrested him. The one who was invited and who came was interrogated. That is how the police should behave. But you see, in Nigeria, you give the police the bad name in order to hang it. The police has never been able to whitewash itself from the reputation it had during the SARS issue. Though that is what, in fact, you can say that was the genesis of the youth uprising, crystallizing into the emergence of Labour as a political force as it is today. You get me? So let's give the police a second chance. Let's give the police a second chance. They too, like INEC, have a reputation to redeem. Right. But you see, they cannot always anticipate correctly areas of unrest, or because these things start unexpectedly, spontaneously, and all that. They can only react to that, but their presence should be a deterrence. And they must maintain that presence near the polling booths especially.
Well, thank you, Mr. Shibowale. It's staying on security. As I mentioned when we were speaking with our correspondent in Kano, one thing that the Lagos State Police Commissioner mentioned as an issue was fake security alerts. He said that, and he was urging the youth not to allow themselves to be used as instruments of violence. He also said that 80% of the calls that they received that day were based on fake alerts. So how do we do better? We're asking the police to do better, but how do the youth specifically, since this message was to them, allow themselves not to be used as instruments of violence and allow the police to serve them as we expect? If 80%, that's a significant number of fake alerts. That means that they were diverting the security to where they didn't need to be at the expense of where unrest was really unfolding.
But that is the negative side of information technology and the phones we all carry about. Some people can genuinely phone the police, but there are some people who have those stake, maybe a young boy or girl. It's just like hacking. Some of the best hackers that tackle electricity systems, that tackle banks and so on, are small boys, who are geniuses, you get me, at manipulating figures or Instagram and all that. So you have to pity the police in that regard. They can sell them on a wild goose chase, while the real culprit. It could be conspiratorial, and then it could be mischievous. It could be idle nonsense. Somebody just trying to see how far they can disrupt the system, or how they can make the police sweat for nothing. So, but the police I think they had tried that. Once they have discovered it's 80%, it means they have a way of cross-checking. They should keep at it. You get me? Whatever technology it is that they use to discern and identify false calls, they should step it up. And we should commend them for that.
Yes.
All right, now let's take a look at some of the sentiments, the messaging, the body language that has been shared by our president-elect. But we're going to do that after we just take this very quick message here, where shortly we will be hearing from the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, who's about to address the media in Abuja. So let's set the stage for the media briefing as Arise political correspondent Omar Bazoye joins us from the venue. Omar, what more do we know about this briefing by Peter Obi? Of course, we heard from his vice presidential candidate yesterday. What do we expect to hear from Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, today?
Okay, Rotus, we are expecting to see the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi. It's going to be his first public appearance since after the elections on Saturday. We haven't heard from him, and all eyes have been on him to find out exactly what will be his own position regarding the election. We have seen a number of press conferences coming out from his party, the Labour Party, even sometimes in the middle of the collation of the election results, calling for the cancellation of the exercise. We have also seen other press conferences, press statements, rejecting the outcome of that particular elections. Only just yesterday, like you said, we saw the vice presidential candidate, Baba Ahmed Dati, also condemning the election results and calling that result should be voided, and even threatening that the party would head for the court. But we haven't seen the presidential candidate of Labour Party. We expect that he should be able to join this particular conference any moment. Insider information says he probably will join, or the press conference will start in about maybe 20 or 30 more minutes. But I don't think that he probably will take a different shift from what the position that has been the position of his party. He's likely going to come here to tell, the Nigerian people his disappointment about the outcome of the election results and maybe the next action he might likely take. Rotus.
All right. Yeah, Omar, that's actually, it's Vimbai. It's Vimbai, Rotus, and Cynthia. But thank you so much. So yes, so the insider information, how much are you relying on that insider information? Do you think it's credible as to him towing the line of what's already been said by his vice presidential candidate and other members of the Labour Party? Is that information credible?
Yes, one can actually run with that kind of information because right here inside the hall with me are a number of party agents, loyalists of the party, some state chairmen of the political parties. All of them are already here seated, and I've been having conversation with a few of them. Many of them have told me that they have very reliable evidence that information reaching them, that it will not even take too much of time for them to be able to settle this matter once it goes to the court. That one does not even have to look too far to find the evidence. That is almost virtually everywhere in each polling unit that you try to want to scrutinize or verify. They have talked about seeing results from another state appearing via the beavers in a different state entirely, and they think that in some other cases the results that was meant for the Labour Party were either subtracted or somehow manipulated, and so they just think that the manner with which the election, according to them, was rigged is very crude, and that it is just too obvious, and by the time they get to the court, they are sure that their mandate, because I asked them, even if you say the other person has rigged the election, does that imply that you have won? They said they are very, very sure that they won the election and that they're very certain that when they get to court, they will have their day.
Well, thank you so much, Rice correspondent Umar Bazwaye, for bringing us that update. We'll definitely link up with you by the time the conference begins. Thank you so much. Well, we still have with us in studio Arise news analyst, Mr. Dayo Shoboale. Thank you for sticking with us. Any predictions on what will play out in that conference?
The Peter Obi press conference? Well, it will be a repetition of what his vice presidential candidate has said. Was at the press conference, what the chairman of the party has said at the press conference with PDP. I don't see him making a U-turn on those. Maybe he wants to give his stamp of authority on it. But then, if he follows the beat of those who have spoken before, to me, I think he has more to lose. Because the process is still on. He has emerged from the blues, as it were. So why abandon the process? Why abandon the process? That's just a personal viewpoint. But then, since he has sent out too many forerunners of the message, they had better keep to the message. The tone cannot change. Okay, the message might probably be the same, but the tone is what I expect to change. It will either be more vigorous or beaten down. You get me, for the process. It's up to him. The ball is in his court.
It certainly is, and I believe we have, as Omar said, about 20 to 30 minutes for us to get the facts of that and to get up close with Peter Obi and find out what his message will be, his first message since the election. Arise analyst Dayo Shoboale, thank you so much for your time, your insights, and your analysis today. It's been a pleasure having you with us. Now, when we return, Nigeria Decides continues with Emmanuel Efeni as we take a look at the biggest, all the front pages of today's newspapers from all around the world. So make sure you stay with us.
As a player, there's nothing better than the roar of your crowd. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that may not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left, they could be extinct in the next few years from loss of habitat and prey and snares set for illegal bushmeat. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria, because poaching steals from us all.
The Dangote Group stands at the forefront of African enterprise. Since 1978, we've touched the lives of millions of people by meeting their basic needs. Our belief in the promise of Africa has taken us into 14 African countries, with substantial investments that will propel the continent towards greater prosperity, promising jobs, improved standards of living, and economic growth. Dangote, for an empowered Africa.
My name is Abdurrashid Bawa, the Executive Chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. I want to use this medium to urge all Nigerians to eschew all manner of electoral fraud, either through vote buying, vote selling, or fraudulent manipulations of electoral processes. I'm fully persuaded that we can run our electioneering processes devoid of any form of criminality. Let us all be committed to a free, fair, and credible dealings in the exercise of our democratic rights. Thank you.
Report any electoral fraud to the following numbers. You can also send any relevant information to info@efcc.gov.ng or to all our social media platforms at Official EFCC. Also, use the EFCC mobile app, the Eagle Eye, to report. Your vote is your power. Protect it.
Nigerians, the 2023 Nigeria General Elections is here. Ensure that you have your PVC and locate your polling unit as you set out to vote. At your polling unit, queue and present your PVC for accreditation by INEC. On receipt of the ballot paper, vote discreetly for the candidate of your choice. Remember, there are standards of behavior required of voters on election day, and violators may be arrested. No buying and selling of votes. No intimidation or coercion of voters. No canvassing for votes, shouting of party slogans, or display of party symbols at polling units. Nigerians, the time has come to exercise your franchise. Turn out in full and cast your vote for the candidate of your choice. This message is brought to you by Policy and Legal Advocacy Centre, PLAC, with support from the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch. For easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Introducing an all-time mega offer. Get over 50% discount in the Airtel Home Broadband mega offer. Buy a router for just 10,000 Naira and get up to 240 gigabyte or a MiFi for 5,000 Naira and get up to 125 gigabyte bonus data. More data, more you. Reliable home broadband buy.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Welcome back to Nigeria Decides 2023. This is our continuous coverage of the presidential and National Assembly elections. Now, joining us to review some of the headlines of today's newspapers is Arise news analyst Emmanuel Efeni. Good afternoon, Mr. Efeni. Welcome to the program.
Good afternoon, Road to Sodiri. Good afternoon. Yes, you bring your energy to bear in the coverage. Good afternoon, Cynthia.
Good afternoon.
Yes, always a mild one. Now, let's start the review with this day, Nigeria's newspaper of record, the lead story. Tinubu, my certificate of return is called to duty I can't ignore. Tells opponents, their supporters, I understand your heart. Says he needs them, but Nigeria needs them more at this time. Reiterates commitment to progress, development, renewed hope for Nigerians. Election results reflects which of electorate Akeredolu asserts. Yakasai urges Atiku Obi to accept outcome of presidential poll, who will challenge Lagos governor's victory in court. Baba Ahmed vows. Knox Lawan over comments on electronic transmission of results. Exercise lacks credibility, transparency. Situation Room declares. Yes, of course, Situation Room is a civil society organization that monitored the election, and they've been doing this for years. So that is their verdict. But, of course, there's another story just above the lead story. Buhari, my administration's achievements and Tinubu victory. Former Lagos governor pays thank you visit to President in Daura. President-elect receives congratulatory messages from world leaders, including French president. Now, two issues here. Of course, the certificate of return was received yesterday, and the president-elect made a speech, and of course, was calling for, it was conciliatory, if you will, calling on those who lost to join him. And of course, there are other reports of this event. But first, the President Muhammadu Buhari's statement, of course, saying that his achievement and Tinubu victory. Well, if I were him, I will bask in this victory. And that is exactly what the president is doing. His party, because many were predicting that after President Muhammadu Buhari, the APC may just implode and everybody will go their different ways. But with this victory, of course, President Buhari will not only hand over power to the next president, but he will also hand over a party that has been successful in the presidential election to others. And coincidentally, if the result stays this way, barring whatever happens at the court, the man who has been going around as the leader of APC, even when many believe that the president is the leader of the party, will not be the real leader of the party. And I'm not sure he will relinquish that title of leader of APC to anybody.
Mr. Fini, I hear what you're saying on that. But regarding, the statement that the president made when the president-elect and the vice president, elect visited him in his Daura residence, and when, he said, I'm trying to take the quote here, we're very lucky, there were no problems, no bloodshed, no accidents. We thank God Almighty for this. And that counters what the international and local observers are saying. At this point, is there any point of having the observers give their recommendations or feedback if it's not even acknowledged? Because to say there was no incident, it does sound like that's being dismissed.
Well, the president is out of point on that score, clearly, because the evidence we all saw, reported, you cannot miss the lady who was macheted in the face, went back, stitched her face, plastered her face, but came back to cast her vote. A salute to the resilience of the Nigerian voter, but the president couldn't have missed that. There were other incidences elsewhere, so it will not be correct for the president to say that there were no incidents. And I think, and it couldn't have been that he was not briefed, or he was not watching any of the, but somebody saw him, one of the photographs when he was waiting in his house. He was watching NTA. Maybe no incident was reported. I cannot say for sure. But clearly, I think the president's attention should be drawn that it is not correct to say that there were no incidents during the election. There were many. Youth corpers who were terrorized, to put it mildly, on account of their refusing to yield to the demands of those who wanted to rig the election. So I think that is clear. The report of the international observers all reference the fact that there were irregularities. There were also violence in various parts of the country on election day. But let's just look at how other newspapers are reporting this story, the Tinubu story. Tinubu, that's the Guardian newspaper. Tinubu extends olive branch, invites youths to rescue Nigeria. You know, he said, of course, the Nation newspaper is reporting the youth aspect. Of course, the Nation newspaper. I hear you loud and clear. President-elect tells youths, young Nigerians will get full attention. Tinubu promises good governance, functional economic security. President-elect VP get certificate of return. Now, of course, you know, the youth, they powered the Peter Obi phenomenon. And it was a message, especially in Lagos, where it was very loud and clear. And the president-elect acknowledging, I have heard you loud and clear. I will give you a place of pride in my government. Even promising that before long, a youth will stand as president-elect.
You know, the other part of my mind said to me when I read the statement, I heard you loud and clear. I said, this is interesting, because if we really do hear the youth loud and clear, they're calling for, you know, they're trying to voice the fact that they don't feel that this election was free and fair, credible and transparent. That's the #1 message of the youth at the moment. So when I saw...
I'm not sure that is the message. He's hearing loud
That's
and
not
clear.
the message he hears loud and clear. So I thought that was an interesting statement for him to make, because I said,
An issue you were discussing a short while ago, Business Day newspaper, March 11, eyes on Lagos, others as battleground shift. Yes, the civil society organizations, the police, they've had that town hall meeting in Lagos about the election that will come up, and the need to ensure that Lagosians are secure. I hope the police in Lagos, they have learned something from the presidential election, because we don't want to hear that people go from one, ride their motorbike, aka Okada, from point to point. By the way, Okada is now in the Oxford dictionary. Why am I even saying aka? So Okada, yes. I think our international viewers should take note that Okada means motorbike and it's in the Oxford dictionary. Yes. So Okada, people riding Okada, shooting into the air, moving from one point to the other on election day. And you ask, where are the security agencies? Where are the police men? The ones who are supposed to be in the outskirts, because we are asking, policemen are not supposed to go to the polling unit with arms. But there should be detachment of policemen, like the mobile police who are armed, just not too far away, so that at short notice, they can be called on to forestall any disruption. But we saw a situation where armed men went to polling units, collected everything, burned them. They had time to burn and supervise the burning. That should not happen on March 11 in Lagos. People should come out and vote, because as a result of what some perceive, two things are likely to happen. You have either reduced voters, because some are saying they are frustrated. I was listening to a program on radio on my way to work early this morning, and somebody said, you know what, I'm not voting again because my vote did not reflect. I checked the result of my polling unit on INEC IREV, and it was different from what we declared in my vote. So I'm moving, I'm packing my family, I'm jackpying. Somebody was threatening, but Lagosians, I think they should just still go out and vote. We just hope the security agencies, INEC, will not disappoint Nigerians, because we saw what happened on that day. So
Stephen, I'm curious. You know, I still keep going back to the conference that we saw from the Labour Party candidates. If we have cases like that where people have private security arrangements and they
Did he talk of private security arrangements?
Yes, he did.
Well,
he said they will not be fooled twice.
Yes, I think what he was saying is that they thought everything was in place, proper election, what they were doing before is past. Okay? Maybe I'm jumbling that with what Jan Don said.
Maybe. But he did
private
say
security arrangements, there is no private security organization that will allow to go around on election day.
But what if they defy
you don't face illegality with illegality.
I think we might have to play the tape again. He said arrangements are being made to secure voters. I'm not sure if, maybe I will have to listen to that again. I'm not sure if he said private per se. He said arrangements are being made to secure, to make sure voters are secure.
And we are reinforcing the arrangement by calling
on the police
and other security agencies. That is the arrangement that should be fortified and made to work on election day. Nothing more than that. You can't bring in any other private body to be part of the electoral process.
But if that is done, what happens? If that is actually what happens, private arrangements are used because we don't trust the police and they are tired of.
Well, I don't want to speak for political parties. Okay. Maybe they know what they mean by private arrangement. But Rotus, there's something that was also interesting. Front page of Business Day. Tinubu's 6 trillion naira challenge. A major challenge awaiting Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Nigeria's president-elect, is petrol subsidy, which is on track to go up 6 trillion naira in 2023.
Yes.
On June 1.
Oh, yes, sir.
Something must happen.
Something must happen.
Whoever, yes, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the president-elect.
Yes.
If anything changes at the courts, whoever is the president on June 1, 2023.
Yes, sir.
What will happen? The end of subsidy.
Mr. Feni, that is what...
The president may just decide to, I don't know. But subsidy is supposed to end on that day.
And the candidates, well, the president-elect himself, said he will remove it. He said he doesn't care about protests. He doesn't care what anyone says. Subsidy is going.
So there will be no dilly-dally, no chilly-chally
exactly.
on that day. So action. Because the president must hit the ground running.
He has to.
Very familiar problems, well spelled out over time. They were asked, what is your solution to this, to that? They all answered. Now you are the president.
Yes, sir.
You must act.
Now, of course, the impact of this, if he yanks the subsidy away, there is no cover anymore. So that means fuel prices will reflect what international oil prices are. So that means your landing cost of fuel, whatever it is, I think the NNPC said it was 380 naira just landing. By the time you add the other fees, you're looking at 400, 500, 600 naira per litre fuel. So that is the impact. Now, the savings from subsidy, we didn't move it elsewhere. It's fascinating stuff, Mr. Ifeanyi.
No space to put in some palliatives.
Nothing. It's just,
that will to cushion the effect.
Well, hopefully he can take it somewhere else and use those savings. But that's what makes this also
from day one.
Well, that's the thing. We'll have to see.
It's going to be interesting.
Very interesting. Very fascinating for our new president.
Yes.
Very much indeed.
But let's just look at the foreign newspapers. The Financial Times, put the Financial Times of London there. It's reporting, the Financial Times is reporting, Tinubu, you see the photograph, thumbs up for the election, but the paper also wrote an editorial titled, Nigeria's badly flawed election fails to set an example. Yes, because recall the problems in West Africa.
Yes.
Presidents who violate their own electoral law, in the process, they scuttle democracy. I don't want to say what followed.
Indeed.
So they were looking for Nigeria to set this example, raise the bar. But the paper is this editorial, Nigeria's badly flawed election fails to set example. And of course, he said, if Tinubu's victory is challenged, the court should take a hard look. That is the Financial Times writing in their editorial on the Nigerian election. And it went further to say, what Nigerians needed above all was a clean election to reiterate the basic message of democracy, that is sovereign that a sovereign people can choose their leader. Sadly, it did not happen. That's the verdict of the Financial Times in their editorial. Of course, reflecting the position of the international observers, local observers who were in town all around the country to observe the elections.
The irony for me is that Rishi Sunak was, very quick to congratulate the president-elect. So far, I believe in his interview, the president-elect also confirmed that Emmanuel Macron of France had also sent his congratulatory messages. I haven't seen anything public.
No, it's also reported in one of the newspapers that Emmanuel Macron has congratulated him.
So it's interesting to see, those international congratulations and commendations.
No, but they don't have a choice because, yes, maybe they have a choice, you will say, but it's normal. An electoral process has been concluded up to the point of a winner declared. Right. And the winner has been given the certificate of return, bearing what happens if other parties, as they have threatened, take the matter to courts. This is the position as of today. So it's not out of place for the international community, one after the other, to say, congratulations to you, you have won, until something else unfolds, if anything will happen to change the situation before May 29.
It's all happening.
It is. It's all happening. And of course, we're also counting down to Peter Obi's press conference and seeing what that will reveal. Mr. Efeni, I think we have just about 30 seconds left. Do you have any predictions about the message that he might share with us today?
Well, if we look at the trend, what his running mate, Baba Ahmed, said, his governorship candidate in Lagos said, it has to be in that direction. Of course, this will be like the final seal of approval of the Labour position.
So no surprises.
That they will go to court to challenge this result because they believe they won.
All right. Look forward to that. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right. That's Arise analyst Emmanuel Efeni. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for taking us through the front pages of all of the top newspapers from all around the world today. And we look forward to connecting with you again very soon. Nigeria Decides 2023 continues to bring you coverage from this year's presidential and National Assembly polls. After the break, see you shortly.
Every day, life presents hopes, dreams, and challenges. Challenges that can become successes with a little help. Because a little help can empower you to go from despair to celebration. A little help can keep you going until the race is won. A little help can turn bundles of anxiety into a bundle of joy. And with Glow Data, you get much more than just a little help. You get the biggest data deals in town to make every day glow with small wins and big wins. Dial *777# to select your Glow Data plan.
I've been running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do, I'll vote it for my loans, overdraft, step by step to my dream business we vote. Salary earners, entrepreneurs, get your loans with no collateral. Quick sign up, zero paperwork, step by step to your dream business we vote.
Vault is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, will conduct the 2023 general election using the Bimodal Voter Accreditation System, BVAS. On election day, the BVAS equipment will be used to accredit voters by verifying their fingerprints or facial photographs. In each polling unit, every voter must be verified and authenticated before they are allowed to vote. Any intending voter whose fingerprint or facial photograph is not verified by the BVAS equipment will not be able to vote. With this, one man, one woman, one vote is assured. As no one can engage in multiple voting, neither can anyone use the voter cards of another person to vote. After polling, the BVAS equipment will also be used to transmit election results electronically from polling units to the INEC result viewing portal for everyone to see. BVAS will eliminate multiple voting, identity theft, or impersonation. The BVAS will guarantee one man, one woman, one vote. INEC, making your vote count, consolidating our democracy.
This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the Osiwa Africa Foundation.
Baby, I cannot deny. Forever, I just wanna make you mine. You are my shining star. You are my one and only. And every day that I wake up, I just wanna wake up by.
Send and receive money across 30 countries with Send. Do it now.
In an effort to reduce overcrowding and ensure stress-free voting experience on election day, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has moved voters from overcrowded polling units to less congested ones within the same location. All eligible voters can visit cvr.inecnigeria.org/VVS or voters.inecnigeria.org to confirm the polling unit where their names appear on the voters register to vote on election day. Also note that the list of eligible voters in each of the 176,846 polling units will be physically displayed at each polling unit nationwide before the day of election. INEC is therefore encouraging all eligible voters to verify their polling unit using the various options before they go and vote on election day. This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the Osiwa Africa Foundation. $34 million hectares of arable land. Over 200 million people. One nation. Home to Africa's fertilizer company. Dangote Fertilizer. Pure urea fertilizer. With one single-minded passion to feed Nigeria. Every bag is a potential, an aspiration to turn this green nation into the biggest food basket of Africa. Dangote Fertilizer.
You're still watching Nigeria Decides here on Arise News. Now, a chieftain of the All Progressives Congress, that's Chief Olushola Oke, SAN, says that the election that produced Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the president-elect was held in accordance with the law. Addressing journalists in Abuja on Wednesday, he, who's a former governorship aspirant of APC in Ondo State, said that the Independent National Electoral Commission deserved commendation for eliminating discrepancies in voting through the use of BVAS.
As to deserving the victory, this man has worked. Throughout, he went to all the states of the Federation. The APC is the party in power. It has governors in virtually more than 2/3 of the states of the Federation. These governors are leaders in their own right. They either want to return or they want to sponsor people to succeed them. So what played out is pure partisan politics. The political parties were holding onto their stronghold, except Labour Party that came to harvest some of the issues I might want to highlight subsequently. So in terms of the spread, in terms of the figure, it should have been expected.
Now, Yiaga Africa, a civil society organization, says the results of the presidential election from Imo and Anambra are inconsistent with what its observers deployed to the states recorded. The organization said the results announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission were manipulated. It recommended that INEC should, among other things, clarify the inconsistencies in some of the results, especially from Rivers and Imo states, extend voting hours to 5 p.m. in subsequent elections, as well as sustain the uploads of polling unit results from Form EC8A on its IREV portal. Yiaga Africa also expressed concerns about the delay in uploading polling unit results for the presidential election on the INEC election results viewing portal, that's the IREV. Now, the organization said the delay in uploading the polling unit level results cast doubts on the credibility of the results management process, resulting in broken public trust in electoral technology.
From what INEC has announced, I will comfortably tell you that the figure falls within our confidence limit and also our margin of errors. We highlighted the areas where we had seen inconsistencies, but overall, the figure announced falls within our confidence limits and our margins of error.
If processes are not open and transparent, then the level of public confidence diminishes, both in the institution responsible for elections, as well as the process involved in the elections. But it is clear that this lack of transparency does cast doubts on the integrity of different processes in the elections, as well as the integrity of the Electoral Commission.
For those who have turned up on elections day as early as 6 a.m., they spent over 12 hours at the polling unit. That is the spirit of patriotism, and that is what we want to uphold, because there were positives, and we need to learn from that to build our system to a point where we can all say that, yes, we have a system that inspires the confidence that we want.
Nigerian civil society Situation Room has expressed disappointment on the conduct of the elections. The convener, Ene Obi, says many have lost confidence in the electoral process. She's calling on INEC to provide details of the process leading up to the collation of results.
The Situation Room demands that INEC provides information on why its promise to Nigerians to improve transparency and accountability in the collation process through the introduction of the IREV portal performed below expectation. Up to this moment, the INEC chairman has not apologized to Nigerians, and he owes Nigerians apology. Situation Room further demands that INEC conduct an audit of the polling units where elections did not take place to establish that the reasons for the failure, the reasons for the failure for those polling units.
Now, protests have trailed the just concluded senatorial poll in southern Taraba State, with People's Redemption Party candidate Mr. Ilyasu Ibrahim Gadu calling for total cancellation of the result over omission of his party logo. Speaking at a press conference in Jalingo, the politician said most of his party faithful were denied voting for him as a result of exclusion of his party's logo. He explains that a competent court directed INEC to put PRP's name and logo, but INEC failed to oblige. He therefore called for a repeat of the exercise to allow him and his supporters exercise their constitutional rights.
The much-awaited general elections took place on Saturday, February 25, 2023, throughout the country. As I speak, the reverberations of the elections are still being felt across the nation, with several landmark political developments which have upturned some of our long-held political assumptions. As in most parts of the country, the people of Southern Taraba senatorial zone, comprising Ukari, Ibi, Donga, Takum, Usa, and Yangtu development area, trooped out en masse to vote their preferred candidates for the presidential, senatorial, and House of Representatives elections, which were taking place simultaneously on that day. Reports across the zone indicated that the organization and conduct of the elections on that day was smooth, devoid of incidents that have marred previous elections in the country. I was one of the thousands of people who came out to exercise their constitutional rights on that day. My polling unit was the Ofar Gadu, located in the Aviu ward in Ukari. In my particular case, I was a candidate for the senatorial elections under the People's Redemption Party, PRP, and I was supremely hopeful that I would be able to vote. I was also hopeful that thousands of my supporters, including women, youth, and town folk across the zone, would do same. To my utter surprise and dismay, however, I discovered that the logo of my party, which is the People's Redemption Party, was not on the ballot paper of the Senate elections. Effectively, this meant that my political party and thousands of my supporters were unlawfully being excluded from participating in the Senate elections by the INEC. Upon inquiry from the officials at the unit, I was told that my party was probably among the ones that had issues with INEC, and I was further told to direct my inquiries at INEC office. I could not think of any reason why INEC could exclude my party from participating in the Senate, because all outstanding issues regarding my candidacy have been conclusively resolved between my party and INEC.
Some protests have followed Bola Ahmed Tinubu's win. Nigerians under the banner of the Concerned Citizens Unite for Democracy have protested what they describe as suppression of the people's will by INEC. The protesters say the result announced by the electoral umpire does not reflect the voters' wishes, as INEC failed to make the process transparent for all Nigerians.
It's an high head up. We cannot even explain what is going on. People were disappointed. I'm a product of civil society. Civil society, we are development agents. And from what we've seen, from the result of the election, it's absurd. It's absurd. And that is why you see everybody, multinational, foreign observers, people are complaining about the process of the election.
The INEC promised us we would have an election that would be electronically transmitted. What would it cost the INEC to ensure that as we were voting at each polling unit, as they were recording the results were being sent, even if it had to be sent to 37 screens, for people to be watching it live on TV.
Go around the 36 state and FCT, there's no way anybody is celebrating.
Why?
Even the APC that claim they've won, they're not even celebrating. Look at their faces. Go around. They know they did not win. The contract is simple. INEC promised Nigerians that the BVAS was going to work.
That INEC will transmit results immediately after you've voted and counted at that polling unit. Yes. That was not done.
There were also protests in the southeastern state of Enugu, where demonstrators carried placards vowing to insist on canceling the results.
I don't know
what happened to our votes. Yes. If you go to online, many people are posting results of the main results, but if they come, they will fabricate it. Okay, check this thing. They did not rig other results aside from presidency results. Why would they just rig the presidency results? Because Labour Party winning all the election that they take, aside from the presidency election, meaning that they rig it.
Now, members and supporters of the All Progressives Congress in Odi community of Kolokuma and Opokuma Council area of Bayelsa State believe that President-elect Bola Tinubu has the leadership qualities to reposition the country for economic growth. Led by the coordinator Tinubu Shetima Independent Campaign Council in Bayelsa State, the Odi people embarked on a victory march around the community in celebration of the All Progressives Congress candidate's victory in last Saturday's elections. They described his victory as a referendum on Nigeria's choice.
Generally, I think it's a referendum. He got 25% in 30 states, including Bayelsa. It's a referendum. Nigerians want him. And I think it's one of the first times a presidential candidate has gotten that amount of support in 30 states of Nigeria. The people of Odi have supported you because I told them that you will do what is right for Nigeria, that you will do what is right for Odi people. And that's why they came out massively to support. Jagaban won this ward.
The Kolokuma people came out in their numbers out of sheer love for the Jagaban and also by due sheer love from our leader in Kolokuma Constituency 1, Priya Aganaba, who mobilized with all resources and content available to him, and this is the result.
The victory of our daddy Jagaban is making me like, if I open my heart, people will think that maybe he's giving me something, but I know that he will bring good things to Bayelsa State. That is why I'm happy.
I have known Bola Tinubu as a man that speaks and does what he says. He has never failed, and I believe he will not fail Nigeria.
Well, on the other side of the political frontier, the Labour Party says it will legally challenge Tinubu's win. Vice presidential candidate Babadati Ahmed says the election violated the agreed promise of INEC to use its rules and guidelines, the Electoral Act 2022 as amended, and the Nigerian Constitution.
Please be assured of our determination to fight the injustice that have been perpetrated on Nigerians through all legal and peaceful means. While painful, we implore you all to please remain peaceful and calm, as our fight and determination for a new Nigeria is just beginning. It doesn't matter how low the confidence it is in the judiciary, the law is the law. And there's a confidence we have in them, and there's a confidence we have in ourselves and in our case. These are two different things. The confidence we have in ourselves and in our case is that elections, so to say, were not held. Because from the polling units, the Electoral Act 2002 as amended provided the direct transmission of results. It is that direct transmission of results that says elections were held.
All right, as you just heard, the Labour Party says it will challenge Bola Tinubu's victory in court. The party's Delta State governorship candidate, Ken Pella, has also been condemning Saturday's elections in the state. He also accused INEC of disenfranchising the people as they failed to upload results to the server. He says the exact method was applied to the Senate and House of Representatives elections.
Places that used to return 100,000 return 3,000, 4,000, 10,000. The beavers walked to that extent. However, because the INEC chose, not because technology failed, not because there was no network, not because of any other reason, they chose to do what they wanted to do, giving room for results to be manipulated.
It happened in Ukwane local government. It happened in Ndokwa West local government. It happened in Ndokwa East. It even happened in Anyocha North. places where either there was outright refusal to transmit the results, and the results were falsified before they were being brought to the collation center, or several other irregularities. In different local governments, the form of irregularity is different. But in these local governments I've called, the results were apparently manipulated, and they found out that the results are different. A lot of the results are different from what people collated, other agents have from their polling units. So I don't know where they manipulated these results from. Are they not trying to change the will of the people? Are they not going to choose who is going to represent us? Or the people are supposed to choose the people that are going to represent them?
Nigeria Decides continues in just a moment. Please stay with us.
What is really happening in Akamata market? It seems these people don't want the election to hold.
I hope you're broadcasting to the world must hear.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying it? If I may ask, which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it though.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
No. In this election season and after, one must be very careful. Or do you want to set the country on fire?
Haba.
Fake news is a threat to a free and fair election and to peace and security. So, before you share any news, check to be sure the source is credible. Check if there are supporting credible sources. Read beyond the headlines. Check the author. Check the date. Check your biases. Ask an expert or send to a fact-checking organization for confirmation. Say no to fake news. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Imagine your wallet can be everything. Well, almost everything your bank is to you. That's exactly what First Money Wallet is. First Money Wallet from First Bank is another swift and seamless way to bank from your mobile phone. It doesn't matter if you have a First Bank account or not, nor the mobile network you use. Everyone can open a First Money Wallet, and it's very easy. Your phone number is your account number. With First Money Wallet, you can send money using just a phone number, receive money, pay bills, buy airtime and data for yourself or someone else, and in check balance. You don't need a bank account at all or BVN to enjoy the boundless possibilities First Money Wallet offers. All you need is a registered phone number, and you can fund your wallet easily through your First Bank account or any bank account and debit card. What's more, First Money Wallet is highly secure with fingerprint technology and PIN. And when you need cash, just walk up to any First Money agent near you to withdraw money. No smartphone, no wahala. Just dial *894*1# on any phone. So it doesn't matter if you live in the city or the remotest part of the country. With First Money Wallet, your transactions are easy, seamless, and secure. Download the First Money Wallet app now. Input your phone number and follow the prompts, or simply dial *894*1#. All money now on First Money. You first. First Bank.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us on Nigeria Decides. Now, Nigeria's 2023 presidential election saw 3 candidates winning significant votes across the country. On Wednesday, the Independent National Electoral Commission declared Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the winner of the election, an outcome that's been met with mixed opinions and is being challenged by opposition parties. But as the president-elect prepares to take over the highest political office, Arise correspondent Leila Johnson-Salami takes a look at his political journey to Aso Rock. She sent in this report.
Tinubu Bola Ahmed of the APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
The 2023 Nigerian presidential elections brought a new dynamic to the country's electoral history. What has typically been a two-horse race saw 4 candidates taking the lead, with 3 winning substantial votes in different regions of the country. The Independent National Electoral Commission has declared Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress as the winner, although a number of opposition parties called for INEC to cancel the elections as they believed the results had been compromised. The story of the 2023 elections certainly hasn't come to an end, and it's expected that some candidates will be challenging the results in court. But for now, the president-elect prepares to take over the highest political office in the country, a job that's set to be no walk in the park.
I take this opportunity also again to appeal to my fellow contestants to let us team up together. It is the only nation we have. It is one country that we must build together. We work together to put broken pieces together. We must work for the unity, happiness, and harmony.
Tinubu's political career has been centered around leadership, ambitions that have led him to this point. But the journey started over 30 years ago when he kick-started his political career joining the Social Democratic Party. This was during Nigeria's Third Republic, and he was elected to the Senate representing Lagos West, but this was short-lived. As the results of the June 12, 1993 elections were annulled, Tinubu became a member of the pro-democracy National Democratic Coalition, NADECO, that pushed for the restoration of democracy in the country and the acknowledgement of MKO Abiola as the winner of the June 12 elections.
The interim national government is hereby dissolved.
But as General Sani Abacha seized power, becoming military head of state, Tinubu went into exile and didn't return to Nigeria until Abacha's death in 1998. He had far from given up on his political ambitions. With the backing of party leaders, Tinubu ran for governor of Lagos State under the Alliance for Democracy in 1999. He won the elections and went on to serve for 2 terms. His time as governor was largely seen as progressive, as he implemented various policies aimed at improving the socio-economic conditions of Lagosians, such as policies that encouraged tax compliance, increasing the internally generated revenue of the state, and policies that improved education, healthcare, and security. The introduction of the Lagos State Security Trust Fund, for example, led to a significant reduction in crime in the state. However, there were also setbacks. Tinubu didn't do much in terms of housing or transportation. The state was, and still is, plagued by traffic congestion. Public transportation was also inadequate. His administration was also accused of corruption and financial mismanagement, with his political opponents accusing him of diverting state funds for personal use. Allegations the president-elect has consistently denied. When Tinubu won his governorship re-election in 2003, all other states in the southwest were won by the ruling party in the country at the time, the People's Democratic Party. Tinubu was involved in several struggles with the federal government, and towards the end of his tenure, he had many clashes with members of the PDP. Tensions grew, and as the PDP won the 2007 elections, Tinubu became involved in negotiations to bring fragmented parties together to form a mega-party that could get the PDP out of office. In 2013, he was among several opposition members who launched the All Progressives Congress ahead of the 2015 elections. The new party aimed to adopt a progressive ideology that emphasized good governance, accountability, and transparency. It also adopted a manifesto that focused on improving the economy, security, and infrastructure, among other things. Tinubu served as national leader of the party, and Muhammadu Buhari became the APC's presidential candidate, defeating the PDP in the 2015 elections. This was the first time an incumbent president lost to an opposition candidate in Nigeria's history. The APC also won a majority of seats in the National Assembly, and several state governorship elections too. Tinubu played a crucial role in mobilizing support for Buhari's presidential campaign. He used his political influence and resources to campaign for Buhari across the country. During Buhari's tenure, Tinubu has played a key role in the APC, providing strategic direction and support for the party's policies and initiatives. All of this while the masterful politician, as he's often called, prepared for the next stage of his political career, the presidency. Tinubu won his party's presidential ticket with 1,271 votes. The race began with 23 aspirants, but 9 withdrew ahead of the convention, boosting support for Tinubu. His closest contender, Rotimi Amechi, won just 316 votes. Barely days to the APC presidential primary, Tinubu visited Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital, where he made his infamous speech, declaring in the Yoruba language, Emi Lokan, meaning, "It is my turn." Many will say that even the gods heard his cry that day, as the phrase became a national slogan. Tinubu cited how he had supported many of his political associates, including President Buhari, who had failed 3 times in his attempt at becoming president. Tinubu's race has been controversial. He's been besieged with several controversies from his origins, his educational background, his career, the source of his wealth, and his health. He is arguably one of the most investigated politicians in Nigeria, and he can therefore be regarded as a cat with 9 lives, as he has overcome all allegations since his foray into politics.
We can cross live now to Abuja, where the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, is right about to start addressing Nigerians and the international community over the outcome of Saturday's elections. Let's listen in.
And another former minister of the Federal Republic, Mrs. Esther Nelaji Usman. So, having said that, I will not waste your time any further. I will just invite the person you are here to listen to, the presidential candidate of the Labour, the front runner of the 2023 presidential candidate of Nigeria, presidential election of Nigeria, Peter invite him to address you.
No, I don't think I need one. Maybe. Oh, no, you need. Okay, there's one in front of me here. Okay. No, don't worry. No, I'll switch it on. Let me start by most sincerely apologizing to you. I know you've been apologized and you've been told that I didn't know you were here. I sincerely apologize that you've been waiting. You know, there's too many visitors around in the country now and inviting you to one place or the other. I did mention that we need to do this today to him. Of course, he asked me what time. I said anytime from 12 noon or this, that, but we've not been able to get in touch because if you go to see some dignitaries or big men, your phone is not with you. So you don't even know you've been there calling you. So that becomes a problem. So I sincerely for that. Before we start, let me plead that if we can observe 1 minute silence for all those that have lost their life in the process of this our election period, you know, and also remember those who have one way or the other been attacked or injured or this, you know, for quick recovery. May the souls of all those that who lost their life rest in peace. Amen. May their families be consoled and God grant them the fortitude to bear their irreplaceable loss. Amen. May all those who have injuries, sustained one injuries, or had one loss or the other, may God grant them quick recovery and also compensate for their losses. Amen. Amen. We pray to God the Almighty to continue to bless, protect our dear country, Nigeria. Amen. Amen. Again, my dear people, let me again correct one impression because I've seen some people saying in the media that I released one news or the other. I have never, directly or indirectly, spoken or released any message since after voting on the 25th. My last comment in the media was mainly after voting on the 25th, and I've never done so until now. So whatever you see in the media, please disregard. It's not coming from me, directly or indirectly. This is my first time of speaking, coming out to the media, and I thank all of you for your understanding. For me, it's a very simple thing is to speak to Nigerians who on the 25th of February trooped out en masse as committed citizens to participate in what all of us know as what are called existential election for supposedly free, fair, credible, presidential and National Assembly election. We enjoy, and in all things we give thanks to God. For me, number one thing is gratitude. Gratitude to God Almighty that continue to protect and bless our dear country, Nigeria. Number two is gratitude to Nigerians that participated in the election, answering the call as true citizens in our dear country. Number three is gratitude to those of Nigerians, especially the youth, that believed and worked tirelessly for a new Nigeria and trusting that new Nigeria on that thing and my good self. I thank them for their hard work, gratitude to the obedience youths, those who believe that a new Nigeria is possible. And I say to them that a new Nigeria is possible, and we'll work for that new Nigeria that is possible. Their resilience, their hard work for a new Nigeria should not be waned. Daddy and I remain committed to that new Nigeria. I know how they'll be feeling now because of the way the elections have come and gone. The commitment and resilience of Nigerians, even in face of unwarranted barrack attacks, is a testimony that a new Nigeria is indeed possible. I look at people like Lady Jennifer Ifedi, who was stabbed but insisted on voting. And that gives me courage to believe that a new Nigeria is indeed possible. And there's so many other Nigerians. The election that we just witnessed have been conducted and results announced as programmed. It is a clear version from electoral rules and guidelines as we were promised. This election did not meet the minimum standard expected of a free, transparent, credible, fair election. It will go down as one of the most controversial elections ever conducted in Nigeria. The good and hardworking people of Nigeria have again been robbed by our supposed leaders whom they trusted. However, let me humbly and most respectfully appeal to all Nigerians to remain peaceful, law-abiding, and conduct themselves in most responsible manner. Please be assured that Dati and I, and indeed all of us, this is not the end, but the beginning of the journey for a birth of new Nigeria. Dati Baba Ahmed and I remain absolutely undaunted and deeply committed to the project of a new Nigeria that will be built on honesty, transparency, fairness, justice, equity. All the above starts with the process through which people come into office. is far more fundamental, more important than what they do thereafter. It's my belief, and I've maintained so consistently, that if you must answer His Excellency, the process through which you arrive to office must be excellent. We must now require that we do the right things in order to generate the required confidence and moral authority to lead. As you know, the destruction of a society begins and gradually progress when we act rascally or we deliberate in manipulation of the rule of law and suppression of the will of the people. During my campaign process, I said that we will govern by the rule of law because we know what not doing that will bring about. And that's why we insisted that. Let me reiterate. And I assure you that good people of Nigeria that will explore all legal and peaceful action to reclaim our mandate. We won the election, and we will prove it to Nigerians. Oh, yeah. Please do not despair. We have elections coming up on the 11th. I enjoin you to go out, campaign, and bring out people to again come out and vote in that election. We still have so many massive support out there that we need for our subnational and state assemblies. Please come out and be part of that election. I assure you that I will be part of it. I assure you that I'm totally committed for a better future in this country. And nothing will stop that. That is commitment. My commitment is total. Be rest assured that your support will not be in vain. Amen. And you will not find us wanting. We must build a better Nigeria. Amen. Where Nigerian youths will be happy, glad to call their own country. Yes. Thank you, and may God Almighty continue to bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. So, colleagues, if you don't take anything home in what we just heard, he said we won the election and we will prove it to the world. We will reclaim that mandate. Another round of applause for him. Okay, so we will take a few questions from journalists who are. So if you raise your hands, I'll recognize you. You come out here and speak. Okay. Oh, all right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sean Kimberley. I'm a reporter with Channels Television. I'd like to ask you, it does look, I have two questions, and they are quick ones. You said that you're going to reclaim, and you said you won the elections. If you'd like to expatiate on what you meant by that, in what areas do you think, because your speech does look to me like the elections is flawed as far as you're concerned. What are the evidence that you have to support the claim about the conduct of the election? And if you can tell us which areas, what are the aspects of the elections you think that are not right. The second part of my question is, the journey since Saturday election, you seem to have formed an alliance with other political parties like the PDP. Are you doing this challenge on the election or the outcome of the election alongside with them? How much of partnership do you have with the PDP? Have you spoken to the candidate of the PDP? What kind of alliance are you forming? Again, because of the sensitivity of the outcome, the nation went into a very crucial and tense election, came out of it, things, the nation is still very tense. And also, we discover that the nation at this time needs to come together. What kind of words are you going to send out to your supporters and your followers in respect to the fact that we must have a nation first, and then we must be able to keep the nation together? And lastly, have you spoken? Have you spoken? Have you reached out to the man that has been declared winner for Tinubu? Thank you.
Well, you did ask me the process and the areas. If I tell you all this, I don't know what I'll be telling the court. We have passed the stage of that because we were asked to go to the court. Isn't that what I said? He said so. So let's go there. Remember that I'm obedient. I want to tell you, I'm going to go where I'm directed to go. And then you will see where and how. But just to give you an emphasis, in 2015, the number of registered voters, if I can remember, is about, what was it again? About 67 million registered voters and 29.4 voted. In 2019, that tally increased to about 84 million. And about 28.4 million voted. And then we were told that about 11 million registered in 2022, if I'm correct, which brought the registration to about 95, but 87 collected their PVC because of the issue of not being able to collect their PVC. But only 23.3 million voted. You can see how Nigeria works. So we have an increase of 11 million, and the voters dropped sharply by over 20% instead of increasing. The reason it was due to manipulation and reduction and removal and inputs of votes here and there. Because otherwise the number is supposed to have increased. It didn't increase. Because people were busy doing what is wrong. And we have chosen, I will challenge this rascality for the future of the country. Nigeria cannot conduct election 63 years after independence. It's something everybody should reflect on. Unexamined life is not worth living. And we can't go on like this. Shehu, you asked about the alliance. We are not in alliance. We are discussing and in partnership with other people and any other Nigerian who feels hot as we do. I've said it and I repeat, I have all my life challenged the process. I believe that the process through which people get anywhere is respected. As a person, I've had a school award me a professor, and I can go and see my reply to them. I said, I can't be, because I've not gone through the process of being a professor. The process through which people come into any place is far more fundamental than what they do thereafter. We must not have people who have the moral authority because of the process who come into it. So if we use the process we use today, tell me how we can tell the train robber, the kidnapper, that is doing the wrong thing. Say we have not made calls to anybody.
Okay.
I'm not against making calls. Everybody that is involved in this, even the two main contenders, have always said, are my elder brothers. You know, they're far my seniors. They should actually be my father, so I respect them. And I keep with that. And if they call me and want me to see them, I'll see them. But on this issue, I'm challenging the process.
Okay. We'll go from here. Please come out and
My name is Fidelis Mba. I work for Al Jazeera TV. My question is just about the judiciary. You're going to court. There have been concerns about the integrity of the judiciary. Do you believe you'll be able to get justice, given the questionable calls and decisions, especially of the Apex Court?
Mr. Fidelis, there's no Nigerian who can say has been a beneficiary of the judiciary more than me. And all this while they tell me about the integrity of the judiciary. From 2003, I've always been in the court. I was there 3 years to reclaim my mandate. I was there to come back from impeachment. I was there to do interpretation. I was there to challenge my second tenure election. And in all, I've been successful. Without in any way compromising or doing the wrong thing. And I can say it, I have never knowingly, and everybody can know, compromised any law officer, any judicial officer, anybody in process, because I believe they're doing their job. So I believe they know their customers in the other side. Mine is to do the right thing. And I'm going to go there with the right thing. And what I'm going, I'm seeking who will benefit the future of their own children. And I'm sure they will do the right thing.
Okay. All right, just sitting next. I'm coming to your side. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Timothy Obiezu. I report for VOA Voice of America. My question is, I've been speaking with observers and political experts who say that for you to be able to reclaim a mandate that you said has been taken from you, you need to prove abundantly enough that the suppression, voter suppression that has been alleged, the violence and everything that happened on Saturday was enough to sway the votes in your direction. So do you have abundantly enough evidence to do so?
Well, let me again say it. We're not yet in court. That is why the court exists. And they've asked me to go to court. And I want to go to court. I don't want to answer questions on my way to court. I want to go to court.
Okay. All right, Tomo, come. I wanted to travel this way, but I see you are... No. Okay.
My name is Omar Bazoy and I report for Arise TV, sorry. I just want to ask you, because you told us some moments ago that you have been having series of meetings with a lot of people, people from the international community, and maybe back home here in Nigeria, do you feel like you are under any pressure from anywhere?
Not at all. I can tell you, nobody will ever put me under pressure when I challenge misconduct, rascality, or illegal process. Because it's not about it's not about, you can't, how do you put the person who is doing kidnapping under pressure? We're challenging what is wrong. It is not about me, it's not about you, it's about the society our children will live in. And I want people to understand that. I'm challenging a process that is faulty, a process that is wrong. It could be anybody. It is not about anything. So there's no pressure. Nobody has. And they know they will not.
Okay, the lady at the back. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rena Opozegi. I work for DAR Communications AIT. So I want to ask you, how are you engaging the international communities on the outcome of the elections?
Thank you very much. Now the real AIT, not former AIT.
Quite frankly, I'm not unless on invitation, I'm not engaging any international community or international body, because I feel this is the Nigerian problem. And this is time we have to start solving our problem. Elections have been conducted in all parts of Africa. And nobody have ever seen something near what we're going through here. So I'm not consulting anybody.
Okay.
Good day, sir. My name is Niyomoni. I'm correspondent for News Central. I know you've recorded a lot of success rates when you go to court. I'm not trying to be an antagonist, but if you eventually go to court and it remains the same, that the mandate is given to your opponent, what will you do? Secondly, we've seen a lot of visuals online about youth destroying their PVCs. What word do you have to these youth who you somewhat represent their demographic?
Well, I'm still going to go around appealing to the youth. This is a long-distance journey. And they have to know I'm committed to going through this journey with them. It's not going to be a one-day journey. No matter how long the night is, they will be there. Yes. And I want to show them that I will be there. We have to go through darkness. I'm going to go through this darkness with them. Because I know we're not going to ask these people to leave easily. That's why they're there. That's why they have structure. That structure of criminality can't go away overnight. That structure of destruction can't go overnight. Structure that have created 133 million people living in multidimensional poverty can't go out overnight. Structure that have created 95 million people living under absolute poverty can't go out overnight. Structure that have created over 20 million out-of-school children can't go out overnight. All we need to show is commitment, resilience, like use all the resources we can, all our energy, everything. All I assure them that I'm not going away. I'll be at the forefront. We will walk through this darkness until day break. It's something. I know the court will do the right thing. Their children are involved. The future of their children are involved. I had an experience today, just today, that I told my chairman, I choose, whenever I meet a young person, I want to know what that young person does. So you see me every day talking to young people. So just this morning, I went somewhere with the chairman, and a young lady was to boil the water for me to make tea. I said, I will do it. He said she will do it. She was excited to do it. She was worried, and she said to me, she was almost in tears that I lost the election. And I said, so what's your name? She said she's this, called her name. I said, so who are you? She said she was from Nasarawa. So I said, where do you go to school? She said she went to University of Nasarawa. I said, so what do you do? She said she has no job. She graduated since 2018. I said, so what are you trying to do? She told me she's learned how to do baking. So why are you not baking instead of being here to do this? She said she doesn't have 75,000 naira to buy an oven.
Okay, so many people at the back there. So what I'm going to do is...
That's the life you get in Nigeria every day. People who don't have money to buy an oven.
Okay, so those at the back, I'll recognize two people from the back so that you can, because of the time it takes you to move. You'll be coming, let me call someone here while you're coming.
Good morning, Your Excellency. My name is Dixon Irebo. I anchor Nigeria right now. With the gloomy picture that is out there in our society today, with the rot in the political space, where do you get your inspiration and your strength from? Nigerians want to be replaced.
Of course, I get my inspiration, takes him from the young girl who doesn't have 75,000 naira to buy an oven. When people like me can sit down in a place and drink a bottle of wine that is costing that amount in the same country. When people like me have stolen billions of public money, that would have bought an oven for that young graduate. So that's where you get your inspiration. I said I want to build a new Nigeria, where those youths will have hope, where they will for them. But I can't build it, Dixon, unless I do the right things, so that I can emulate how to do the right things. We cannot do it. We have to teach them how to do the right thing. Dixon, I have an opportunity to do what other people are doing. And you've seen it from my corporate world, where I chair corporations, including Security and Exchange Commission, to my being governor of a state. I had an opportunity to do what other people are doing, but I didn't do it. Because we have to live and show an example. And use the resources of the country, public resources, for public good. And ask those who had the opportunity of doing the right thing for the country to do the right thing. If we have a security man, he should do his job. If we have somebody to conduct an election, I've been an observer of election in some of the West African countries. Dixon, it wasn't anything near this. Is this what we spend billions to do? Hey, wait a minute. We should have used that billions to do something else and announce what we announced. Because this young girl would have had an oven, and then we'll do the announcement.
400 billion. Okay. All right, good. I hope you are not AIT.
Kobola is my name. I work with TV3 in Ghana. You said that you were going to court. One, what are the reliefs that you are seeking? Then two, the ECOWAS and Africa Union Observer missions have described this election as generally fair. Do you ascribe to the suggestions or the reports describing the elections as generally fair?
Well, let me tell you, throughout my comments, I didn't want to mention comments of observers, because if you choose it, there's so many other observers like European Union, EU, NRI, and so many who have said it did not meet the standards, who have said it's rigged, who have said this. So let's not talk about what the observers are saying. Let's look at what Nigerians are saying. This is essentially a Nigerian problem, and I want to hear Nigerians. With all due respect to those who are visiting us, it's a Nigerian problem. I'm talking about what Nigerians feel. You're from Ghana?
Yes, please.
Is this fair in Ghana? Because you have, yeah. Just say, tell me, is this fair in Ghana?
You didn't mean the standard. You describe it as fair, though.
I just asked you a question. It is not, my brother, I've been to your country and I've witnessed the election. The earlier we start saying things are wrong when it's wrong, my brother, Africa will be good.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter to me because they happen there. Don't be part of that. Africa needs to be fixed. And we all have to tell ourselves the truth. This is very unfair. It's the least expected of us. The other question you asked about going to court, I've told you, I cannot answer until I get to where I was asked to go. If I was asking a question that you're asking me here as I was coming here, will I still answer you? No. I was coming here to see justice, and that's what I'm doing now.
Okay. Now, the last two. No, just come. The lady who's calling me, come out.
No, go there. You can go there and give it to them. Give it to them then.
Okay. Your Excellency, good afternoon.
I've never done such. I didn't know what.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Kingsley of the Daily Independent Newspapers. And I wouldn't want to throw a popular path now. My question to you would be, Nigeria has seen a lot, from the violence in the northeast to the killings in some other parts of the country, in the south. If, for the sake of peace, the person and the party that was declared to be the winner approaches you for a unity government, for the sake of peace, don't you think also I should be shielded and with all the part of peace?
Let me say it again for purposes of your understanding. I have never, if you remember when I made my general comments, where is it? Please come, I want to be looking at you. Listen very carefully. When I made my general comment, if you recall, I did ask for people to go about peacefully. And since after that election, I've never done anything to show that I don't want peace. I believe in a very peaceful Nigeria. I've had several phone calls where I asked people to remain calm and peaceful. That has nothing to do with what I'm challenging. I'm challenging the process. If the process is faulty, it's faulty. In fact, you can't build peace on a faulty foundation. It's never happened to anyone in the world. You have to the foundation has to be right for peace to prevail. And that is what the foundation is, what I'm challenging. And I'm pleading with you. It's not about me, it's not about you. It's about the future of the society our children and future generations will live in. It has to be built on foundation of honesty, transparency, justice, fairness. We went into an election where somebody said and promised and shouted, this is the route we are going to go. This is how we are going to go there. And we followed the track. All of us. Suddenly, in that long distance journey. And it wasn't one day, and it wasn't quick. It lasted. As we get to the end, somebody jumps from nowhere and claimed at that stage, my brother, it's not about peace. There's a process of being anything you want to be. If you want to be a professor, you must go and be a lecturer, write thesis to be a professor. If you want to be a doctor, you go and read medicine. You cannot suddenly, from being a lawyer, and you say conferred a doctorate degree. No. Lawyers go through law school. I can be a lawyer. I cannot be awarded senior advocate today, no matter my knowledge of the law, because it is a process of being a senior advocate. Process is important, my brother. That's what makes a society. In this society, we have seen people suddenly become a senior advocate without going to law school. That's what we want to do.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think in the interest of time, you have a whole lot of things to do.
There was one lady
yes. I asked her to come because I know...
The Labour Party presidential candidate addressing the press at the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, regarding his next steps based on the outcome of the presidential elections. He apologized for the loss of lives during these elections and for those that have also been harmed in the process, observed a moment's silence, and also took the time to correct the impression that he's spoken or released any statement or any message since after February 25th. This is the first time that he's addressing the press or making any public statements directly or indirectly since February 25th. He said he's also grateful to God and Nigerians who participated in the elections, especially for their resilience, and it's also proof that a new Nigeria is possible. He made it very clear that the election did not meet, that's according to him, did not meet the minimum standard expected of a free, fair, and credible election, and instead it will go down as one of the most controversial elections in Nigeria's history. Vimba, do you want to take it up from there, or do I go?
I mean, so much to take out of this. I've got some quotable quotes. We won the election and we will prove it. Huge statement. He says, I am challenging the process. You can't build peace on a faulty foundation. And he's continuing. Let's tune back into Abuja and hear more from Peter Obi's press conference.
Believe me, as a father, believe me that this journey, I'm totally committed to it. And I'll walk through with you. I know how disillusioned you are. Don't be. The people we're dealing with have made up their mind that we won't succeed. We have also made up our mind that we will succeed. Yeah. And I assure you that the will Our will is bigger than us. The God we worship will see us through because you know we're doing the right thing. So let me re-emphasize. Go out massively on Saturday. Vote for the right persons. Vote for Labour Party. We are committed to this. I know it is not as easy as I say it, because you're feeling, people see me now on the road. I was just telling somebody on my right that I've never had a position where I feel emotional, cried, but I don't see people all over the place and young people, and they're crying and telling me, I'm going to leave this country. I can no longer stay. And I feel the pain. Just like I said, the young girl was crying today as she was trying to boil water and everything. But I'm preaching to all of them, please stay. I'm not going to go away. I'm going to stay with you. And I assure you, we will overcome. They won't be there when the day comes, but we will be there.
So another round of applause for our presidential candidate. My president. And ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate
that was the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi addressing the press based on the aftermath of the outcome of the presidential elections, which took place on February 25th. Of course, we heard just a moment ago he was appealing to Nigerians not to abandon ship and leave the country. He says he will stay with Nigerians and see things through. He also appealed to Nigerians and his supporters to remain calm and assure them that this is not the end, but the beginning of the birth of a new Nigeria. Says the process in which people come into office is fundamental, and excellence is an indicator of what to expect. So he's made it very clear in Bayern Roches that he's challenging the process.
Yep, that's right. If you must be referred to as Your Excellency, the process which you arrive in office must be excellent. And I quote that from Peter Obi.
We're going to actually bring in our correspondent who is there live. He actually got a chance to ask Peter Obi a question. Omar Boze joining us now live. Omar, so what's the, I mean, we've all seen it live. You got to ask the presidential candidate of the Labour Party a question, and he gave you an answer. So I guess the mood seems to be, what is it, optimistic as the press conference concludes?
The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, is very, very optimistic and very sure that if eventually he takes his case to the court or maybe the Supreme Court, he will definitely have justice. He has said it clearly that the party is determined to ensure that they take this particular issue to the court, and that they have all the evidence, even though he will not speak too much about what he's going to be telling the court, but he knows definitely, he's very sure and optimistic that by the time the matter gets to the court, that the Labour Party and that his mandate that he said was robbed and stolen from him will be restored.
Thank you, Omar. And, you know, after the conference that took place not too long ago between the vice presidential candidates of PDP and the Labour Party, I think it prompted that question about if he'll be considering a collaboration. And he made it clear that there's not any alliance, and what's happening is that he's in discussions about a partnership with Nigerians who are in line with what they stand for. Were you taken aback by that, or what was the response in the room when he, you know, hinted that that wouldn't be happening?
Well, Peter Obi was asked that question if he was thinking of going into any form of alliance as he heads to the court. And obviously he said that is not going to happen. He's not thinking in that direction. But he's putting all his hope and inspirations, so drawing his inspirations from what he described as the pain of the Nigerian people. He expressed so much gratitude to the people of Nigeria, whom he said turned out en masse to vote for him. He was particularly grateful to the Nigerian youths, the obedience and for coming out. And they, according to him, are his backbone, and he wants to assure them that as long as he is, and I mean as long as the case is going, that he will definitely, ensure that there is victory for every one of them.
Right, Omar Bazawi, live from Abuja. Thank you so much for keeping us abreast with things as they happen at the Peter Obi press conference. Now the conversation continues as we now connect with the founding member, Arewa Consultative Forum, Tanko Yakasai. And he also joins us from Abuja. It's glad to have you, sir. Very warm welcome to the program. Now I'd love to get straight into it. Your immediate reactions to this address by Peter Obi.
Well, unfortunately, I didn't hear him because you didn't tune me in to hear him. But I welcome Peter Obi to this new life. He has been a banker, now he's a politician. He's contesting election for the first time. Anybody who is starting something for the first time is in learning process. I would please plead with him to be patient enough, because you don't learn politics in the school. You learn it through practice. I'm sure he will be a good politician. He will learn and he will be successful if only he can endure.
And so we have this quote up from the press conference where he said, if you must be referred to as Your Excellency, then the process which you arrived in office must be excellent. Well, what has been your take on the electoral process so far, Mr. Yakasai?
Well, in this kind of situation, you see things from the perspective of people speaking. If somebody is not happy with the outcome of the election, you cannot expect him to praise the process. But is another matter if you're asking another person who is really interested in what is going on. I'm not surprised. And like I said before, as a newcomer into this system of government, life is a starter, so it's a matter of allowing time to be at home with the process. But there's nothing anybody can do. It's a matter of trial and error until you can succeed. You can be familiar with the terrain.
Thank you, Mr. Yakasai. Now, he also made an appeal when a question was posed to him regarding youths that had basically given up and were destroying their PVCs because they've reportedly lost faith in the process. And he said that this is a long journey, and he made it very clear that he will embark on this journey with them and that they should not lose hope and jump ship, basically. But seeing that the March 11th election is also pretty close, do you think that this was a timely statement that will be adhered to by the youth?
Well, it depends on the attitude of his supporters. I think the supporters will definitely tend to follow his footsteps. But we are talking of Nigerians. A total of about 20 million people voted, and each individual who voted has his own thinking, has his own mantra, has his own mind. So this is a democracy. They say the majority will have their way and the minority will have their say. Let us continue to practice the system, and this is the most important thing. And this is a system where you can only learn from practicing. I think we'll allow him the opportunity to learn. There's a lot of time, and he's new in this world. He came to this world in 1961. He has a long way to go. I believe he will one day be 100 years old. You can imagine from now to that time. It will be a journey.
Certainly a journey. Now, one of the sentiments shared by Peter Obi after he was asked a question about a possible coalition, he held a joint, he didn't hold, the Labour Party, excuse me, and the PDP held a joint press conference together, and people began to speculate as to whether there was some form of coalition happening. And of course, he said that this is not the issue at hand. I bring this up because, of course, you've been vocal about the topic of coalitions, as the president-elect himself currently is speaking in a tone of reconciliation, inclusivity, and a desire to want to bring people in. However, your comments with regards to that are that you feel that a coalition is anti-democracy, as democracy should be competitive. Now, I'd just like to ask you why you feel this way, because if we look at history around the world, coalitions have brought about stability and peace in several countries, not just in Africa, but also in Europe. South Africa, for example, Nelson Mandela began his tenure after apartheid with a coalition government. Why are you so vehemently against a government in which the president-elect brings in other people from the political fold that may not belong to his ruling party?
No, I'm not against coalition government, but I'm saying that what we need in this country is an all-inclusive government. It's different from a coalition government. Coalition government means giving a veto power to the partner. You see, I don't know if you know me very well. I was a liaison officer during the Second Republic for President Shehu Shagari. We had a coalition between the MPN and NPP. At a stage, the NPP wanted to scuttle the coalition and nearly caused a crisis in the country. That led to the split in the party. This is why Omeze Ezeoke, the former speaker, left the APP and retained his position as speaker. That's why the running mate of Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Professor Ishaya Audu, left APP and stayed as neutral because he was not prepared to wreck the ship. So this is the situation. I'm not against a coalition government, but I am saying that a coalition government will give a partner a kind of veto power. And when it doesn't suit his mantra, if you are not careful, you can wreck the ship. I don't want any crisis in Nigerian politics anymore. What we want is to develop democracy. What prevents us from developing democracy in this country is this kind of attitude. If you compare Nigeria to our sister nations like Indonesia, Malaysia, and the rest of them, they have gone far ahead of us. This is because they enjoy stability in their system. We are not enjoying that kind of stability. So I want us to build stability in this country, because without stability we cannot develop. We cannot address our problems. The military coup in 1966 plunged this country into this trouble. And we are still in that problem, but we are trying to get out of it. I think instead of a coalition government, let us have an all-inclusive government, and I appeal to the president to have an all-inclusive government. I am not in a position to dictate to the president what he should be doing, how his government should look like, but my advice as an individual to him as a Nigerian is that instead of a coalition government, let him have an all-inclusive government.
And sir, thank you so much, I guess, for history and your involvement in Shagari's administration, which, interestingly enough, Shagari had the lowest vote total for a popular vote total. I think it was 5.68 million votes, and Bola Ahmed Tinubu, with his 8.7 million, has the second lowest since that time in 1979. So the coalition government you're talking, or rather the all-inclusive government, excuse me, while you're saying you don't want to dictate that to the president-elect, is he being, well, rather, will he be pushed towards that because of his vote total? When you look at the amount of votes he got, similar to what Shagari did, who also had a low vote total as well, which is somehow reflective of the mood of the nation.
But if you remember, I don't know if you are around, Shagari government was not called a coalition government. I say what I don't like is a coalition government. A coalition government is a crisis in the making. But it's up to the president. I'm not the president. I'm not here to dictate to him. But I'm expressing my opinion as an individual, as a Nigerian. But you have your mind. I don't have mine. I have my own. I don't share your views about the coalition. But I feel that he should have an all-inclusive government that will give all Nigerians sense of belonging in that government.
Thank you, Mr. Yakasai. Now, during that press conference, Peter Obi made mention, emphatically actually, that he said unless an invitation is extended to him, he will not be engaging any international body or organization regarding the outcome of this election, basically challenging the process. He says that this is a Nigerian problem. Just wondering what you make of that, if you support that stance he's taking.
It's a very important statement he made. An invitation means from the president, not from anybody else. It's up to the president to make up his mind whether he'll invite him for something. I have no position to take in this regard, but it's a welcome development that is prepared to relate with his co-partners in order to take our country forward. That is a very good sign, in my opinion.
All right. Peter Obi referred to this election as an existential election. In light of that, do you feel that if the status quo prevails, which is that the president-elect goes unchallenged, all the challenges in court, he's able to win and sail through to be inaugurated as the next president of this nation, given the process that he arrived at that, is this in the interests of democracy? Is this in the interests of the development and advancement of electoral reform in Nigeria, given the inconsistencies and some of the lapses that we witnessed from INEC throughout the process?
Well, I don't expect any human being to be perfect. That is something that you should take home. Only God is perfect. Human being is not perfect. We are subject to adjustment from here and there. What we need to do is to check our position. An election has taken place. We have people who got vote from different parts of the country or from all over the country. We have the one who took the largest number, and we have gotten somebody who came next to him, and you have gotten somebody who come as a third person to him. We allow them to sort it out themselves. But what we now have is a government that is declared, a president that is declared the winner. We should all accept that fact as a reality of the situation in the country. Then the process now is for him to take the next step. What he's thinking to do, I am not in a position to know, and I cannot know. But let us allow him as a president-elect to do what is best for the country. I know he's a committed Nigerian. This is the only candidate that has been a senator and won his gubernatorial election 2 times. I don't think there's any candidate in this country who can claim of this feat in his political history. So he has all the experience and what it takes, and he interacted with Nigerians from all parts of the country. Let us allow him the opportunity to make up his mind, make consultations, and arrive at a step that he feels that is safe for him and safe for the country to take.
And so there's been a lot of talk about INEC and also about security. What's your view, I guess, on the conduct of INEC, their efficiency, and also the security forces ahead of the I know maybe it's also existential as well, the March 11th elections?
It will interest you to know that the first time I took part in election was in 1951. I took part as a delegate to an electoral college. Then I took part in an election in 1954 as a candidate. And since then I've been taking part in election. I didn't take part in election as a candidate during the Second Republic, but I watched people contesting and losing and winning. And this is the issue in a democracy. You must be prepared to win and must be prepared to lose. So now we are now in a country, we have an election, we have a declared president-elect in the country. We should look forward into building a government that will rule this country and face the challenges of development and unity of the country. I think this is what we should help the incoming administration to advise them or to help them with support so that they will be able to address the problem that we are now hoping that they will address and solve for us.
Thank you, Mr. Yakasai. Now, still on INEC and the feedback that we've been receiving, we understand that a coalition of civil society organizations, they're demanding an audit report of the presidential NAS elections, and they are also stating that they have no confidence that INEC can manage the elections that are scheduled to hold on March 11th. Just wondering what your take might be as regards demanding an audit report.
Well, the entitlement of the person asking for the audit report to get it. But in an election, the way forward is for anybody who is aggrieved to go to court. This is the only avenue that we have for adjusting an outcome of an election, right or wrong. It is for the court to decide whether the election is correctly conducted and the winner has emerged through due process or not. So I don't know of the audit report. You know, Peter Obi is a banker. They do their life through audit report. I don't run my life through audit report. Well, I'm not a rich man. I'm not a businessman. I'm a politician. We don't have any audit report as a politicians.
All right, sir. Now, as we round up, we appreciate your wealth of knowledge and your wealth of experience, especially as you refer back to the several decades ago that you first got involved into politics. Now, my question to you is, do you find it in the spirit of democracy that people who are your age today, the age that you were during the Shagari era, they're the youth of today, but they're still not contesting in these elections? We're still not seeing their visibility. Is that in the interest of democracy?
Well, in a democracy, particularly our own system of democracy, that people participate in election through their will. They go and register. When the time for casting their vote comes, it is not necessary that whoever is registered for an election to go and cast his vote. Only those who wish to cast their vote will go and cast their vote in an election. Those who cast their vote are the electorate, and their decision is abiding on everybody who contests the election, who is watching the election. So in my opinion, what we need to do is to help the process to develop, to go to the logical conclusion. And I think we are all right with what is happening now. and we concentrate on moving the country forward rather than you get people with different opinions. There's no way that you can make people to think alike, particularly in a country of over 200 million people like Nigeria. And particularly in a situation where we have a truncated democracy. We are just building it. You can remember how many times the military intervened to truncate our process of democracy. Those who have been at the same level with us, Indonesia, Malaysia, the rest of them, are now in a perfect condition, better than ourselves. Let us all allow democracy to thrive in Nigeria, and we develop it, we learn and make a mistake and correct it, so that eventually we'll be able to perfect the system as we wish it to be.
Mr. Tanko Yakasai, founding member of our Consultative Forum, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. We really appreciate your insights. The continued coverage of Nigeria Decides 2023, the elections, President, National Assembly, continues on Arise TV with more after the break. Stay tuned.
What does endless possibilities mean to you? A shop in the perfect location, in the hottest part of town? You don't have to own a physical store to do business. That's why Flutterwave Store helps to put those dreams on track. Providing you with a business solution that connects you to customers around the world. No matter where you are, connect to millions of customers globally on Flutterwave Store. The business solution that helps your business thrive. Start selling on flutterwave.com/store today.
Illegal bushmeat is not cool, but it's on sale in our cities, risking extinction and our health. And many of our iconic wild animals are threatened. So please be cool and say no to illegal bushmeat. And let's make Nigeria better for wildlife and safer for us all. Keep them wild, keep us safe.
I've been running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do, I'll vault it for my loans, overdraft, step by step to my dream business with Vault. Vault is the answer. Salary earners, entrepreneurs, get your loans with no collateral. Vault is the answer. Quick sign up, zero paperwork, step by step to your dream business with Vault. By Polaris Bank.
Vault is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today.
Vault is the answer.
Welcome back. President Muhammadu Buhari on Wednesday in his hometown Daura, Katsina State, received President-elect Bola Tinubu and his vice, Kashim Shettima. Their visit to Daura came after they received their certificates of return from the Independent National Electoral Commission following their victory at the poll. The president commended the party supporters and the Presidential Campaign Council for the historic win, which he said would never have been possible without discipline, commitment, and hard work. A statement issued by presidential spokesperson Garba Shehu said Buhari, who was overcome with lots of emotions, seeing the phenomenal election result, kept repeating, my good Lord, fantastic. Tinubu, on his part, says the world is reacting positively to the outcome of the elections, including the European markets.
As far as Europe, the stock market reacted positively well. There was a good message of best wishes from Macron, the president of France.
Well, the Nigerian stock market exchange fell Wednesday, March 1st, as investors digested the news of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as Nigeria's president-elect. The all-share index closed trading at 55,508.61 points, down 0.53% from where trading started. The market was up 4.88% in February, despite the issues of fuel and cash scarcity. And so far this year, the market is up over 8%.
All right, Rise business analyst Bode Oshoshimi joins us now. Actually, Mukhtar Mohammed, who of course is the CEO of Finance with Mukhtar, he joins us. He's live in the studio. Mukhtar, it's good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. I guess if the market and the way it moves, a lot are saying that, okay, it dropped because that is the NGX, so dropped because of, I guess, following reactions to the announcement. But today the market is up 29 basis points, right? So how do you interpret this when you look at the market movements?
Well, the drop yesterday was attributed to one stock, Airtel Africa. Though other sectors really did lose yesterday, but not so much. Yeah. But Airtel Africa dragged down the index, and then today Airtel Africa also have dragged up the index again, because Airtel Africa again, even if we had some stocks like NCE 30, NCE 50, NCE, all the variables, the insurance sector was down, the banking sector was down. So, but the fact that Airtel was up, the index was up.
Great. Now, of course, we understand opposition parties will be heading to the courts, taking legal actions based on what we were communicated, what the international observers and also civil society organizations communicated as their what they observed during the elections. Just wondering how you think this might impact the markets.
It does. It will. Like I said, it's already impacting the market, but we are not seeing that because of the result we are seeing in Airtel Africa. Going up and down. Definitely, most of the key indices of the market are not responding positive. Remember, before now, we've priced it in the peaceful election, the pro-market candidates, the three leading candidates are pro-market. They were all priced in at a point, but now the market is responding the market first of all will respond to the peaceful election, which we definitely had, but we have a challenge now. The market is responding to the irregularity in the process. So that's what the market is responding to now. So definitely, if you look at 2014, 2015, the market responded immediately. President Goodluck Jonathan said, look, I've said defeat, the market responded positively. Even 2019, when President Buhari came, the same thing, the market. This is the first time you have the market going ups and down. That has to do with the irregularity. And again, because of the kind of irregularity, especially when it has to do with the beavers and issues that have been of strong controversies.
All right, now, Mukhtar, can you reconcile this for us? The market fell yesterday, of course, as we've already discussed, but during February, which saw businesses impacted by fuel and cash shortages, it was up to 4.8% and year-to-date. Year-to-date, it's up 8%. So how does one explain the market reaction to these factors?
When you look at cash shortage, who was really going to benefit from it? Because at that time, almost all of us were doing transaction online. So the banking sector definitely was benefiting from it. If you look at that Osher index movement in February, it showed that the banking sectors were really the one that benefited more from that sector. But when you look at the conglomerate and others, then you begin to see that they weren't really where investors were going to, because a lot of people were not buying product again. A lot of people didn't have money to trade again. Now, this is the challenge. The challenge is that this thing happens in January, between January to February. So we've had a year end for most of this company in December. So you will not see that. But for us to see the impact of that, it's when the first quarter result will come out. Then VANVA will now begin to analyze it, the first quarter result before that. That's when you begin to see those impact. But now, definitely those impact are there, but you cannot put a certain number to it until those numbers come out from the quarterly result from most of these companies, the banking companies, the insurance company, the conglomerate, all of them. So by the time they start bringing in the result, we'll begin to see the impact of this cash shortage. But for now, we might not see it there at all.
Okay, well, to follow up on that, if you look at the Stanbic IBTC PMI, the Purchasing Managers Index for February, it did show, so there it is, it dropped. I mean, I think this was like, it was on a 31-month streak where it was above 50. Dropped in February to 44.7. So that, of course, has been attributed to the cash and fuel scarcity issues. So I guess, you got PMI on that side from Stanbic, and then for what we've seen in February, isn't that also reflective of what we've seen with, I know the market is doing on one side, and then you've got the PMIs on the other. So how do you put that together?
Well, when you look at the PMI, we're talking about definitely the purchasing power of Nigerians, and we're talking about an informal sector that is driven largely by cash. That sector is strive of cash. So definitely what they are projecting is not new, because most of our businesses are cash driven in the informal sector. The informal sector is the largest driver of the Nigerian economy. They provide more in terms of employment and everything. So, and this sector was hard hit by that cash grab. So definitely what they are saying there, it's not surprising. But when you look at the formal sector, you look at the companies that are listed in the market, these are companies that are in the formal sector that even most of them have gone cashless before now. So you won't see that impact, but it will have the impact on the ordinary people, because you begin to ask how many ordinary people really have stocks, how many other people really participate in the market, how many other people. So definitely you will not see that. But the life of the ordinary Nigeria, you could see that impacted even when the MBS released the inflationary figure. We saw the impact of the cash shortage and cash scarcity and petroleum queue flying out there. So definitely it will do with when it comes to the people, the perception, the purchasing power of Nigeria, and mostly when we have an economy, like I said, is driven in the informal sector, and the informal sector is a cash-driven sector. It's not a sector that opened itself to the cashless policy yet.
Great. Now, during the election, we saw a shutdown of businesses as February 25th, and we haven't seen things really go back to business as usual. When you pair that with, the fuel shortage and also cash shortage, just wondering if you think we might see an impact in the first quarter GDP figures when they are eventually released.
Definitely there will be an impact. Definitely. The fuel shortage, this cash scarcity, the fuel shortage, definitely there will be an impact on what is happening here. Business shutting down is the normal trend. It has become like we are living with that now. Once it's an election period, the business shut down until after the result has been announced, and then if the winner is generally accepted or there is a peaceful atmosphere after the result is announced, people start opening up for businesses. So definitely we'll see this business go like this until after the governorship election. Then you start seeing people coming back. But for now, I think we'll continue to see that play out. But whether it will impact, definitely it will. Because, like I keep saying, the market, the Nigerian productivity index is going to be very low. In terms of our GDP is always driven by the volume of trade we do. So now the volume of trade will definitely come down, because a lot of business, when there was no cash, shut down completely. So definitely we see those impact, and those impact might be very, very huge.
Now, talking about life after elections, because there is life after elections and it's coming very soon, what do NGX investors, both foreign and domestic, what are their expectations from the president, the incoming president of Nigeria?
Number one, we've already priced in the incoming president, whichever would have come in. We priced them in before now. and they are pro-market. If you look at their manifesto, even if the average Nigerian will tell you that manifesto doesn't work in this part of the country, but let's look at their manifesto. They are market-driven manifestos. They are private sector people. We look at their antecedent and the current president-elect. If you look at all his policy, and this election is going to be more impacting on the economy. The president will be judged 4 years based on what impact his policy have on the economy. Remember when President Buhari came in 2015, he was going to be judged on security, because at that time that was what was paramount in every mind of Nigeria. But now, what is paramount in every mind of every Nigeria is relatively calmness in terms of the economy. The poverty level is high. Nigerians are struggling to get cash. Fuel scarcity is there. So definitely, because of that, we'll see mostly economic activity. So, and looking at his antecedent, like I said, investors will be looking at how will he address this issue. Now, the first positivity we'll get from it is who is going to be the Minister of Finance, who is going to be the Minister of Economic Planning, who is going to be the Minister of Budget and Planning. So those are what will drive investor sentiment. So for now, investors will still sit on the fence, waiting to get some of this appointment or rumor of some of this appointment, of course, will help the market also. So, but if those appointments are not coming favorably, like I keep saying, in 2015, when President Buhari came, the market responded positively. The election was peaceful. President Jonathan conceded defeat. But when it took him up to 6 months or 7 months to get the cabinet, the market responded negatively. And that negativity, it took a lot for the market to get to where it is now. So definitely, we'll have to see if the president will hit the ground running. If he hits the ground running and come up with like I said, the ministerial appointments or his ministerial team or his economic management team, a team that are private sector driven, a team that are investor friendly, then the market will respond. So the main task of the president to attract foreign investors will have to be who has his team, how they're going to address the exchange rate volatility, how they're going to address the subsidy regime. Is it going to continue or is it going to stop? From his manifesto, he said he will stop subsidy. So if you stop subsidy, what happened to inflation? So all these are part of the things that will determine the mind of every investor going forward.
Real quick, Mukhtar, I'm sorry to drag you into the European markets because we don't usually discuss that. But the president-elect, said yesterday, we played in that clip that the markets in Europe were up. And as we said, we will get those numbers for our viewers. The European equities, they fell. So I don't know, is this an information asymmetry issue or just to clear things up, just for folks that know, what do you make of that?
There's a saying that charity begins at home. So I don't know how the European market were responding positively and the Nigerian market were responding negatively. Right. If you want to look at it, so I don't see how that adds up. We have not seen investors strongly. Well, when we heard the news that immediately it was turning that he was going to win, our bond market responded positively. If that's what he's talking about, fine. But if he's talking about the European market have their own challenges, and they are dealing with their own challenges. They are not even thinking of coming to Nigeria because they don't even believe that our exchange rate volatility. So please, Mr. President-elect, I don't think so.
Well, thank you so much,
Finance
CEO.
With Mukhtar,
Finance with Mukhtar Mohammed. Thank you so much for joining us on this special edition of Nigeria Decides. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
All right, well, this is where we'll be dropping anchor on this segment of the Arise continuous coverage of the 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections. We'll take a short break now, but when we return, the coverage continues with Temitope Fabemi, Hawa Mukan, and Aaron Akerejola. I am Bimbai Mutiniri Ekpeyong.
I'm Rotuso Diri. Thanks for staying with us.
I'm Cynthia Are. The coverage continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
Every day, life presents hopes, dreams, and challenges. Challenges that can become successes with a little help. Because a little help can empower you to go from despair to celebration. A little help can keep you going until the race is won. A little help can turn bundles of anxiety into a bundle of joy. And with Glow Data, you get much more than just a little help. You get the biggest data deals in town to make every day glow with small wins and big wins. Dial *777# to select your Glow Data plan.
Here's a card when no go give you stress at all. Zero weights and zero queues. Here's a card when no go give you wahala. Zero trouble now for you. Tell off it's fam, tell off it's spoiler. Who won't break them? Where you want say now only you get them. Nothing fit to one. Sharp payment not the way. Swipe they go, you know the way. Veteran card with the sweet body. Veteran card with no the shape person. We put you first again. First banking Veteran card, we put you first again. Generate your virtual card, we put you first again. First banking Veteran card, we put you first again. Just generate your virtual card.
Our music is one of our greatest exports, but our wildlife could be another great industry if we protect it for future generations. Right now, it's threatened by illegal wildlife trade. So please, report wildlife crime and say no to illegal bushmeat. Because poaching steals from us all.
Africa, think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch for easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
When you hear the sound of credit alert, quick and easy transfer, say we want to serve you better. No be play, we go turn your business around. We are Fidelity Bank. We are Fidelity. Sure you be the person we want relax. Save your money, your girl with the serve, we know they tire. Say now your future be our concern. At Fidelity Bank. We are Fidelity. Fidelity there for you. We are here for you. We are the bank for you. It's true, do it all for you. Come where we go stand by you. Put your trust in us. We are the bank for you. We are the bank. Fidelity.
With Fidelity, we keep our word.
Welcome to this segment of the Arise News continuous coverage of the presidential and National Assembly elections. I'm Hawa Mukan.
And I am Aaron Akirujala. Welcome to the show.
I'm Temitope Fagbemi. For the next 2 hours, we shall be bringing you all you want to know about the outcome of Nigeria's presidential and National Assembly elections. Stay with us.
The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, says his party won the elections conducted on the 25th of February, and he will explore all legal and peaceful means to prove it. Obi said this today at a press conference held in Abuja at his first public appearance since the conclusion of the presidential polls. According to him, he was robbed of his mandate, which he can only retrieve in a court of law. He also urged his supporters to go out and vote in the gubernatorial elections on Saturday, promising to be part of it.
The good and hardworking people of Nigeria have again been robbed by our supposed leaders whom they trusted. However, let me humbly and most respectfully appeal to all Nigerians to remain peaceful, law-abiding, and conduct themselves in most responsible manner. Please be assured that Dati and I, and indeed all of us, this is not the end, but the beginning of the journey for a birth of new Nigeria. Let me reiterate and assure you that good people of Nigeria that will explore all legal and peaceful action to reclaim our mandates. We won the election, and we will prove it to Nigerians. Oh, yeah. Please do not despair. We have elections coming up on the 11th. I enjoin you to go out, campaign, and bring our people to again come out and vote in that election. We still have so many massive support out there that we need for our subnational and state assemblies. Please come out and be part of that election. I assure you that I will be part of it. I assure you that I'm totally committed for a better future in this country. And nothing will stop that.
Now, the People's Democratic Party in Lagos State has rejected Saturday's election results announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission, calling for cancellations in areas where irregularities were reported.
The Lagos State chapter of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, wish to inform Nigerians and the international community that the Saturday presidential and National Assembly elections in the state were fraught with lots of irregularities. We have it on good authority that the All Progressive Congress, APC, in the state colluded with some independent National Electoral Commission, INEC officials, to manipulate the result of the polls. In fact, some INEC officials were coerced by the APC to jettison the use of the beavers for accreditation in many of the polling units, and there were also cases where the beavers could not capture or work properly, but the people were allowed to vote.
People's Democratic Party chieftain Bode George joins us now to have a discussion on on the post-election news. On the program, sir, thank you so much for joining us.
It's always a pleasure for me to discuss the affairs of this nation. Thank you.
All right, sir. Of course, we know how the PDP in Lagos State and the PDP as a whole feels about the election, but there are reports that the president-elect Bola Tinubu has set up committees to meet aggrieved presidential candidates to start the healing process. Is the PDP receptive to such?
You know, when you talk about being receptive, to that move, brilliant move on his own part, but the majority of Nigerians are completely ashamed. The chairman of INEC promised the whole world that we are going to have a new beginning. Mr. President himself signed a new electoral bill. They completely encouraged Nigerians that this time around we will be going like the civilized world. From the polling unit, the results will be transmitted to their server. I was miffed, shocked, that on that very hour, on that D-Day, he has the temerity of purpose to tell us that there were hitches in the the technology. It is absolutely shambolic, disgraceful. It is not acceptable. For God's sake, when will Nigeria have the will to tell the truth? When will Nigeria come out of this doldrum of nonsensical things? How can you tell us, you convinced us? In fact, on November 22nd, 2020, last year, you came up and reassured the whole country, the whole world, that we are coming into the level of civility. So how did he come to this stage? For me, the election was absolutely shambolic, didn't make any sense, didn't make any iota of civility, and it is unacceptable, for God's sake. How can we? But let me say this. People are spinning. They are talking, congratulating. Congratulating what? That was the way we had done elections in the past, and they had not helped this country. Now you are throwing up the same bad eggs to manage the resources of this country for the betterment of the people. They had failed woefully in the past. And the coming election, this governorship election, let me advise Professor Yakubu and his team. If he finds out that the beavers, the electronic transmission, and their servers are not going to work, I am appealing to him, stop that goddamn election and let us face what is just, what is right, until he can fix it. Let the will of the people prevail in this country. We cannot continue in this darkness that doesn't make any sense. You started, people who are now manipulating results. And that is what you are hailing? We are going into darkness and people are clapping. I am ashamed to be a Nigerian. What is this? Can't we, for God's sake, be just, be fair, and be equitable, and have the fear of the Almighty God before us? This is the period of Lent for Christians. Tell the truth to power. Tell the truth so that the devil can be ashamed. It is doesn't make a shameless thing that we did. And we are clapping. They are going around and junketing. The Almighty God will not accept it. If you build your house on a faulty foundation, it's a question of time before it collapses. We can do better. Today we have Nigerians who are serving in the government of Biden in America. We have today Nigerians who are serving in the government of the government. We get it right. God bless this Lord. And I must congratulate Nigeria for being calm, because other nations who have resulted into utter violence and total disregard for the rule of law. But I thank our people that they are doing it calmly. But don't take that graveyard silence to be the fact that we are fools. We are definitely not fools. It is shambolic, it is unacceptable, and it cannot go on. We are building our nation on a faulty foundation. What does it matter? 4 years for somebody to rule us. Let the will of the people wanted a change. They voted for a change. They have manipulated the figures all over. We have the results. For God's sake, we have the results. Professor Yakubu, who is the man in charge of your IT? Who is the man in charge of those data? Tell us his name. If you can't fire him, the government should fire you. And the next election must be held completely through electronic process. Otherwise, it is not acceptable. You are building a time bomb for Nigeria. And I plead with you. I have worked with you before. I know you. In fact, many times I have said that your name will be written in the golden pages of history. But what you have done at the tail end of your this is unacceptable. Prof, I am talking to you as your senior brother. It is not acceptable. It is disgraceful. It is shambolic. It is shameless.
Sir,
we must get things right in this country and tell ourselves some serious home truth.
Sir, a very passionate submission. I sincerely hope that those parties involved are listening or at least get the message. And, well, a few months back, we know that you said, well, I'm actually asking whether or not you're going to be applying for Ghanaian citizenship anytime soon. A few months back, you did say that if Tinubu won the presidency, you would be leaving the country and relinquishing your citizenship. I mean, not to make light of the situation, but now we see that it will be in the judiciary's hands in order to take up the fight of the Labour Party and the PDP. We do know that the judiciary has been mired in its own controversy for the last couple of months. And just your opinion on that, is this, how do you see it coming through for the LP and the PDP? What's your position?
You made mention of my position from the beginning, that if these things don't all go well, I will leave. Professor Yakubu reinforced my conviction as a Nigerian. He told us in unequivocal terms that those newspapers who were speculating that he was going to use the old system, all right, are fake news. So which one is fake now? Which one is the reality? Who is lying? You told us, you promised us, you reassured us. For me, I'm almost 80 years old. I can decide to go and stay. Well, in fact, I have concluded that after this election, right, by the time we finish the gubernatorial elections, I am retiring from partisan politics. 25 years of my life in the Navy, in the military, became a general. 25 years in politics, 50 years of my life in the service of this country. What am I looking for? I can go and live anywhere. Even if I like, I can go and live in the North Pole. This is my choice. I want a quiet end for my life, peaceful end, civilized living for my life. I wish you Nigerians well. I know this fellow, but today is not for that. I had said this severally, that if he, peradventure, if he had gone through the election, through the electronic process, and he won the election, I would have been part of those who will congratulate him and warn him and advise him, go there and do what is right. The way he had gone through now is through the back door. You do not go through darkness to think you can get light. It is shambolic, it's unacceptable, it is absolutely fraudulent. So what am I going to do here? You know, after 70 years, God says we have 70, that he guarantees our lives. After 70 years of your living in this world, he says, every day you live, it is at his discretion. We have all collected, anybody over 70, you've collected your boarding passes. You don't know when he will call your flight. What am I afraid of? To look at him and tell the truth? It's only history. The success or failure of a leader will be on the pages of history. We know. And I want to appeal. This coming election, if Professor Yakubu is still going to go through that negativism of doing the election the way we used to do it in the dark days, there must be no election. People must reject him outright because so much money had been voted. You promised, you assured us, they have brought the machine, they have acquired the technology. You did it in Anambra State. You did it in Ekiti State. You did it in Osun State. Why is it on the D-Day, the 8th hour, for the national election, you said it was getting slow. Therefore, you should reverse back. You don't reverse back. If you were working in a private company, you would have been fired immediately because you disappointed the public. What is our public image? What is the respect that you think we as Nigerians will have on the international forum? Disgusting group of attitude? No, no. It's not acceptable. Do what is right so that the Almighty God can grace you. I don't believe in this. If we went through the right cross, and like I said, I'm not a soothsayer. I don't believe in crystal ball. But if we do what is right, the Almighty God, especially this season in the Christian world, will descend and answer our prayers and forgive us our sins. Rather than doing that, we are pulling more sins over one sin, getting bigger and bigger and pretending that all is well. Please, for me, I can go and live anywhere I want to live. I don't have to, it can be Ghana, it can be Togo, it can be Cotonou, it can be Nigeria, if all is well.
All right.
I'm not Chief, ashamed to say it.
Chief, permit me to ask two brief questions. Firstly, there have been talks about an alliance between the People's Democratic Party here in Lagos State and the Labour Party, owing to the fact that you also have taken a massive liking to the candidate of the Labour Party when he was with the People's Democratic Party. Do you think, as a statesman, do you think both parties should unite in the governorship race? And secondly, what are your thoughts? People have postulated and said that if the PDP, now we're talking about nationally now, if the PDP and the Labour Party had formed an alliance like we saw in 2015 with the APC, probably they might have won. But the fact that a lot of people decided to go their different ways might have cost maybe the PDP and the APC and the Labour Party that needed victory that a lot of people are fighting for right now. So talk to us about this too.
My brother, you know, you are quite dead on. You are quite dead on your analysis. You know, after every election, there will be post-mortem analysis. Yes, some of us told our party members that there was need to readjust. The managers of the party at the national, I said it publicly, I said it privately. A divided house will be a defeated house. Don't dishonor or disenfranchise the Yoruba people. I told them in no despicable manner. I explained to them the reason why you need the Southwest, Mr. National Chairman of our party, and all those collaborators. Now, that is for our internal post-mortem analysis. We've seen it, right? Now, that of Lagos, there is still a little bit of time. You know, 24 hours in politics is a long time. Yes, it will make a lot of political sense, because if we have added the PDP and the Labour results, even right now, Labour won handsomely in Lagos. The 2 senatorial districts were won by our party. But they have manipulated the results, because Labour didn't have a candidate for the Lagos Central and Lagos West. So all those Labour people too are also PDP members. So it will make a lot of political sense. But I will not divulge our tactics. I will not divulge our modus operandi. All we want to do is that this government called APC must wind up in Lagos. We've had so much effect, a load of lies, that they had done this, they had done that, and Lagosians, you know, the beauty of election is this. The card-carrying members of all the political parties are much smaller than the electorate. They are watching, they are looking, and I want to appeal to them, the electorate. Are you better off today under this government? If you are better off today under this government, then go ahead. But if you are not better off, you have the capacity and the authority, the legal right to choose who will manage your resources. Is it to manage the resources for the betterment of their wife, their daughter, and their son, or to manage the resources for the betterment of everybody living in this Lagos state? I think the people are now aware, and I want to plead with the security agents. Anybody, in fact, Mr. President said it. He said anybody caught running away with ballot boxes of the beavers or whatever should be the last time they will also run. We want to appeal to our people. Let the will of the people prevail. Voice populi, voice Dei. The voice of the people is the voice of the Almighty God. And in this Lenten service, I want to appeal to our people. That's the equivalent of the Ramadan period. Please, no violence. Go quietly, but let Professor Mahmoud Yakubu and his team come out and confirm that we are going to do it through the electronic process. If we are not doing it through the electronic process, I will advise him to postpone that election until they can fix it. If we don't do that, we are heading out to conflagrate Nigeria unnecessarily. Let the will of the people prevail. I want to plead with you. And then I will leave Nigerians and our people with this message. The letter of Paul to Thessalonians in chapter 1, he says, let us keep pressing on. Yes, we will have all these disadvantages, all these challenges, all this ill will. Keep on pressing on. Don't be discouraged. Don't allow anybody to hoodwink you or to sharak you and send you back to your home on the election day. Come out. We will defend you. The security agencies will defend what is just, what is right, what is equitable.
Yes. George, you've made
That's my message to people.
Now, you've made very passionate arguments, even waxing spiritual. But some people have said that if you sow the wind, you will reap the whirlwind. Some analysts have heard, on television and radio, they have argued that the PDP, in fact, laid the foundation of shameful and shambolic election in this current democratic dispensation. They've cited the example of the 2007 election. So some are saying it's a bit hypocritical of the PDP to be crying foul now that they are in opposition, considering the fact that they started the game. How would you react to this?
No, listen, you look at history. You look at history. You can project. You do a post-mortem analysis. And nation building is not a 100-meter dash race. Yes, PDP laid the foundation of manual elections. I remember it was Professor Iwu who first introduced this electronic voting in the system. That was done in PDP governance. But the members of the House of Representatives rejected it, and you can't force it. Go back into their same history. Now, one of the major things why whatever Professor General Buhari had done, I said there is one major reason that his name will remain in the golden pages of history in this country, because he introduced the electoral bill to change us from the darkness to light. And Professor Yakubu was supposed to go and execute it. They gave him every money he needed. They gave him everything he needed, even foreign observers and all that. They gave a lot of money to INEC to make sure that INEC will perform. We did it in Anambra. We were all looking. Brilliant. We did it in Ekiti. We said, by Jove, this is also brilliant. We did it in Oshu. We said it was brilliant. Now on the D-Day, 25th of February, something happened. An honorable man would have said, please stop every operation. Let's go and fix it. You now took us all the way back to the Stone Age, to the Dark Ages. Don't blame PDP. It's not PDP that is doing this. We had all agreed. He encouraged us. In fact, go and play his video recorded in November 2022, reassuring the rest of the world, reassuring Nigerians, reassuring the intelligentsia of this country, the educated, the young, vibrant Nigerians, that this election will be held using the beavers and using the electronic transmission to the results. What did we find? On that same day, say, oh, yes, there was some mistake, something was dancing. If you knew it was not working, the most honorable to do as an academia is to stop it and cancel it. Please.
Chief
Don't
Bode
blame
George.
PDP. That's in the past.
Chief,
Yes.
for your very passionate and wise submission this afternoon. It's always good to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us. That was Chief Bode George, elder statesman and PDP chieftain. Time now for a short break. More when we return on Newsday.
The 2023 general election is the second general election since the passage of the Not Too Young to Run Act.
About 28.6%, which is over 4,000 young candidates between 25 to 35 years of age, are contesting for various elective offices across Nigeria. These young men and women with competence, capacity, and character need your support to win.
The 2023 election is an election of rebuilding this great nation and restoring hope through our vote. Imagine a government with 30% young elected leaders with competence, capacity, and character.
It begins with one vote, your vote. These young candidates are deciding Nigeria's future today.
Our future
depends on your vote.
The Dangote Group stands at the forefront of African enterprise. Since 1970, the lives of millions of people by meeting their basic needs. Our belief in the promise of Africa has taken us into 14 African countries, with substantial investments that will propel the continent towards greater prosperity, promising jobs, improved standards of living, and economic growth. Dangote, for an empowered Africa.
As you are operating your business and engaging in your digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently. You covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
This is really, really good.
Want to?
Really?
You need a plan for whatever you want on YouTube, just like the Airtel Super Binge plan. Dial *141 *514 hash to enjoy.
One second.
First few flops don't count.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
The good and hardworking people of Nigeria have again been robbed by our supposed leaders whom they trusted. However, let me humbly and most respectfully appeal to all Nigerians to remain peaceful, law-abiding, and conduct themselves in most responsible manner. Please be assured that Dati and I, and indeed all of us, this is not the end, but the beginning of the journey for a birth of new Nigeria. Let me reiterate and assure you that good people of Nigeria that will explore all legal and peaceful action to reclaim our mandates. We won the election and we will prove it to Nigerians.
Now, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, says his party won the elections conducted on the 25th of February, and he will explore all legal and peaceful means to prove it. Now we're here in the studio. Glad to have you back on Nigeria Decides. Now, there is a consensus that electronic accreditation and not electronic voting in the true sense of the word was the main achievement at Saturday's first phase of Nigeria's 2023 general elections. Now, participants at a forum on the presentation of an interim report on the 2023 Nigerian elections made this known in Lagos State. Speakers also commented on some positive developments in the course of the elections, despite myriads of challenges, including the beavers, imbroglio, lack of skilled INEC staff, and logistic issues. Now, the Justice Development and Peace Center is urging INEC to do more in restoring confidence in the electoral process and deepen democratic values in Nigeria as the gubernatorial election phase approaches.
I think what we need to someone talked about the lack of technical know-how. I think we touched on it. I think it was also some of the feedback. These are some of the feedbacks we'll have to take back to INEC. I was a bit surprised that some of the ad hoc staff and the officials, the polling officials, were probably seeing the beavers probably for the first time. I was a bit shocked. And then for some who didn't know that they had to also fill in the results, at first they were collating the results in a jotter.
So what's the way forward? We know that there's an election coming up. If we decide to say, oh, our votes don't count and we go to sleep, then worse things will happen. On March 11th, we all need to come out. Everybody. Like Father said, the turnout was even less than in 2019. That was quite shocking and disappointing. Two areas where there are accountability issues. The first, as you see from our reports, we started with the issue of PVC distribution. How the way the PVC was distributed. The challenges we saw were administrative challenges. They were supply-side issues and not demand-side issues.
We have a duty, we have an obligation. We sent Nigerians, fellow Nigerians, to go out, do their patriotic duty, to observe the election for the purpose of collating what happened in the field and for the purpose of using it positively to improve on the democratization process in Nigeria. And so you can see that the report has been rendered, which I think is a reflection of what happened all over the country, because we had representative observers, not just in Lagos State where we are, but all over the country, and that the findings have not been too fantastic, too pleasant. There have been, a lot of negative reactions by Nigerians with regards to the election, but there have also been some bright spots. And so it was also a duty to point out some of these things, and And the essence, like I said, is just to ensure that we can improve on what we have done in the past.
A non-partisan group, the African Bar Association, has made some observations relating to the conduct and outcome of the presidential elections recently. The body acknowledged some shortcomings which were widely reported in the media, but says there were some positives as well, which include a surge in the electorate's political consciousness and the will to change the norm. The AFBA had its own monitoring team working via an observation room and laid emphasis on the largely peaceful conduct of the polls, despite apparent challenges. It says INEC staff need to be well trained and equipped for the next phase of the gubernatorial election and reduce further congestion at some polling stations despite BVAS protocols.
Observers from different fields also provided us with information about ballot box snatching at different locations. They were also told about, which we also saw about even security agents involved in some of these activities. I cannot say for which political party or whatever this was being done on behalf of, but what was important was the laws were violated and the polling passes were snatched in several locations, which we monitored. And of course, we also saw talks coming in to manhandle voters and all that. Another issue which arose, which I personally witnessed, was in some locations, like in the Etiosa local government area, part of where I went to monitor. I preliminarily saw that some members of that community locked out prospective voters and insisted that they cannot vote unless they were going to vote for a particular party. That was quite sad, and we called in the security agents to call their attention to what was happening. I'm also very happy to tell you that security agents were deployed there, and they managed to calm the situation before we left there.
Many old politicians lost in their various senatorial zones. I mean, governors have lost elections and all that. In Abuja, you have so many people from new parties who have been elected and all that. So progress has been made. You know, the progress is not going to come once. It's a gradual thing, and what we saw in the last election means that progress is going to come. So nobody should be disputed or be frustrated or be rejected because everything. It's a gradual process. I think a lot of progress was made in the last election.
An All Progressives Congress hopeful in the Kogi State governorship elections, Dr. Sanusi Ohiare, has pleaded with the Nigerian youth to give the president-elect Bola Tinubu their unwavering support. Ohiare disclosed this while congratulating Tinubu and his running mate on the historic victory at the just concluded presidential elections in Nigeria. This election was unprecedented, he says. Nigerians, especially the youth, turned out in their numbers to vote for their candidates. Worthy of note is the fight put up by the Labour Party candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, a new and last-minute entrant into the race whose candidacy was driven largely by a youth movement and emerged third position. Ohiare stated, and he continues with, "I am confident our president-elect Asiwaju Bola Tinubu has what it takes to carry us along, whether or not he had your vote," he said. Ohiare encouraged youth to give the president-elect their support in order to heal a sharply divided and bitter polity. He also advised that the president-elect close ranks with Mr. Peter Obi and Alhaji Atiku Abubakar towards finding a more common ground for onward movement.
Now, the U.S. has called on the Independent National Electoral Commission to address technical hitches reportedly associated with the use of the bimodal voter accreditation system, the BVAS, before the governorship and state assembly elections on the 11th of March. Now, spokesperson for the State Department, Ned Price, in a statement said Nigerians were clearly within their rights to have such concerns and should have high expectations for the electoral processes in the just concluded presidential poll. He says, and I quote, "We join all the international observers in urging INEC to improve in the areas that need the most attention ahead of the 11th of March elections." He says, "We understand that many Nigerians and some of the parties have expressed frustration about the manner in which the process was conducted. They have also expressed frustration about the shortcomings of technical elements that were used for the first time in the presidential election cycle, he said. Now, Price, however, advised the aggrieved presidential candidates to use all legal means to correct the anomaly.
Nigerian lawmaker and senator-elect at the just concluded general election, Senator Inyinaya Abaribe, has expressed fulfillment in the elections. He made this known at his hometown in Obingwa, local government area of Abia State, while speaking to the Arise News crew. Abaribe said that he emerged winner because of his readiness ahead of the polls, and he assured his supporters of effective representation. Meanwhile, the Labour Party candidate, Engineer Chinedu Onyezu, has unequivocally rejected the declaration of the INEC returning officer, who earlier declared the election as inconclusive and later came back few hours and redeclared Senator Abaribe as the winner. Onyezu thereby called for a supplementary election in some units that election did not hold.
We prepared, my ABGA family prepared, the people of Abia South Senatorial District, who I spoke with, those who were not in politics, everybody said, no, let us now make our voices to be heard. And today I'm very happy, and I thank everyone in the Abia South Senatorial District who made that point. I'm going to reward them by being strong for them, by being consistent for them, by being in Abuja and looking out for their welfare and anything that concerns them. So they can go to bed, they can go and go to sleep, knowing that I'm there for them.
The INEC returning officer for the Abia South senatorial elections declared my opponent, the candidate of ABGA, Senator Inyinaya Abaribe, winner of the elections. I want to unequivocally reject the declaration. So for the lady to have come in the morning to announce these polling units and announce that these areas supplementary elections will be held, you know, and then after 5 hours she returns to say she got a call from above mandating her to declare Senator Abaribe as the winner of the elections. I believe what has happened is not acceptable in every sense of it.
Arise analyst Sam Amadi joins us now from our Abuja studio to discuss this and other topics. Thank you so much for joining us, Sam. A question that has been going around and that I've been hearing quite a bit. Let me pose this to you. In terms of the next gubernatorial elections coming up, not this weekend, but the next weekend, do you think between now and then the INEC chairman or anyone from INEC will come out officially to discuss the many hitches that were experienced with the IREV and BVAS softwares and maybe troubleshoot and, you know, just give Nigerians some kind of confidence going into the electoral process again? Do you expect that any statements will be coming from INEC stables?
Well, I think that's what should have happened long ago. INEC should have been speaking officially right from day one. So, I mean, they should have addressed us. They would have. It's INEC's responsibility to restore confidence in the electoral system, not just the politicians. But what we have seen at INEC seem to have been blackmailed and conflicted so deeply that it has basically avoided its responsibility. So INEC ought to have been speaking, and INEC, as part of preparation for the March 11 election, should actually come and express what happened and reassure citizens. Because, look, if INEC conducts an election where less turnout after the whole euphoria, the excitement of registration is about 20-something%, that's really very bad. So INEC should have its own organizational capital is at stake here as a regulator, election management body. And so it should be the first person swinging in the public. Say, look, you will need to have confidence, go out and vote. But for INEC to do that, INEC has to come to grips with what happened. INEC has to tell a story that is consistent, coherent, and persuasive. A story like, well, this is what happened. There was a glitch caused by technology. We have due diligence, but it failed. But when INEC, as it looks like, deliberately switched off, as it were metaphorically, switched off the light. So how does INEC come? So I pity INEC is in a situation where it ought to be making explanations and reassuring people, but it's hard put because his first statement to say we're not under the obligation to use technology, and then they're not saying, well, there were issues and all that. So it's difficult for INEC to construct a narrative right now, and that's really the danger. The danger is that INEC might play dead brain from now to November 11, and the dilemma for INEC will be if INEC, which is easy to do, uses technology, the beavers and the electronic transmission to guarantee the integrity of those elections. I mean, the worst outcome would be all the governorship elections, all the House elections are all in court. Everybody alleging and saying, cancel the election. Why? It didn't use the electronic transmission that is mandated. That would be like mayhem. The courts would just be swamped with cases, everybody alleging substantial non-compliance. So it's in INEC's interest to now say we have to use the electronic transmission, which they had already indicated and made provisions for. If they do it, then the integrity is restored. But at the same time, it poses a moral dilemma. Why didn't you use it? Because right now, there's really no narrative as to why INEC did not deploy the technology it had boasted about, had test run, has done stress tests, and said we are 80 to 90% ready, and has even budgeted about $170 million, I think, for protecting it from hacking. So really, it's really a tough time for INEC, largely self-inflicted, but it needs to get off from the rut and swing up and start talking to Nigerians to say, these are the reassurances we can put in place for you. This is a guarantee of this is what we've learned from the problem. If the failure was technical, we've come around that technical problem. And this is the redundancies we have built around, for example, in places where there were inadequate beavers, maybe one instead of 2 or 3, as INEC promised, we've provided additional. There will be a redundancy in the case that if one beaver doesn't work, this will be used. In cases where, like some reports suggest, the polling officers, the ad hoc workers were not familiar with the use of beavers or how to transmit results, INEC will come and say, we've got a crash program and we've dealt with that, and now everybody has capacity to transmit and everybody has a password. These are some of the things INEC should be doing to reassure people for the March 11. Again, let's not forget, March 11 election is actually much more emotive because they're dealing with local situations where some people really want to get rid of their governor or want to get rid of their House of Assembly member, or some people really want to elect a particular governor. So you're going to see a much more violent, God forbid, responses in their massive flaw. A national election is such that the transaction cost of putting up a national protest is extensive and must be deliberately planned. But in local elections, you could see sporadic violence erupt here and there. And so I would argue, that ironically, there's more is at stake in local elections in terms of law and order, and then there's greater need for more vigilance, for more regularity, and of course, a much more efficient and ethically organized election.
All right, Dr. Sam, first of all, with the talk about semantics, some would say, because electronic transmission. So, according to the words of Senate President Ahmed Lawan, he says no electronic transfer. And the back and forth we are beginning to see in terms of interpretation to the Electoral Act. INEC is not statute bound to use the beavers machine to transmit results. what would you be advising the electorate, one, and also the political parties, two? Because as it stands right now, a lot of people have given their own interpretation to all that happened on the 25th of February.
Well, first, the court will give the final interpretation, and then hopefully it gets to the Supreme Court and they say so. But look, Lawal made a law, and he recognizes that the debate was, should there be electronic transmission? He recalls also that the first draft of that, in fact, he had to come out to dispel the rumor when it was reported that they had connived to remove electronic transmission. So he knew that history. And if anybody goes to the preparatory note of the legislator, you will see the discussions. At the end of the day, they settled on one thing, that's what Section 60 captured. We leave it to INEC to choose a mode. Now, INEC, through rulemaking process, chose a mode. Now, when people argue that it's not mandatory on INEC, I think they are being duplicious. Now, check it. Clause 40, the one that talks about mandatory transfer, is 38. The same 40 is what says, 40 of the same regulation says that where there is overvoting, meaning that the results that you collect on paper, like INEC did, is less than the Beaver's report of accreditation, or more rather, there's overvoting. The same law says it shall be cancelled. Now, when they were collecting results at ICC, to tell you that INEC knows that those provisions are compulsory, the INEC chairman asks, after each state made a presentation of the collected result, the question he asks them is, are there votes cancelled because of violence, overvoting? The return officers, the collecting officers or return officers for those states always say some votes were cancelled. You say, why? Because overvoting. In more than 4, 5, 6 states, there were incidences of cancellation by overvoting. Where did they derive the power from? From the same regulation that people are saying is not binding. I don't want to go into the semantic of law. I teach administrative law, and that's why I argue everywhere in the world, okay, I'll give you one simple example. There is a provision about Federal High Court Act, just like we have the Electoral Act. And it says the chief judge should make regulations and rules for the court proceeding. The chief judge makes that rule by himself. It becomes law. It's a guidance. He says you must file your rules in this way. Nobody ever suggests to a judge that he is at liberty in any adjudication to choose the mode in which the rules operate. The rules are binding. You have option. The chief judge can change the rules tomorrow. He can come and, through formal rulemaking process, enact amendments and change those rules. Until that is done, those rules are binding. So it's what we call Monday quarterbacking. You know, after Sunday football, football or baseball, you come on Monday, goals has been scored. You now say, well, it's not compulsory. That's not true. Even by document, by writing, they say so. Now, what should the parties do? That's a good question. Now, the problem is that the reason why we didn't hear much violence in the polling unit was this assurance that Beavers was like a magic bullet. So what happened? Voters went there, voted, and nobody knew that, look, even if you break anybody's head and wait for them and cancel the results, or wale them, or scatter the result, or tear the result, once it's uploaded, you have an evidence that you cannot deface. That's what created the restraint from violence. People were so assured that their vote counted. We heard people like Mike Igini, former rec, who knew everything about this system, saying, Nigerians, go to sleep. This electronic transmission is a magic. Nobody can crack it. So tomorrow, on March 11, when people don't know the state of Beavers, you're going to see people go to those polling units fully armed, and they're going to not just vote and peacefully go home that they have won. They're going to vote, they're going to follow the polling officers, they're going to storm the collection centers, because they know that except there is transmission of those results electronically for the polling unit. They cannot guarantee. We've seen results that INEC accepted, multiple mutilations, tear here, tear there, cancel there, cancel there. People are now saying the whole results are not uploaded. Now, INEC has uploaded almost most of the results on the IREF now. People are going there now and saying, this is the result I took away. It doesn't match. Now, the question is, why are you uploading result after many days? This is what the Electoral Act and the INEC guideline wanted to avoid, that you upload it so that there be no instances of people fighting, killing each other to capture the result and tear it. Why would you tear a result when they have electronic version? And the law, the Electoral Act says, if you go to court and there's a dispute between that result you have mutilated and the result that has been uploaded, the one that will count is the one that's uploaded. Now, see the magic and the fraud. Now that you have uploaded it, you know that at the evidence level, what will trump the super evidence is the IREF report. That's what the Electoral Act says. So if I produce a written report, a result, it says I won 500, and you brought the one that says you won 300, and then the one the IREF says I got 200, the law says the court, because the one on the IREF, the one that is electronic, is credible. They say that one would trump this. That's the essence of the electronic transmission. Now, these results have been uploaded after many days, and people are saying what you uploaded does not match. So voters now are going to go to these elections totally with no confidence in the electronic transmission. And therefore, they will resort to self-help. In the old form, we do it, bumper to bumper. When you finish the voting and it's counted, and the IPO enters the vehicle to go to the calculation center, you drive with him bumper to bumper, hit him off. If possible, somebody is coming to hijack the written result. You too try to hijack. We're going to see, God forbid, if we don't take care, a resurgence of the same level of violence we used to see in the past. Why? Because there is no electronic transmission. So the political parties themselves might be thinking again now about self-help. How do they build up enough defense force structure? Now they talk about the structure. So everybody's going to go back to the fact that, look, it's not about who voted for me. It's about, do I have the structure, what some call criminal structure of criminality? Do I have the heavy hands, big feet that will kick and box to make sure that when I win by vote, my win stays? That's really the problem, and that's the problem with elections in the third world. The idea of competitive politics is built around the fact that the coercive power of the state is not monopolized, that the police, the regulator, the INEC, everybody is neutral, and none of the partisans can control and use those institutions to block the competitor. Now we're going to an election where people don't have a sense of confidence in the process. And they're saying, look, how do we believe that we'll not see multiple mutilated, cancelled results up and down? People manufacture their own, people fabricate things. That was what this on the spot, real time, the memo by Festus Okoye says, November 2022, it says that it will be transmitted for the polling unit real time. How can anybody believe that an agency with that level of pedigree and competence, professors, great guys, Professor Kuna, Professor this, there are many of them that I know them very well, how can they ever issue an official memo to parties and stakeholders that result will be transmitted real time from polling units, and they come back and say that the regulation is not binding on us and we never intended it, and after many days, they are now uploading the IREF. So really, the challenge in March 11 is that, yes, we want to move forward, we want to secure our country. Oh, we have a president elect, everybody should sign on. Let's sing peace, peace, peace. But as a verse in the Bible says, they will say peace, peace, so suddenly violence overtake them. We hope that INEC comes out clear to tell the voters of Nigeria that on this day, we couldn't do this because we have this challenge, but today, we promise you we will do that. Now, if they don't do so, it tells one story. They are still not prepared to guarantee the integrity of the election. If they do so, then the question will not be whether the explanation is good enough. And so they are in a horn of a dilemma. They just have to cater for the other election of March 11. But they have to do that with a great guilt.
Dr. Sam Amadi, Arise News analyst, thank you so much for your insights and analysis on the program. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll have more on Nigeria Decides 2023.
In 1894, our first branch opened in Lagos, Nigeria. And we took our place in this new land brimming with possibilities and surprises. Take Kano, for instance, where the city's wealthiest trader made his first deposit. 20 bags of silver arriving on camelback. Aren't you glad that we offer online banking today? Expanding across the West African sub-region and beyond, our early presence made it possible for all hardworking Africans to build great things. So is it any wonder that not one, but two first bankers have gone on to become Nigeria's central banker? We are intricately woven into the fabric of society, supporting polo for over 100 years and pushing the limits of athletic performance. Rooted in tradition, but constantly leaning forward into the future. Are you coming?
You first, First Bank.
As a player, there's nothing better than the roar of your crowd. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that may not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left, they could be extinct in the next few years, from loss of habitat and prey, and snares set for illegal bushmeat. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria, because poaching steals from us all.
Welcome back to Nigeria Decides, a special coverage of the 2023 general elections. For it is bearable, it is honorable to lose in a contest that is fair, but nobody who steals political power will use it for good. These are the words of D.K. Chukwumerije, who is a Nigerian spoken word and performance poetry artist and author. He has 8 published books, including the novel Uri Chendere, which won the 2013 Association of Nigerian Authors Prize for Prose Fiction. Dike joins us now to perform The Kidnap of Hope. Dike, I want to first say thank you very much for joining us. I will give you the floor to perform this particular poetry that has been garnering quite a lot of attention and also going viral.
I voted for Peter Obi, but I did not jump any queue for Peter Obi. I did not smuggle anybody into the polling booth for Peter Obi. I did not brandish a knife or threaten anybody in my polling unit for Peter Obi. I did not snatch a ballot box, stuff a ballot box, break a ballot box for Peter Obi. I did not pay anybody to change any results for Peter Obi. I did not steal, I did not kill for Peter Obi. What I did
for my candidate was stand in line from 8 in the morning on Saturday till 8 in the morning on Sunday. And when the sun got too hot and I thought of going back home, I remembered shot to death on the train to Kaduna, and I stayed. And when the heavens opened and poured down rain, and I thought of running away to find safety, I remembered. Stuck at home for months because of ASU strike, and I stayed. Through my hunger, through my thirst, through my worry whether the children I left at home were fine, I stayed. Because what I wanted to give my candidate, what I ended up putting in that ballot box, was not a piece of paper. What I ended up putting in that ballot box was my hope for a country where young people would not be so disillusioned by the actions of their own parents, of their own leaders, that they will be willing to risk crossing the Sahara Desert on foot just to escape. That was what I put in that ballot box. That was what my presiding officer refused to upload for 3 days. The future of that young boy who stood with me, who stood with us as we counted those votes through the night. He was a first-time voter, pregnant with hope. But somewhere between the polling unit and the collation center, that boy's future was waylaid by a politician that used biro to cross out his destiny, a politician that found where that boy had written hope and wrote over it hopeless. Yes. It is a terrible thing when a Nigerian is kidnapped on the way to Zamfara or Makurdi or Enugu. But it is infinitely worse when Nigeria herself is kidnapped on the way to the collation center. I tell you, my brother, my sister, it is not Nigeria that has her foot on your neck. It is not the Fulani or the Igbo, the Christian or the Muslim that has their finger wrapped around your neck and are now squeezing the civic life out of you. It is not those Yoruba people that don't give a damn whether you eat, whether you have a decent house to sleep in, whether you're able to find a job 5 years after graduating. It is not North or South that uses 8 years to build one bridge or to repair one pothole in the middle of your road. It is that politician who is willing to kill, who is willing to steal to stay in power. That is your enemy.
Very powerful piece
so
there.
Many of you have been so serially abused that you have now fallen in love with your kidnapper. That you now hail the swagger of those who steal destinies. You admire the confidence of those who use the future of the Almajiri to fuel their cars. But not me. Me, I would rather be a gate man in heaven than a king in hell. Me, my heart will always be there, standing in line with that young boy, waiting patiently for the day when our hopes will count. Nigeria, count our hopes, for it is bearable, it is honorable to lose in a contest that is fair. But nobody who steals political power will use it for good. Nigeria, count our hopes. Thank you.
Oh, DK, very, very, very powerful piece. I mean, we were all held spellbound here in the studio. I don't need to ask what inspired this piece. I think it's clear. But while we're talking about the kidnap of hope, are you still hopeful that this piece you just performed can engineer a change, that this mandate that you clearly believe was stolen, because I can hear it when you perform, that you believe something has been stolen from you. Are you hopeful that it can still be reclaimed, probably through the law courts?
Yes, I remain hopeful. We're going to court. Peter Obi is going to court, and I believe that the courts will do justice. We'll find justice in the courts.
And you talked about what I would describe as the Stockholm syndrome of Nigerian politics. We get so used to this suffering and learning how to adapt within a system that it becomes the norm and we begin to embrace it. What advice do you have for the youth who, like you described in the poem, are being glamorized by the swagger and being distracted by the swagger and the entire lifestyle of those who, quote unquote, would be robbing us of our destinies, using biro to cross out our destinies? What advice do you have for them, especially leading into the March 11th gubernatorial elections?
My advice to all young people is do not give up hope. This is still a moral universe. And no matter how long it takes, the light always triumphs over the darkness. These are things that we learn from home, that we learned in our churches, that we learn in our mosques, to believe that there is a God and that in the end, justice will be done. But many Nigerians have faith and believe this thing in the spiritual realm or in the social space. When it comes to politics, we believe that a different set of spiritual laws or natural laws applies to Nigerian politics. As in Nigerian politics, you can do anything and get away with it. But I'm here to tell you that what is true in the spiritual realm is also true in the realm of politics. And that eventually, as long as there are people who refuse to compromise on their values and their faith, eventually that faith will produce an outcome. This is not a sprint, it is a marathon. It may take 100 years. It took 100 years in South Africa, from the time the ANC was formed till it got into power. It took 100 years in the United States, from the time that the Jim Crow laws were brought into place and discrimination till you had the Civil Rights Act passed. It can take 50 years, it can take 25 years. But know that as surely as the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, freedom will come. And what is that freedom? It's not for any particular person to become president or to become a leader of the country. Freedom is to have a country where the law matters, where everybody is subject to the law, where the law is obeyed routinely. A country of strong laws and institutions where the rights of everybody, no matter how weak they are, is respected. Because if we had a country like that today, then you would not have INEC running an election contrary to its own rules and being okay with it. That is wrong. That is injustice. What we're saying is we want a country where the laws are obeyed by all, great and small, mighty and weak. Whoever you are subject to the same law. Whatever the outcome of that process is, we will accept it. And that is the country we are building. That is the country we will have. That is a country that is founded on unity and justice. Because without justice, there cannot be unity. Justice is a foundation for a peaceful and united society. And we must lay that foundation in Nigeria.
All right, you say we must lay the foundation here in Nigeria. Now, DK, my own question is this. How long do you think we need to tarry before we get this hope achieved and hope realized?
I believe that the day is very close. For all the imperfections that we saw in this election, we still saw a lot of ground covered. We saw that people's voices, people are beginning to show that they are not satisfied with politics as usual. And that is why the ruling party that won with 15 million votes in 2019 was barely able, even with all the rigging, was barely able to get 8.7 million votes. That is a sharp drop. And that drop tells you that Nigerians are tired of politics as usual. So already the conventional political system has been shaken. So many upsets have already taken place in this election, despite the voter suppression, despite the rigging. Rays of light are already breaking through this cloud of doom. So our Uhuru is not far away. It is near. We are much closer to the end than to where we are coming from. So Nigerian youths, hang on and believe. Next week, Saturday, go out with the same faith and push through. Because like I said, this battle requires resilience. It is not gra-gra. It's not going out to burn cars or burn buildings. No. We must win the battle at the polling unit, no matter what is thrown at you. It is only when this system is defeated at the polls, that is when we will lay a foundation for a new system. If you use violence to win, the same violence you use will be used against you when you're there. But if you stick to the law and you stick to the process and you keep showing up day after day after day and ensure and insist that that process must work, then you are not only defeating a political party, you are defeating an ideology. You are defeating a system, and you are bringing into place a new system, a new ideology. And that is what victory really means. It's not just replacing one oppressor with another oppressor, or replacing one strong man with another strong man. No, it is replacing a system that favors strong people over ordinary people with a system where all of us are equal before the law. That is the victory we are working towards.
Now, DK, your piece captured the challenges Nigeria is currently facing and the fact that our leaders are literally playing politics with our future. But we've heard the president-elect call for reconciliation. He's appealed to the youths and promised to work with them. He's also asked that we hold him to account while giving him a chance. Now, is this a good starting point for you, even as aggrieved political parties seek redress in court?
For as long as he is president, he will have all the respect that goes with the office, because the respect is attached to the office and not to his person. As long as he's the president of Nigeria, he will have my respect as the president of Nigeria. It does not preclude those who disagree with the elections exercising their legal and constitutional rights to go to court to challenge this election. But until that happens and the election is upturned, he remains the president. And we will respect him and work with him and follow him as a president. But it is not the obedience of slavery. This is a democracy. And the best way to get the best out of a government is to put pressure on it and keep it on its toes. As somebody who didn't vote the current president-elect into office, I'll gain the most if he turns out to govern properly. Because if he governs properly, I'll gain as much as other people who voted for him gain. And if he doesn't govern properly, they'll suffer just as much as I suffer. So those of us that didn't vote for him stand to gain more if he governs well. And I hope that the fact that the mandate he's standing on is so shaky will put additional pressure on him to at least try and justify being in that office by delivering not just average, but superlative governance. That is what all of us are hoping for, a better life. And if this mandate and the shakiness of it will put pressure on his conscience to work even harder to make us feel that, okay, at least he has done this for us, that is a good thing. So as long as he is the president, he will get the respect that is attached to that office, because I'm a Nigerian and I'm patriotic, but it does not stop those who believe that the election was stolen going to court to challenge that mandate.
Well, you've given us a lot of words to marinate on and to think about. Thank you so much for the poem and for joining us this afternoon, DK Chukwumerije. And this is where we wrap up on this segment of Arise's continuous coverage of the outcome of the 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections. I'm Hawa Mukan.
And I am Aaron Akiri-Jola.
And I'm Temitope Fagbemi. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, the coverage continues from our Abuja studio. Thank you for staying with us. Goodbye.
Every moment matters. Every decision. Every moment of courage. Every act of kindness. Every declaration of war is made by someone, somewhere. Arise Newsnight analyzes the decisions that affect all of our lives.
A very warm welcome to you. This is Newsnight. Every night, we bring you the moments that matter, from the top to the bottom, and in every corner of our country. We bring you a focused agenda from Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. Focus on what's important with Arise Newsnight.
It all starts with a bell. And that bell means it's business time. The bell rings in London, Lagos, Cairo, and Joburg, kicking off a new day of opportunities. New idea being born and bought, deals being done, big global players winning big or losing it all. IPOs, mergers, takeovers, stocks, bonds, and commodities. In the business world, the winner takes the spoils. In the business day, every moment matters. Trust us to be your guide to the highs and lows of the global marketplace. We will round up the business day what's up, what's down, the bears and the bulls, and what to watch out for. This is Arise Exchange.
Knowledge is power. Information is currency. Trust us to tell you what you need to hear.
Welcome to the program. You're with Arise News in Nigeria's capital, Abuja.
Breaking news, exclusive interviews, unrivaled analysis. It's you, the audience, who drives our agenda. We tell the stories that inform you, the stories that are important to you, and the stories that are about you. We are not every news channel. We are Arise News.
And welcome to the show. My name is Kachi Ofia, and over the next hour we will be taking a look at just what has been making the big headlines across the world in the world of entertainment, arts and culture. Of course, it's been a very, very long week, and for Nigerians, more than ever, one song has been trending. I wonder why. Libyanka's People has managed to hit 23 million views over the span of 3 weeks. I wonder why. This is Libyanka, one of the most popular songs, not only on TikTok and around social media, but now obviously on YouTube.
I've been drinking more alcohol for the past 5 days. Did you check on me? Now did you look for me? I walked in the room, eyes are red, and I don't smoke banga. Did you check on me? Did you check on me? Now did you notice me? Nobody will know the paranoia. Oh. Cause I put a smile on my face, a facade you can never face. And if you don't know me well, oh, you won't see how buried I am inside my grave. Inside my grave. Cause you see people don't really know you. They don't really know you. Cause you see people, they don't really know you. They don't really know. I've been drinking more alcohol for the past 5 days. Did you check on me? Now did you look for me? I walked in the room, eyes are red, and I don't smoke banga. Did you check on me? Did you check on me? Now did you notice me? Oh, Holy Father, they drive over my head.
You know, it's so interesting. Libyanka is an upcoming artist, definitely, but this is one of those moments where someone just understands and releases a song that for some reason speaks the minds of a lot of people. Now let's move on to what you can expect on Arise 360 today. Of course, we are going to be talking about just how your celebrities have been over the last 5 days. Of course, we have been in the middle of the most important space within Nigeria, the elections. Now, speaking particularly of the presidential elections, we'll talk about how your favorite celebrities reacted, turned out, voted, kept quiet, what reactions have been so far, as well as, you know, what else is trending around the world of entertainment when we take our look at what's trending today around the world. Now, 2023, at least for the past few months, have proven to be the space of revelations of sexual assault and punishing sexual assaults as well. Well, on the show today, we will begin with Jenna Monroe, as she is talking about the one time she was assaulted on the set of Hunger Games. Now, Jenna played a very, very important role during the entire film, but for some reason, she's coming out for the first time to speak up about incidents she said she was so scared to talk about. We'll also delve into the world of music. Justin Bieber is still not doing so well. He's postponed more of his Justice World Tour. And finally, Arise correspondent Judita De Silva will walk us through the biggest topics today in film and TV. It's all about Creed. It's all of this and so much more. Let's get it. Arise 360 starts now. Let's start the show by taking a look at some of the top stories that's been trending today around the globe. Today is going to be slightly different because it's all about what's trending today. Let's talk about what Nigeria decided. Okay, so it has been 5 intense days Of course, since Nigerians of different ages and tribes trooped out to perform their civic duty, this, of course, is by voting in the next president of the country. Now, through this entire process, of course, while everyone had something to say, let's talk about the parts we want to talk about, which is, of course, the entertainers who trooped out in their numbers to be part of this very, very important process. Of course, we've also seen several issues being addressed, such as, their active participation, especially because they are what some people would like to call celebrities. Now, it has been a rough one. It definitely has, because there's been different sides, different thoughts, different opinions, but it all led to the moment that we are in right now, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu being announced as the president-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, let's look back at how your favorite superstars pulled in their way to this entire process. Before then, though, let's take a look at the most hilarious comments that we've seen on social media today. Actor Michael Blackson giving Nigerians some advice regarding, their recently elected president. Michael Blackson is an American Ghanaian actor. Now, he has offered some counsel to Nigerians, and he's just asking one thing, urging Nigerians to put in some more effort and stop basing their lives on the government or their president. Now, of course, this comment from Michael Blackson came with a lot of criticism. Most people asking on what basis he feels the need to speak, seeing as he lives in a completely different space and has never lived the Nigerian experience. But let's move right on from Michael Blackson. That was an absolute joke. To the fact that Kanayo, the actor, turned 61 on the 1st of March. Now, you would think that is definitely one thing you would want to celebrate, but he is making it known to the world that nope, no parties, no celebrations. He is not happy about the results, and he will not be celebrating his birthday this year. Of course, veteran actress Joke Silva, she went on Instagram. She had a very different opinion. She was very happy. She posted the video on your screen right now. She congratulated Tinubu on his victory, and she went on to wish everyone in Nigeria good luck with this newly elected president, saying, and I quote, "Congratulations, Nigeria. We live in a country where we're able to vote." Now, despite the myriad of challenges we faced, we have a new president. Love and good wishes to everyone and their families. Now, for a lot of celebrities, they have had to shut down the comment section of their posts because of the immense criticism that they've had to face due to their choice of support. Nollywood actress who has been incredibly vocal, Iyabo Ojo, she has been an avid supporter of the Labour Party's Peter Obi. Now, she continued to show her support to him despite how everything went down. On Instagram, she shared this post commending Peter Obi and calling him a great man. But now the biggest elephant in the room, or do I call him a giant? Burna Boy was called out by his fans. This was all because of his silence during the elections. Now, it's interesting because his Grammy-winning album, Twice as Tall, heavily hits hard at the inadequacies of the Nigerian government. So for fans out there, the big question is, Burna Boy, you won a whole Grammy of singing and speaking of the difficulties Nigerians have to live through. And this is how Burna Boy responded. He said, I don't know why, this was prior to when the results were announced. He said, I don't know why it's such a big deal to some Nigerians that I've not been vocal about the elections. Personally, I don't have a candidate that I believe in, no one. I've never supported any political party or candidate in my life because I don't want to make you vote and then you blame me when the person messes up as usual. That being said, I hope all votes count and the best man wins. Well, speaking of the best man winning, Burna Boy's 2021 album, Twice as Tall, had one of the most poignant songs, which really speaks to the moment that we're in. It was called Monsters You Made, and he featured Coldplay on that song. Interestingly, during this entire process, fans were quick to remind Burna Boy that while he's saying this, that's not what he said on that track. Anyway, we'll take a quick break after this one, and we will be right back with other stories trending around the world of entertainment today.
Calling us fake. No way, no way, no way. Calling me a monster just 'cause we say it. pushing away. That's why we strapped with the case. Don't get kidnapped from your place, cause it could happen today. Not knowing how to behave, that is a sign that you made. Just lose your life with the waste. Your body found in the lake. You fucked around and the fisherman found you drowning for days. You know we come from a place where people smile but it's fake. How could they smile if you look around? They surrounded by pain. I seen this.
I've been running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do, I'll vote it for my loans, overdraft, step by step to my dream business, revolt. Salary earners, entrepreneurs, get your loans with no collateral. Quick sign up, zero paperwork, step by step to your dream business with Volt.
Vault is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today.
Everyone dreams of owning a home, but not everyone has the budget. We understand this, and that's why at Meridian Park Estate, everyone has a fair chance to own a home in Ajah and environs. Over the years, we have consistently and creatively delivered homes at prices that beat the market by about 20% and still furnish them with a flexible plan that makes payment convenient. That's why when our clients fear for price, we confidently say, not even your budget can stop you. Don't let your budget stop you from owning a fully built 3-bedroom maisonette duplex in Ajah for as low as 9.99 million naira key collection deposit and spread the balance over a period of 24 months. For more details and inquiries on how to save millions on a home in Ajah, visit www.meridianparkestate.com.
34 million hectares of arable land, over 200 million people, one nation. Home to Africa's fertilizer company. Dangote Fertilizer. Pure urea fertilizer. With one single-minded passion to feed Nigeria. Every bag is a potential, an aspiration to turn this green nation into the biggest food basket of Africa. Dangote Fertilizer.
You're welcome back to Arise 360. My name is Kachi Ofia. Now let's take a look at the top stories that made the big international headlines. Here's all you've missed from the world of entertainment. Let's dive right in. So like I said, it is call out sexual assault season. Just last week we spoke about Harvey Weinstein, we spoke about R. Kelly and just how they're sitting comfy in jail. Well, now Jenna Malone, you remember her as Johanna Mason from the Hunger Games franchise. Yes, the really extra lady. Now she says that she was sexually assaulted during the production of one of the films. Now, if you remember, the actress, she made her debut in 2013's Catching Fire. Now, she's opening up about the experience for the first time. This is on an Instagram post on Tuesday. So she posted this picture and captioned it's, basically she was standing alone in a sun-drenched field. You can hardly even see her face. And then she commented on the fact that while she was shooting Hunger Games, she was dealing with a breakup and also a situation where she had been assaulted sexually on the project by someone on the project. But again, she chose not to reveal the identity of the person that assaulted her. Interestingly, this was because of, in her words, the cancel-like culture that has been created in recent years. Now, basically, we've seen Harvey Weinstein completely canceled. We've seen R. Kelly completely canceled. In fact, we saw Marilyn Manson canceled. But here's the funny part. The people who made him get canceled are now coming out to say they lied. So yeah, this is the angle that she was basically addressing, saying that she doesn't want a situation whereby, anyone gets canceled because of her, and she feels it's not going to add to her healing process, so she just never spoke about it. Anyway, just in case you're trying to remember her, that's Johanna Mason from the Hunger Games.
Well, there she is. The Mockingjay. Oh, that speech you gave. Oh, man, I still have goosebumps.
So Prince Harry and Meghan Markle will no longer call Frogmore Cottage their UK home. In a way, this kind of makes me sad. This is, of course, with the US-based Duke and Duchess of Sussex. They've been requested to vacate the royal residence. Now, a spokesperson for Harry and Meghan said a request was made for the couple to give up the 17th century country house, which is very close to the Windsor Castle in Berkshire. Now, it has been reported that the move likely to be viewed as antagonistic weeks after the release of Harry's autobiography Spare was sanctioned by King Charles. Well, Harry and Meghan first moved into Frogmore Cottage in the spring of 2019. This is ahead of the birth of their first child, Archie Harrison. He's 3 now. It's been such a hot minute. And then they stepped back as working members of the royal family relocated to California in 2020. Well, the couple currently live in the US, and so far they've continued to spend time at Frogmore Cottage anytime they stop by the UK. They even celebrated their daughter Lilibet's first birthday in June over there. So it's interesting that this is happening. They've definitely been dealing with a tough time. Just a few weeks ago, South Park released the funniest, in fact, it's not even funny. It's more like they just took a whole episode to roast Harry and Meghan. For South Park to roast you, then that definitely there was something wrong. Take a look at this kind of funny clip.
Now, since our beloved Queen has died, all Canadians are finding it hard to go on. All Canadians, that is, except for our first guest, the Prince and his wife. We want privacy! We want privacy! Thanks for having us on the show. It's so awesome to be here. It's great. So let me start with you, Sam. You've lived a life with the royal family. You've had everything handed to you, but you say your life has been hard, and now you've written all about it in your new book, Where? Yes, that's right, friend. You see, my wife and I are totally you should write a book because your family stupid and then so are journalists. So you hate journalists. That's right. And now you wrote a book that reports on the lives of the royal family.
So that makes you journalists. Anyway, Dwayne Wade, he successfully petitioned for his daughter, who was his son, but now is his daughter, Zaya, who's 15, to have her name changed and her gender legally changed despite pushback from her biological mother. Now, Zaya Wade is a 15-year-old trans woman, trans girl, who basically believes that although she was born a boy, she's meant to be a girl. So her parents, her father, Dwayne Wade, and her stepmom, Gabrielle Union Wade, they've been incredibly supportive of her gender change. So much so now that according to legal documents, an LA judge has granted the legal changes, and her name is now officially Zaya Malachi Aramis Wade. and this is what she would like to be addressed as. Now, Zaya came out as trans all the way back in 2020, and there was a lot of pushback. The most important ones basically saying, how does a 15-year-old come out and say that they do not want to be identified as their gender, and how do you even support this? Well, in response to the major criticism that Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union have faced over the last few years, following Zaya's decision to transition to a girl, most recently at the NAACP Image Awards, the actress, producer, and best-selling author Gabrielle Union Wade and her three-time NBA champion, entrepreneur, and producer husband, Dwayne Wade, they were honored with the President's Award for their philanthropic efforts benefiting the LGBTQIA+ youth. And they made it a point of duty to also highlight the bravery of their daughter. Take a look.
And what other families are going through. I'm intentional when I use my platform. I recognize what I've been given, and it is my job to uplift the voices of others and share my access and resources. I want to take this moment to publicly speak to our daughter, Zaya. Zaya, as your father, all I've wanted to do was get it right. I've sat back and watched how gracefully you've taken on the public scrutiny. And even though it's not easy, I watched you walk out of that house every morning as yourself. I admire how you've handled the ignorance in our world. I admire it that you face every day. To say that your village is proud of you is an understatement. Thank you for showing me that there's more than just one way to communicate effectively. You've taught me that communication with my mouth isn't enough. I have to also communicate with my 2 ears and my 2 eyes. As your father, my job isn't to create a version of myself or direct your future. My role is to be a facilitator to your hopes, your wishes, and your dreams. Zaya, you've made me a better human just simply by being who you were born to be, our baby girl, Zaya Wade. So baby, thank you for showing the world what courage looks like. I'm proud that I was chosen to stand in place as your father. And thank you so much to the NAACP for this incredible honor.
Thank you, Derek and the NAACP. It's humbling to stand here surrounded by friends and heroes, OGs and icons, all working to advance the lives of Black people and pay respect to an organization that has led us through over a century of relentless challenge, pain, triumph, and change, and now stands with us again at the foot of a very new era of activism. A new era that demands our collective answer to one simple question. Will we fight for some, or will we fight for all of our people?
Let's take a quick break on Rise 360, shall we? When we return, we'll be talking about Netflix. They've just released a new trailer for their animated series, Agent Elvis. We'll take a look at that, as well as how Jimmy Kimmel is getting ready for the Oscars after the break.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, will conduct the 2023 general election using the Bimodal Voter Accreditation System, BVAS. On election day, the BVAS equipment will be used to accredit voters by verifying their fingerprints or facial photographs. In each polling unit, every voter must be verified and authenticated before they are allowed to vote. Any intending voter whose fingerprint or facial photograph is not verified by the BVAS equipment will not be able to vote. With this, one man, one woman, one vote is assured. As no one can engage in multiple voting, neither can anyone use the voter cards of another person to vote. After polling, the BVAS equipment will also be used to transmit election results electronically from polling units to the INEC result viewing portal for everyone to see. BVAS will eliminate multiple voting, identity theft, or impersonation. The BVAS will guarantee one man, one woman, one vote. INEC, making your vote count, consolidating our democracy.
This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the Osiwa Africa Foundation.
Today, the Tony Elmelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program has trained over 1.5 million young African entrepreneurs. We have disbursed nearly $100 million to over 18,000 beneficiaries who have gone on to create over 400,000 jobs across Africa.
We need to do more for women in Africa. Empower a woman, you're empowering a whole society.
The Tony Elumelu Foundation gives access to a world-class business training and seed capital.
Thanks to the Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program, we've been able to structure our business and operations, but also we got the funding and financial needs to concretize it and make it happen.
This is the impact we want to achieve at the Tony Elmelu Foundation. The Tony Elmelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program is sector agnostic. The only thing that is important to us is your ideas. The future of Africa is in your hands.
Here's a card we no go give you stress at all. Zero waiting, zero queue. First Bank Petra card. Here's a card we no go give you wahala. Zero trouble now for you. First Bank Petra card. Tell off spoiler. Who won't break 'em? Where you want say 'em? Now only you get 'em. Nothing fit do 'em. Sharp, sharp payment. Swipe it, go, you know the way. Veteran card with the sweet body. Veteran card with no the shape person. We put you first again. First banking veteran card, we put you first again. Generate your virtual card, we put you first again. First banking virtual card, we put you first again. Just generate your virtual card. Yeah.
You're welcome back to the show. Let's delve right into what else is happening with Netflix releasing a new trailer for their brand new animated series about a secret agent who excels at martial arts and has a monkey sidekick. Now, that agent, I don't know who inspired this story, just happens to be the king of rock and roll, called Agent Elvis. Of course, as you can imagine, it is about Elvis Presley, a singer by day and a U.S. government spy by night. Now, Matthew McConaughey voices Elvis Presley, Priscilla Presley voices herself, and she is also a co-creator on this particular project. Now, Agent Elvis is going to premiere on the 17th of March, and it is the first adult animated project from the studio behind Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
Your journey is the journey of America, and at some point, you make out with a nun.
Where are we going again?
Don't worry about it.
And we're leaving Scattered here by himself.
Now that we may want to worry about.
Your ass needs to see a doctor. And I mean like a ton of them.
Cocaine Tuesdays? Love it. It's like Taco Tuesdays, but for awesome people.
Time to mow the fucking lawn.
This man is like Marvin Gaye to white people.
You boys stay with the car, which means not buying coked up hookers, he said really clearly this time.
Now, it is the season for the Academy Awards. It is the season for awards in general. But the next, we're expecting, of course, just after the Essence Black Women in Hollywood Awards will be the Oscars. And Jimmy Kimmel is saying that there are only two ways to prepare for the Oscars. One of them is to write a ton of jokes, and the other one, of course, is to try to fit into your tuxedo. Yes, of course, he's saying that he has been writing and starving just so he can fit in. Well, he will be returning as the host for the 95th Academy Awards on Sunday, the 12th of March. Just next week, Sunday. Now, Jimmy Kimmel previously hosted a show in 2017 when he managed the chaotic final moments in which the wrong Best Picture winner was called. Now, this became known as the Envelope Gate. And then, of course, the next year, which came just months into the Me Too reckoning, it was also a really, really tough time. Now, 2023 wasn't also an easy one. It was, first of all, a landmark anniversary year for the Academy Awards, but it was also the first to follow the slap. Yeah, which of course would be Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. Well, the organization's leadership, they said that they would really like to move on from the slap and just focus on a show that celebrates cinema. So this show will take place at the Dolby Theater as usual at the Ovation Hollywood and will be televised live on ABC in more than 200 territories worldwide. Here's what Jimmy Kimmel has to say about the show as he gets ready for it.
I've hosted the Oscars twice before, and I feel like I have a pretty good sense of what needs to be done. And really, you just have to be funny at the beginning and then funny throughout the whole thing and apologize repeatedly for how long the show is. We've got some really popular movies, which is nice because it's hard to explain the plots of the movies to the people in the audience before the jokes. And secondly, I think you just want to be ready for anything. And you never obviously don't know when something crazy might happen, and crazy things seem to be happening a lot lately. So I just want the opportunity, if something crazy happens, to be able to be on stage to comment on said crazy thing. Well, there are only two ways to prepare for the broadcast. One is to write a ton of jokes, and the other one is to try to fit into your tuxedo. So I've been writing and starving.
Well, there's never a dull day when it comes to music. Let's take a look at what songs, what artists have been making the big headlines in the world of music. So let us talk about Justin Bieber. Fans have been waiting eagerly for new dates for his postponed international tour. And now they've been told that the shows won't be going ahead at all. Now, fan sites have reported that the remaining parts of Justin Bieber's Justice World Tour dates have been cancelled. And Justin Bieber's website doesn't currently list any dates. Of course, there will be refunds made to fans. In fact, on Ticketmaster's website, that's the ticket company, all concerts in the US, Ireland, France, Poland, Australia, Denmark, the Czech Republic, they're all shown to be cancelled. Now, the same goes for Justin Bieber's show in Bangkok, Thailand. And so far, fans have been reacting sadly to the news. Of course, the artist and his reps haven't commented on these cancellations or giving any reason whatsoever. But what we know is this. The 29-year-old singer that will be Justin Bieber, he had postponed his tour several times, telling fans last summer that he was suffering from a facial paralysis after he was diagnosed with the Ramsay-Hunt syndrome. And that was all the way back in 2022. He said he wanted to make his health a priority. Maybe this might also be part of his decision to postpone his tour.
There's always tomorrow.
Now, Ed Sheeran has announced his 5th studio album, Subtract. I feel like right now he's just playing Bodmas because what's up with all the symbols? Well, this is going to be dropping on the 5th of May, and it's just going to detail his personal journey through fear, depression, and anxiety. Like I said, the album is pronounced Subtract, but it's just a sign. It's going to be an acoustic album. It will conclude his mathematical album era. He must really, really like math. Now, this began over a decade ago with addition, literally the plus sign. Now, he said writing the album helped him cope with his pregnant wife's health struggles, among some other issues, his very close friend's death, defending his artistic integrity in court. Well, right now, the Grammy artist's previous studio album was Equal, like the 2 dash, that dropped in 2021. And it had big songs like Shivers, Bad Habits, and Two Step. Of course, my fave was definitely Shivers.
To the heart, I never kissed a mouth that tastes like yours. Strawberries and something more. Ooh yeah, I want it all. Lipstick on my guitar. Fill up the engine, we can drive real far. Go dancing underneath the stars. Ooh yeah, I want it all. Got me feeling like I wanna be that guy.
Okay, so speaking about Ed Sheeran Empire, the distribution company for the YBNL label, where Fireboy is signed on to, they've announced that Fireboy has received a platinum plaque for Peru. Now, this is such a big deal. It was released on the 21st of July, all the way back in 2021, and it became an instant hit in Nigeria. It's captivated listeners and dominated the charts. Literally, everyone loves it. Now, the single quickly crossed over to the international space, where it enjoyed massive success with an Ed Sheeran remix in 2021, December 2021.
Capture my soul. I'ma get no be so. Make we one bo. Better bye. Better bye. I'm loose. Even better done the para. Tonight in Josie. I'm in Josie. Won't call it for one Josie. I'm not playing with you, I'm not joking. My thought of mom is loaded. Me, you can fight up, but I'm on board. I'm on duty, but I'm on low key. They want do me, they want do me, they want do me, gonna want do me. When you won't want me, when you won't want me, I'm in San Francisco jamming.
Let's jam up to a quick break, shall we? When we return, we'll be delving into the world of film and TV, where our correspondent Judita De Silva has the latest news today. We'll be right back.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch. For easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Esther, you're late again. Esther? She's a wandering light in the darkness. She's beautiful.
Morning, Esther.
She never let her mama down. She's beautiful. She know they fear. She know they ever got it hard for them.
No phones at the table, please.
Esther. I love you too.
Got everything? Don't forget I'll pick you at 4.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
What is really happening in Akamata market? It seems these people don't want the election to hold.
I hope you are broadcasting to the world must hear.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying it? If I may ask, which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it though.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
No. In this election season and after, one must be very careful. Or do you want to set the country on fire?
Haba.
Fake news is a threat to a free and fair election and to peace and security. So, before you share any news, check to be sure the source is credible. Check if there are supporting credible sources. Read beyond the headlines. Check the author. Check the date. Check your biases. Ask an expert or send to a fact-checking organization for confirmation. Say no to fake news. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Welcome back to Rise 360. I'm Kachi Ofia. Now, we've been taking you through the world of entertainment within the hour. First of all, stopping by just how your favorite celebrities within Nigeria took part in the presidential elections. Of course, we stopped by what's been going on around the world in the international space specifically, and then the world of music. And now we're here delving into the biggest stories from the big screen and the small screen as we discuss what's been happening in film and TV. And joining me now from London to discuss the top stories in film and TV, Arise correspondent Judita De Silva. Great to have you back on the show, Ju. It's been a long break. Well, let's begin with the new HBO series, The Idol, which was created by and stars singer The Weeknd. Now, it is facing major controversy over reports of a toxic workplace, but the stars have responded. Is that right?
You know, it stars The Weeknd, who wrote it and created it, as also stars Lily Rose Depp, daughter of Johnny Depp and Vanessa Paradis. And it's a kind of a weird, convoluted one. Rolling Stone magazine did this piece talking about, and kind of like an expose of what people have called like a toxic situation on the set of this HBO series. They cited 13 separate sources who worked closely to the project. And it was things like the original director who left after she left. We know it is co-created by Sam Levinson, who also created Zendaya's Euphoria. And when he took over directing the film, what started as a satire ended up turning into the toxic culture of Hollywood that it was satirizing. There were constant rewrites. It was meant to be a production shoot of 3 months. It pushed to 5. But then Lily Rose Depp came out and spoke up for Sam Levinson, saying that he is her favorite director she's ever worked with. Then The Weeknd took to social media and posted a clip from the series where they make fun of Rolling Stone magazine no longer being relevant. And he says, "Oh, did I say something to upset you?" Then the editor-in-chief of Rolling Stone also tweets back and says, "No, you didn't." So we don't know if this is a storm in a teacup, or they say there's no smoke without fire. To have 13 separate accounts, something's rotten in the state of Denmark when it comes to The Idol.
100%. But my question is, do you feel there's always this passive-aggressive response whenever, journalists or publications or editorials, come out with these sort of, statements or reports, which would explain the weekend's reaction to this.
100%. Like, you can never play your cards face up when you're in Hollywood. Everyone's got an angle, everyone's got a game, and they've got to maintain a poker face. But all you can do, like us from the outside, is look at the pieces in front of us and try to glean what's really happening. There's his story, her story, and the truth. Clearly, something has gone on the set of this series, but there may be bad blood. And also, when you have a publication that clearly has tension with the weekend, they would be obviously put out the article with a lot more zeal and a lot more relish than they would normally when it comes to just journalistic objectivity. So again, you look at all the pieces and all the players, and you have to be responsible for taking away what semblance of truth there may be.
Will Smith has made his first award acceptance speech in person since the controversial Oscars incident. I am so curious to know what's going on here.
Yeah, so the African American Film Critics Association Awards, it's one of many stops during award season. They presented him with the Beacon Award. And so one of the actresses from Emancipation, as well as the chairman of the AAFCA, presented this Beacon Award to the director and to Will Smith. And they both came out. Will Smith gave his speech. He was very tongue-in-cheek. He practically joked. He talked about the actual production of Emancipation, that it was the hardest film he ever filmed. He praised the actors. But then people are doing of this, it's more like the African-American community, or at least the power players within it, which is the critics, are saying that they're not going to cancel Will Smith. They're not writing off Will Smith. He's a very big star and important in the tapestry of great African-American stars in Hollywood. So this is kind of more of a statement to everyone else that he's done what he's done. And remember, it's coming on the back of the Academy saying, we set up a crisis team, the chairman saying that they're really appalled by what happened and they should have acted quicker, where they just won't let it rest. This is kind of the other side making their own play of support for Will Smith.
And I'm so glad that we even brought this conversation up, because moving forward from Janet Yang's comment saying that the Academy had a poor response to the entire incident, one, and then Jimmy Kimmel's Oscar promo where he referenced the slap as well, saying that that will definitely be addressed during the show. Basically, it's almost as if the Oscars are the only ones, that's the Academy themselves, are the only ones who do not want to move on from this. Because for some reason, the only reason we ever have to talk about it is when the Oscars does say something about it.
The key is there are some people in Hollywood that are still upset, and also with Will Smith making a comeback so soon. Like, it wasn't even a full year that he was gone, and we all know the politics of Hollywood. You do something embarrassing, think about like Armie Hammer, even though his was extremely worse, or people who've had alcohol problems, or even the actor who's playing The Flash. You disappear for at least 2 to 3 years before you attempt to come back. So that rubbed people up the wrong way. And in response to that, they're trying to basically say, we're not going to make it that easy for you, Will Smith. And he's announced he's doing another Bad Boys film. The Academy has to show that, based on so many important people in film who are also members of the Academy not being happy, they have to be shown to be responsible and to be seen to be taking it as seriously as those people are.
Before I let you go, Michael B. Jordan's directorial debut, Creed 3, which he also stars in, is reportedly heading for the biggest box office opening weekend of the entire Rocky franchise. How true is this?
Yeah, so this was reported by Deadline. So from the 6 Rocky films and then the 3, this is the 3rd Creed film. This is the 9th film in the whole franchise. It's the first one that's directed by Michael B. Jordan, just like Sylvester Stallone directed himself in the Rocky films. And it's the first one that won't star Sylvester Stallone. So it's a really landmark one in the entire project. And they're reporting it should make anything between 38 and 40 million. If it makes anything over 35.5 million, it will be the highest box office opening weekend for any film in the Rocky franchise. And that would be something exceptional, because there's nervousness about Michael B. Jordan taking on the directorship of this franchise that he already stars in. People are always on the fence about, is he as big a star as people say he is, and does he have the chops to deliver? This will be the proof of the pudding.
Wait to see it. I cannot wait to see how well this movie does. And this week, well, not really this week. Actually, this week, Michael B. Jordan came out with that retort to the lady or reporter, who said he was corny. And it's still, he just got his Walk of Fame, his star in the Walk of Fame, but that whole corny comment really rubbed me off the wrong way, especially because every time lately that we've talked about him, it's maybe about, his ex-girlfriend or how he's doing or his hotness or his body. And I'm just like, you know what, there's so much more to this man than just a handsome face and a tumultuous ex-relationship. So I'm really excited to see how this movie sets him up in Hollywood.
I completely agree. Basically, it's great. He gets to write his own narrative now, and I think he understands better, kind of like Leonardo DiCaprio. Keep your relationships out of the spotlight because they can potentially take over.
Drew, 1000. Well, thanks a lot for joining me on the show today, Drew. Enjoy the rest of your day. And that is all from Judita De Silva in London today. Almost all from us too, but you know it. There's one recommendation for you to watch today. It is Up to Neverland once again. Disney Plus has just released the first trailer for their upcoming live action Peter Pan and Wendy. It puts a new spin on the classic story based on the J.M. Barrie novel and the 1953 animated hit. But of course, my name is Kachi Ofia. And before I leave you, I will say a big thank you to you for being a part of the show. Join us every weekday, 5 p.m. From all of us here in the FCT as well as over in London. Goodbye and thanks for watching.
To Neverland.
Are you Lost Boys? Every last one of us. But you're not all boys. So? What is this place? It's home.
Peter found it. Just like he found all of us.
It's like he found me. Peter Pan?
Were you expecting someone else?
What do you say, boys? You ready for an adventure? It looks very far away.
It's closer than you think.
Every day, life presents hopes, dreams, and challenges. Challenges that can become successes with a little help. Because a little help can empower you to go from despair to celebration. A little help can keep you going until the race is won. A little help can turn bundles of anxiety into a bundle of joy. And with Glow Data, you get much more than just a little help. You get the biggest data deals in town to make every day glow with small wins and big wins. Dial *777# to select your Glow Data plan.
Every moment matters. Every decision. Every moment of courage. Every act of kindness. Every declaration of war is made by someone, somewhere. Arise today's Newsnight analyzes the decisions that affect all of our lives.
A very warm welcome to you. This is Newsnight. Every night, we bring you the moments that matter, from the top to the bottom, and in every corner of our country. We bring you a focused agenda from Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. Focus on what's important with Arise Newsnight.
It all starts with a bell. And that bell means it's business time. The bell rings in London, Lagos, Cairo, and Joburg, kicking off a new day of opportunities. New idea being born and bought, deals being done, big global players winning big or losing it all. IPOs, mergers, takeovers, stocks, bonds, and commodities. In the business world, the winner takes the spoils. In the business day, every moment matters. Trust us to be your guide to the highs and lows of the global marketplace. We will round up the business day with up, what's down, the bears and the bulls, and what to watch out for. This is Arise Exchange.
Welcome to the program. You're with Arise News in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Ahead over the next 60 minutes, all of the global headlines you need to know about. I'm Charles Enyegulu, and you're watching Arise News Hour. Our top stories. Divisions over Ukraine have hijacked yet another international gathering, with angry scenes at the G20 meeting in India over Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The top US and Russian diplomats spoke briefly at their summit in the first face-to-face talks, but it was a frosty encounter, and the summit has ended without a final declaration. We have analysis. Meanwhile, in Ukraine, the killings continue. Kyiv is blaming Moscow for a strike on an apartment block in the city of Zaporizhia that has left at least 2 people dead. And Moscow is accusing Ukraine of carrying out a terrorist act in the Russian border region. And here in Nigeria, the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has claimed he won Saturday's election and says he'll prove it in court. In his first public comment since the ruling party candidate Bola Tinubu was declared the winner, Mr. Obi said the polls will go down as one of the most controversial in Nigeria's history. We have an assessment. Plus, in Greece, a station master has appeared in court over accusations he could have prevented the country's biggest ever rail crash. We begin this news hour in India, and the first face-to-face encounter in more than a year between US Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. They've had an unexpected meeting on the sidelines of the G20 summit in New Delhi. The two spoke for less than 10 minutes. World divisions over the war in Ukraine have dominated the G20. The Indian Foreign Minister has confirmed there'll be no joint statement from the meeting, saying they can't reach a consensus. Russia and China were the only 2 countries who refused to support a demand for Moscow to withdraw from Ukrainian territory.
Finally, I told the Foreign Minister what I and so many others said last week at the United Nations, and what so many G20 foreign ministers said today. End this war of aggression. Engage in meaningful diplomacy that can produce a just and durable peace. President Zelensky has put forward a 10-point plan for a just and durable peace. The United States stand ready to support Ukraine through diplomacy to end the war on this basis. President Putin, however, has demonstrated zero interest in engaging, saying there's nothing to even talk about unless and until Ukraine accepts, and I quote, the new territorial realities while doubling down on his brutalization of Ukraine.
Unfortunately, the declaration on behalf of all ministers of the G20 group was not endorsed. Our Western colleagues, like a year ago, under the Indonesian chairmanship, were seeking to bring to the forefront an issue of the situation around Ukraine by truths and untruths. First, by untruths, by various rhetorical statements. We publicly said not once that we never refuse serious proposals made from a sincere desire to find a political decision. I will remind once again that while we are being called for talks, I don't remember some of our Western colleagues from a number of other countries urge Ukraine for talks. Probably there is truth in this because Ukraine is being encouraged for a continuation of the war.
The Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov there, and before him the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Well, earlier the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi urged G20 members to put aside their differences and focus on the needs of developing nations.
Deep global divisions. At Foreign Minister, it is but natural that your discussions are affected by the geopolitical tensions of the day. We all have our positions and our perspectives on how this tension should be resolved. However, at the leading economies of the world, we also have a responsibility toward those who are not in this room. We should not allow issues that we cannot resolve together to come in the way of those we can.
Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, there. Well, for more on this story, let's cross over to London to speak to Arise correspondent Laurie Laird. Good to see you, Laurie. So divisions over Ukraine, hijacking yet another international gathering with angry scenes at that G20 summit. Just summarise for us the top lines that have emerged from that summit.
I think the top line, Charles, is that there is the consensus that we had expected, that we had grown used to over the past year over Russia's invasion of Ukraine, that is starting to fray a little bit. There was no communique. I don't think we should be surprised that there was no communique, although there was a communique a year ago when the G20 happened in Indonesia. Of course, that was right after the invasion. And I think there was such a shock at that point that it was easier to get agreement amongst the G20 to condemn Russia's aggression. That was not present here at all. And I think this is the worry, that this international consensus is beginning to fray a bit. And I think India is a perfect example of this. India wants to maintain relations with both Russia and the US. And it shows you how difficult it will be to continue to forge this consensus.
Absolutely. So clearly a fractious meeting, and the bottom line is they failed to agree on a joint statement, despite the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi calling on countries to find common ground. And more importantly, perhaps to people like us who are in Africa, no discussion on the needs of developing countries.
Absolutely. And I think this will be a disappointment for Mr. Modi. He really is, I think, very keen to take what he thinks is his rightful place on the stage. That India will be the biggest, the most populous country in the world, not in just a few months on current predictions. I think Mr. Modi thinks it is time for him to step up and to be a real player in diplomatic affairs. And this is the way he wanted to do it, to discuss what is happening with developing nations that are feeling the strain of this war much more acutely than any other country. But we never expected that this G20 was going to go well. I think the scenes of acrimony and from what I understand, some really testy, heated exchanges between Antony Blinken and Sergei Lavrov. We saw both of those men just a few moments ago. I think the US is trying to pin this very short meeting that Mr. Lavrov and Mr. Blinken had on the sidelines of the meeting. U.S. is trying to paint this as perhaps a tentative step forward, a way for maybe Russia and the U.S. to find cooperation in other areas. And the State Department has made it clear that one of the things that Antony Blinken wanted to communicate is that he would very much like to see Russia reverse its decision to pull out of the New START treaty, which is the last existing nuclear treaty between Russia and the U.S.
Well, obviously, it was an exceedingly brief meeting. I understand it lasted 10 minutes. And obviously, also, apparently, from just hearing them talk, a fractious meeting. How much does that highlight the dearth of communication between Russia and America?
People who find it somewhat soothing that the two men met at all. That was unexpected. It's the highest level contact between the two countries since the 24th of February, 2022. So that if you want to be optimistic, perhaps this is something to grab onto. The other thing that Antony Blinken communicated is that he would like to see Russia release a man called Paul Whelan, who has been held prisoner in Russia since 2018. And it shows, I think, that the U.S. is looking for lower level agreements to perhaps find some way to work with Russia on smaller issues, and perhaps that cooperation can continue. But I think my concern out of this meeting is watching this international consensus fray as the war grinds on, and we now have a sense that this war will not be ending anytime soon. Can this coalition of democracies continue to support Ukraine? Will their populations allow them to continue to support Ukraine militarily and financially?
Well, that's a very important point that you've made, because on the one hand, we can see that the war in Ukraine is important enough to have overshadowed a G20 meeting. On the other, I have to ask you, and you seem to be saying, that the international diplomacy over Ukraine is failing or appears to be failing.
I'm not sure failing is quite the right word, although I think failure down the road is a possibility. But the energy, the will to support Ukraine seems to be fading. And remember, all of these countries have, or most of these countries have their own democracies. They have voters to whom they are beholden. And I'm just looking at the U.S. While the U.S., Joe Biden has been very clear that he will stand by Ukraine for however long it takes for Ukraine to establish a settlement that suits them. Joe Biden won't be in office for all that long. And we're seeing squeals out of the Republican Party about how long financially the U.S. can support Ukraine. We're going to see that in other countries as well. And as you say, with developing nations, many nations want their diplomats, their leaders, to focus on what is going on at home. So there is a great deal of concern about how long this coalition can last.
And obviously this G20 summit is taking place in India. What is this balancing act that India is trying to play in all this? I mean, has this meeting shed more light on exactly where it stands with Ukraine?
I think that's such a fascinating, sort of side story to this, because Narendra Modi really wanted this to be a showcase for the future of India. India as soon to be the most populous country in the world. India, the fastest growing big economy in the world, and economic management in India has been pretty good over the past couple of years. It's one of the few countries that's experiencing good growth. Inflation is not all that high. It's above target, but the Indian economy is in good shape. And I think Narendra Modi may have viewed the G20 as his coming out party. And so far, he has managed to balance these two sides. He is still on chummy turns with chummy turns with Russia. India is benefiting from cheaper Russian oil. Russia is selling oil to India at what we believe to be a discount. India is a very big net importer of oil. On the other hand, the U.S. wants to keep India friendly as a counterbalance to China. So far, Narendra Modi is walking a tightrope, but he's staying on it. He's remained balanced.
Very interesting indeed. Laurie, thanks very much. Laurie Laird, Arise correspondent, talking to me there from London, and Laurie will be back later in the programme. You're watching Arise News Hour. Still ahead, Ukraine is blaming Russia for a deadly strike on an apartment block in the city of Zaporizhia.
We all want to do our best to win for our team. But right now, we're losing to the illegal trade in wildlife. Illegal bushmeat is on sale in our cities, risking extinction and our health. We've become a centre for ivory and pangolin smuggling, and many of our iconic species are threatened with extinction. So please report wildlife crime and say no to illegal bushmeat. And let's work together to win for Nigeria. Keep them wild, keep us safe.
My name is Abdurrashid Bawa, the Executive Chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. I want to use this medium to urge all Nigerians to eschew all manner of electoral fraud, either through vote buying, vote selling, or fraudulent manipulations of electoral processes. I'm fully persuaded that we can run our electioneering processes devoid of any form of criminality. Let us all be committed to a free, fair, and credible dealings in the exercise of our democratic rights. Thank you.
Report any electoral fraud to the following numbers. You can also send any relevant information to info@efcc.gov.ng or to all our social media platforms at official EFCC. Also, use the EFCC mobile app, the Eagle Eye, to report. Your vote is your power. Protect it.
Welcome back to Arise News Hour. I'm Charles Enyigolu in Abuja. Ukraine is blaming Russia for a strike on an apartment block in the city of Zaporizhia that killed at least 2 people. Emergency services scrambled to rescue victims from under the rubble. The city's acting mayor says the 5-story building was almost completely destroyed in the attack. And Russia says its forces are responding to a Ukrainian attack in the southwest. The governor of Bryansk region says a group crossed from Ukraine and opened fire on a car. They said 1 person was killed and a child wounded. A spokesman for President Putin has called the incident a terrorist attack. Kyiv denies the allegation. Meanwhile, fighting on the front lines is intensifying. Arise News chief correspondent John Cookson has more from central Ukraine.
After Kyiv, with its politicians and visiting presidents and prime ministers and press conferences and general political ballyhoo, I've travelled 600 miles south into the Ukrainian heartland to Zaporizhia, a city at war. Now, in these kind of places, you bump into all sorts of people. Earlier today, I met with a sniper. He was formerly a New Zealand veteran, but now works as a sniper with the Ukrainian army. And he spoke quite coldly about his job, but how he felt sorry for the Russians that he was killing with a single shot every day.
Yeah, the conscripts are pretty bad. A lot of them don't want to actually be there. They don't want to be in the fight. They're poorly equipped, poorly trained. Even their VDVs, fairly average, but there's some good units there.
Can the Ukrainians win this war?
Yes.
But how long will it take, do you think?
I think for Russia to actually win, they would have to commit mass genocide. The Ukrainians aren't going to roll over and just let their land get taken. They would pretty much have to wipe them out and start again, and I don't see it happening, especially with Western support.
Can they do it without warplanes, do you think, and long-range missiles?
Not easily. If it's going to be a battle of manpower, they can't. There's a lot of Russians. There's a lot of Russians, and even an untrained army with that kind of number is still a dangerous army.
How many kills have you had, do you think?
That's
Don't
really want to talk about that.
Could we say tens or?
Yeah, enough. I was in Afghanistan as well, and I've been busier here than I was the entire time I was over there.
Off camera, he talked about killing 100 Russians every day, and he expected to kill hundreds more in the coming weeks and months. Now, on a brighter note, there are a number of NGOs operating out of Ukraine, and earlier I met with Pastor Pomana, who gets vital food to Ukrainians affected by the war. He talks about his job, but first he walks us through yet another village bombed by the Russians.
This whole area around here now, completely flattened. You can have a look at these kids' toys, someone's livelihood, lost their lives in there. There's no military here. All the people that say nasty things on social media about why people should be treated like this. I mean, like, look, it's kids' toys. I've heard horrendous stories. There's people right now in the trenches that don't want to be there on both sides. And so, you know, it's a nasty place to be in, not knowing where your son or your daughter's coming home.
What an amazing report that really takes you into the heart of that Ukrainian war there. And our intrepid chief correspondent John Cookson has travelled overnight from Zaporizhia and joins us now from the Black Sea port of Odessa. John, good to see you. I hope you're staying safe. I understand from you that families in Zaporizhia were expecting this latest Russian assault. Tell us more.
Hey Charles, good to see you. The second air raid warning of the day just echoed across Odessa a few minutes ago, and strictly speaking, I should be in the basement, so security come and turf me out. I'll let you know, but carry on for now. Yes, so we were in Zaporizhia, as you saw from my report, and I don't want to give too many military secrets away, but clearly the Ukrainian army have a heavy presence there. I don't know whether it's part of their coming offensive against the Russians. We'll have to wait and see. But there was a lot of tensions in the city, and Zaporizhia hears air raid sirens 2 or 3 times a day. Sometimes it's nothing, but sometimes, of course, death comes from the skies. And as you say, the city was hit, an apartment block in the city was hit overnight. The Russians fired S-300 missiles. These are simple missiles fired off the back of trucks, costing about $500,000 each rocket. They have a range of about 120 kilometers. And the further away the firing point is, the less accurate the aim. Now, I mentioned that because in the past, it has to be said that Russians have targeted Ukrainian military equipment in civilian areas. That does happen. But to use this kind of rocket and to indiscriminately hit an apartment block tells me that the Russians simply lob this rocket over or rockets over and hope they'd hit something. I mean, it really is a terrible way of conducting the war. Where did the rocket be fired from? Well, on the other side of the Dnipro River, about 80 kilometers further down is Russian-held territory in Zaporizhia, which the Russians seized earlier on in the war. So presumably the rocket came from there. In my report, I said that I was in Zaporizhia, and indeed I was a couple of days ago when we went to a similar site of an attack, Charles, where an apartment block was brought down. At least 33 people died. And the amazing thing to me is that a number of other buildings close by, because these apartment blocks are built close together, were also damaged beyond repair. You couldn't live in them anymore. And yet the people there were telling me that they get absolutely no help from government sources to find a new home, to recover lost possessions. It really was a surprise to me, given that hundreds of billions of dollars are flowing into Ukraine right now, and yet the ordinary people on the ground are not seeing a penny of this so far to rebuild their lives. They can get their windows repaired for free, but my goodness me, they need more than windows repaired. They need new homes. They have to have somewhere to live. And earlier today in Odessa, I was in a refugee center where people had come from Zaporizhzhia, a long trip, a trip of about 500 or 600 miles, 800 kilometers, looking for help. They are absolutely desperate. So I think to that extent, the Ukrainian government has some big questions to ask as to why isn't the money getting to the people to rebuild their homes, and if you can't rebuild their homes, to house them somewhere else and replace their precious possessions. Charles.
Yeah, that's very informative, John. But what about this? We're hearing about the Ukrainians allegedly carrying out a terrorist attack in the Russian border region, according to Vladimir Putin. I suppose it's hard to verify what's going on there.
Very hard, and indeed, Kyiv is saying it's fake news. It's it's to put the Ukrainians in a bad light that they're crossing the border, and the Ukrainians denied absolutely. So it might have happened, it might not have happened. We just don't know. There have been similar reports in the past, and there will be further reports in the future, I've no doubt.
And John, you talked about, I think you mentioned this in your package as well. I mean, you sort of touched on the much talked about Russian offensive that's been expected for some time. It's not clear if it started. But what about the military equipment that's being awaited, which it is hoped will help turn the tide of this war in Ukraine's favor? I mean, has any of it started arriving?
Well, certainly not in this part of the world. Ukrainian figures that I've spoken to in the last few days say it hasn't arrived. All we can say is it's on the way from countries like Germany, Poland, and indeed the US, also Britain. I think that the best that the Ukrainians can hope for the time being to tide them over is this training that they're getting in various centers on various new pieces of kit. But as we've discussed before, Charles, you can have the equipment, but what comes with the tank is a whole range of support units, and where they're going to come from and who's going to do it is just a complete mystery. So things pretty much as was before the first anniversary at this stage. Certainly down here in the south, the Ukrainian army certainly seem to be getting ready for an offensive, but on what scale and where, we just don't know. And they do desperately need some equipment. And for example, the attack last night, how did those Russian rockets get through? Why didn't the Ukrainian air defense systems work? I mean, just one rocket on a part of the city like Zaporizhzhia causes tremendous pain and misery for the people, because they just don't know where the next rocket is going to fall next. And living in that kind of environment week in, week out, the impact on the people, it must be absolutely extraordinary. That said, I mean, these Ukrainians are certainly resilient, that's for sure. There's one young musician I was talking to earlier today. He come to Odessa from Kharkiv, also on the front line, and he said, "John, I'm determined to live my life. I can't let the Russians dictate what I'm going to do. I'm a musician. I want to perform." And it's that kind of spirit, Charles, that one has to admire. And if they can win the war with spirit, then the Ukrainians are certainly on course for victory.
Absolutely extraordinary, John. Thank you very much indeed. And I commend you for that extraordinary report as well. Do stay safe. John Cookson is Arise chief correspondent, and he was talking to me there from the Black Sea port of Odessa in Ukraine. You're watching Arise News Hour. Still ahead, 4 astronauts are on their way to the International Space Station.
The Dangote Group stands at the forefront of African enterprise. Since 1978, we've touched the lives of millions of people by meeting their basic needs. Our belief in the promise of Africa has taken us into 14 African countries, with substantial investments that will propel the continent towards greater prosperity, promising jobs, improved standards of living, and economic growth. Dangote, for an empowered Africa.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Welcome back to Arise News. I'm Charles Enyekulu in Abuja. Now, here in Nigeria, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has claimed he won Saturday's election. The ruling party candidate, Bola Tinubu, has been declared the winner, with the Election Commission saying he received 37% of the vote. But Mr. Obi told reporters a short while ago that he won the ballot and he'll prove it to Nigerians. He said people had been robbed and that he would take the issue to court. He's called on his supporters to remain peaceful.
The election that we just witnessed have been conducted and results announced as programmed. It is a clear version from electoral rules and guidelines as we were promised. This election, as you know, did not meet the minimum standard expected of a free, transparent, credible, fair election. It will go down as one of the most controversial elections ever conducted in Nigeria. The good and hardworking people of Nigeria have again been robbed by our supposed leaders whom they trusted. However, let me humbly and most respectfully appeal to all Nigerians to remain peaceful, law-abiding, and conduct themselves in most responsible manner. Please be assured that Dati and I, and indeed all of us, this is not the end, but the beginning of the journey for a birth of new Nigeria.
Meanwhile, there's been growing international reaction to Bola Tinubu's election victory. In a tweet, UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak said he was looking forward to working with the president-elect. Mr. Sunak said he wanted to grow security and trade ties and to create prosperity both here in Nigeria and in the UK. The US has also congratulated President-elect Bola Tinubu. However, the State Department acknowledged the frustration among some Nigerians and parties regarding the way the elections were conducted amid technical problems that have fueled accusations of fraud.
Two announcements at the top, and then we'll turn to your questions. First, the United States congratulates the people of Nigeria, President-elect Tinubu, and all political leaders following the declaration by Nigeria's Independent National Electoral Commission, or INEC, on the results of the February 25th presidential election. This competitive election represents a new period for Nigerian politics and democracy. Each of the top three candidates was the leading vote-getter in 12 states, a remarkable first in Nigeria's modern political era, reflecting the diversity of views that characterize the campaign and the wishes of Nigeria's voters. We understand that many Nigerians and some of the parties have expressed frustrations about the manner in which the process was conducted and the shortcomings of technical elements that were used for the first time in a presidential election cycle in Nigeria. Nigerians are clearly within their rights to have such concerns and should have high expectations for their electoral process.
Coverage. We're now returning to normal programming.
This is Arise News. We interrupt this program for a live event.
اللهم إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اللهم إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين ربنا ما خلقت هذا باطلا سبحانك فقنا عذاب النار ربنا آتنا في الدنيا في نيجيريا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Let us pray. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Eternal King of Glory, for a time like this, our country is living and intense because of the brazen manipulation experienced last Saturday from evil forces. But one thing that gives us confidence is that the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. You still control the affairs of men. Father, heal our nation. One thing we also know is that even if you kill the truth, bury the truth, at an appropriate time, the truth will resurrect. Because truth is constant, and conscience is an open wound. We commit our Father and the President is waiting at into your hands. Father, give him your wisdom even as he addresses this press conference. One thing we know and one confidence we have in you is that you are a God of justice. And because you are a God of justice, you will give this nation justice. You will heal our wound and make the truth to prevail. May all praises, adoration, thanksgiving, and honor be ascribed unto your holy name. For in Jesus' mighty name we have prayed.
Amen. PDP, power to the people. His Excellency, the National Chairman of our great party, former Senate President, Senator Dr. Yochai, former Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the People's President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON. For want of time, all other protocols are duly observed. Good evening and welcome to the press conference of the PDP presidential candidate in the just partially concluded election of February 25th. At this note, let me invite Senator Dino Melaye to take the next proceeding.
Thank you very much, Chinwe. I think she deserves a round of applause. Good evening, Nigerians. We are here for this World Press Conference by the candidates of the PDP, the People's President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And the true President-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Weeping may tarry tonight, but joy cometh in the morning. We want to announce to Nigerians, with the verification done, with the reports from our situation room, from the evidence we have gathered, Atiku Abubakar is the true president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I want to announce that the battle to reclaim this stolen mandate is a battle of no retreat, no surrender. It's a battle of no retreat, no surrender. By the special grace of God, justice will prevail. And the true wishes and aspirations of Nigerians will come to pass. Without wasting much of our time, it is my singular honor and privilege to invite a true Democrat, the most matured of all the presidential candidates of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the most preferred of all the presidential candidates of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a true believer in the unity and togetherness of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Join your hands together as I invite the President elected by the grace of the Almighty God, Atiku Abubakar. Yes. Sir, you are a president, sir, acting like one. Please sit down, sir.
Please be seated. The chairman of our great party, Your Excellency, Governor Victory of Adamawa State, Your Excellencies, members of the National Working Committee, distinguished members of the press. I understand they call you gentlemen of the press, even if they are ladies, they don't refer ladies as gentlemen of the press. I don't know why, but I would like to say ladies and gentlemen of the press. Before I deliver my speech, first of all, let me sincerely apologize for the delay in the start of this event. It's not intentional, but simply because I was held up at home by visiting international delegations of observer teams that have come to observe. I am being asked to sit down. My view is that if I sit down, all these things will block my face.
I don't sit inside.
So.
Can you give the president a round of applause?
Thank you very much. So, because of that, I ran late to this very, very important event this evening. And I hope, in spite of that, you will forgive me for running late, and hope we will have a very productive evening this evening. So, fellow Nigerians, it is with a heart full of sadness that I address you today. I have, in the last 3 decades, devoted my life to the battle to birth and deepen democracy in our country. It was a battle that started during the military era. It was a struggle that nearly cost me my life and that of my son Adamu, who is seated here today in Kaduna, where 8 policemen were killed in their attempt to save our lives. I survived the assassination only by the mercies and grace of God. Following that attack, I was forced into exile. But that attack claimed the precious lives of those policemen in the service of our dear country. That was not all. My businesses were nearly crippled, and my signature business was eventually appropriated by the maximum ruler in power at that time. My commitment to enthroning democracy ensured that I joined forces with other compatriots. As a leader of the defunct Social Democratic Party, together with our current chairman, we fought and won the 1993 presidential election, which was acclaimed as the fairest and freest election in our history. There was no internet then. Mark you, no internet. Yet it was the freest and the fairest election. Sadly, Chivenko Abiola, who embodied that hope for the birth of a new Nigeria, paid the ultimate price, including his wife. Our fight to enthrone democracy continued. Indeed, the motivating factor for the birth of the People's Democratic Party was to force the exit of the military from government and their permanent return to the military barracks. Today, we have succeeded in doing that. Following the exit of the military and the advent of democratic rule in 1999, I did not rest on my oars. I deployed the same level of commitment to advance and deepen our democracy. I did this because our democracy was bought at a huge price of human lives. My mentor and true Nigerian hero, who this venue in which we are gathered this evening is named for, was one of those who paid the ultimate price in that battle. Before my eyes, the military murdered him. So also was Chief Alfred Rewani, Chief MQ Abiola, and his dear wife, Chief Mrs. Kudrat Abiola, and many others. It was also for this reason that I sacrificed my political aspiration and fought against the actualization of the third term. Whether during the military or civilian era, I have, no matter how inconvenient, pitched my tent with the people against dictators. During the military regime, it nearly cost me my life again and the near decimation of my businesses. In the civilian administration, it had serious adverse implications on my political life. But I have remained undoubted because I was and still convinced that the only reason why I am in politics is to work in tandem with other compatriots in the advancement of the well-being of our people. The 2023 presidential election presented our nation and its people the greatest opportunity for a reset. We had everything going for us: a legal framework in the 2022 Electoral Act and the BVAS technology. The enthusiasm of Nigerians to turn out and in large numbers was an added bonus. However, the dreams and aspirations of Nigerians who braced all the the challengers to go and cast their votes on Saturday, 25th of February 2023, were shattered by the conduct of the Independent National Electoral Commission, which failed woefully to live up to expectations. The weekend election was neither free nor fair. Preliminary assessments indicate that it is the worst conducted election since the return to democratic rule. The manipulation and fraud that attended this election was unprecedented in the history of our nation. I can still not understand why the electoral umpire was in such a hurry to conclude collation and announcement of the results, given the number of complaints and irregularities of bypassing of the beavers, failure of uploading to the IRV, and unprecedented cancellations and disfranchisement of millions of voters in breach of the Electoral Act and the Commission's own guidelines. It was indeed a rape of democracy. Having consulted with leaders of our party who are seated here with me, and Nigerians from different walks of life, I have come to the conclusion that the processes and outcome of the Presidential and National Assembly elections of last Saturday was grossly flawed in every material particular, and as such must be challenged by all of us. This has been attested by both local and international observers. Just as I was about to enter this conference hall, the chairman and I read an Austrian report, news report, that the Nigerian drug baron has emerged as the president of Africa. I want to believe that this was not the legacy that President Muhammadu Buhari has promised. For President Buhari, it is not too late to make amends for the good of our country and the future generations, and indeed to assure his legacy. This battle to right the wrongs of Saturday is not about me at all. It is not about me. It is about you, and it is about the future of those of you who are seated here. It is also a continuation of my battles to deepen democracy and for a better life for our people. It is about the future of Nigerian youths. I know that Nigerians, especially the youth, are traumatized by the developments. But I want to urge them to conduct themselves peacefully. Like I have done over the years, I assure you that I will commit the rest of my life in ensuring that true democracy, which affirms the supremacy of your votes and your will take firm footing and guarantee a stable, prosperous, and peaceful Nigeria. This is more so as Nigeria represents the hope of Africa and the Black world. It is my hope that the judiciary will redeem itself this time around and rise to the society's expectation as the last hope of our people. In the end, who wins is not as important as the credibility of our elections and electoral processes. I call on all men and women of goodwill to join hands with us in the vanguard to defend our Constitution from the brigandage of anti-democratic forces. Finally, I urge Nigerians to remain vigilant and resolute. You have the constitutionally guaranteed right of freedom to choose your leaders. We will not, and I repeat, we will not sit idly by and watch your rights taken from you. Your voices will be heard. May God bless you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
A round of applause for our president.
Thank you very much. That was a brilliant, intellectually mobile, administratively sagacious presentation by the true president of the people.
You've been watching an Arise News live coverage. We're now returning to normal programming.
The National Secretary, the former President of the Nigerian Senate and the two-time Governor of Kwara State, Senator Dr. Bukola Saraki, the former National Chairman of our party, Prince Secondus. We have the Deputy National Chairman, North, of our party, Ambassador Damagun. We also appreciate the former governor of Enugu State and our national chairman, Uwondo. We thank you. Without wasting much of our time, because of time, we are going to give opportunity to just 3 questions quickly, if there are. Paul. So we inviting Enoch, from African Report. Enoch, sorry. Please, straight, you can come here. Your name and your question.
Good evening, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. I have 2 questions, sir. I want to know, are you saying categorically that you are going to court to go and challenge this? That's one. Secondly, Governor Akeredolu said Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu had set up a reconciliation committee to reach out to you and Peter Obi and others. We were told that some of the governors tried to see you today and then you turned them back. I just want to find out if that is true. So those are my 2 questions. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, please.
Sorry.
Can you repeat them, I beg?
You need to repeat the question.
So 2 questions again. First of all, I wanted to know if you're saying you're going to court, challenge the result. And let me even add this. Are you challenging the entire conduct of the election, or just certain states? If it's just certain states, we would like to know the ones that you have problems with. And then thirdly, Governor Akeredolu said today that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu had set up a reconciliation committee to reach out to you and Governor Peter Obi of Labour Party. We were told that some of the governors tried to see you today and you turned them back. So we want to find out if that is true or it's fake news. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me respond to the second question, Tinubu's overtures. I'm really not aware. And I was at home throughout today, so I'm not aware if any government on the issue of court, of course, our lawyers are studying the results, of the election, and we await for their advice. So whatever they advise, then the party will meet, and then we decide the next line of action.
Yes. Yeah, you, Leon from Tribune. You can speak from there. Give me the mic.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, sir, the performance of the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, would appear to confirm earlier presentation that he will draw votes from you. Looking at the outcome of the election with the benefit of hindsight, do you regret the fact that you could not work together under a single platform? And secondly, I'm also wondering about your thoughts on the perception that the PDP seems to be in trouble today because of your insistence on contesting election at a time there was a clamor for a southern presidential candidate. What do you have to say, sir?
We're taking the very last question. Yes.
Thank you. Your Excellency, sir, my name is Tony Ailene. I write for Business Day Newspaper. Over the years, we have known how you have used the judiciary to change the course of so many issues across the country. But right now, Nigerians are wondering that the current judiciary that we have, there are issues around credibility. I don't know if you also believe that pursuing this cause, you are likely to get justice from the system as it is right now. Or do you have any doubt that there are issues that you want to consider around the judiciary? Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of the question series. Now we will call on the presidential candidates to respond accordingly. Thank you.
Well, first and foremost, about the Labour Party, whether at the time Peter decided to leave PDP and join Labour Party, we had not, I believe, begun our primary process. So the question of whether he was going to get a ticket or not, did not arise. Yes, agreed, that is a fact. He took our votes from the southeast and south-south. And that, of course, would not make him a president. Sure. You all know that to be a president in this country, you need votes from everywhere. So, as far as I'm concerned, Peter is welcome to dialogue with PDP. We are ready to dialogue with him. So I don't think we will have any problem if he wants to dialogue with PDP. Either form an alliance or not. But I also want you to recall that I was the first candidate to say that because of the way Nigeria has been governed in the last 7 to 8 years, there has been deep divisions between North and South, East and West. And I said to Nigerians, if I happen to be elected president, the first thing I will do is to form a government of national unity. What do I mean by that? I mean, I will look at the performance of each political party and bring them into the government, so that first and foremost, we reunify this country and bring about peace and stability. It is only when you do that, then you will be able to start developing the country, whether economically or otherwise. You cannot develop a country that is deeply divided, that is in crisis. So I was the first to commit to the formation of government of national unity. And I also have it on record that when I ran in 2019, I picked an Igbo man as a running mate, simply because I felt that after any other zone again, the next zone must be Southeast. In 2011, I also picked another Igbo man. And in 2023, I also picked another Igbo man. And I have always said that I will be a stepping stone to an Igbo presidency. Because there is no zone alone in this country that can produce a president on its own. I have always told my Igbo compatriots, I said, look, you negotiate for power. You don't fight for it. You negotiate for it. So, for anybody to think, that I have anything against Labour, I think Peter was in a rush. Do you know why I say he was in a rush? When the campaign started, and our PDP governors sat down and said they must produce the president amongst them. They must produce a vice president amongst them. They must produce a chief of staff amongst them. Peter got scared and left. I did not get scared. I stood up against the governors. When we formed this PDP, some of them perhaps were in secondary school or university. So why should I be afraid? So I stood up and I fought them. They fought me, yes, and I fought them. And I won the primaries. So if he was there, nothing could have stopped him from becoming, a running mate. Because I had the right to choose whoever I wanted, as my running mate. So the question of whether I will work with Peter or not, whether Peter wounded PDP, yes, to some extent he did, because all the votes he carried, there are PDP votes in the South, South, and the Southeast. So that's true, but that's politics anyway. But whether he will achieve his objective, by that or not, that is left to God to decide. So the next is the issue of judiciary. For those of you who don't read, because I know you young people now, it's only computer, on the phone, everything. You don't read textbooks. You must remember that I took my boss, a sitting president, to court 11 times. 11 times, from trial court up to Supreme Court. I swear is a Quran here. I swear I never saw any judge from the trial court up to the Supreme Court. And yet I got judgments against a sitting president. Do you think it is possible today to do it? Abba, let us tell ourselves the truth, madam. 11 times from trial court up to Supreme Court. Wallahi, I never saw a single judge. I got judgment at the trial court, I got judgment at the appeal court, and I got judgment at the Supreme Court. That's why I said, how will I do this? And that's why I decided to publish a book called Landmark Constitutional Cases, the Atiku Abubakar cases, for those constitutional law students. So, I cannot say whether it is the same judiciary or not until I test them. So, I hope I have answered all your questions. Dino has already overruled me. He said one more question. Is that true?
They are waiting for 2 more questions because you're a Democrat and we want to make sure everything is exhausted. So I've been directed to take 2 more questions for you. If any. If he has addressed what you want to ask, there's no need, please. Okay. This one will be the last one indeed.
A very big day, Your Excellency, all protocols to be observed. My name is Atsuki Tokuranaki from Silver News 24. You spoke about the judiciary comparing it as before. So what if you seek redress and at the end of the day you're not given fair judgment? What next?
Like I said, that's the last question. Your Excellency, sir.
Well, what can I do if I don't get if I don't get a favorable judgment at the apex court? You know, I appeal to God.
That's a good one. Power to the people. To these great Sinaian, great Democrats, Nigeria, please a round of applause for the people's president. The president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. While we're doing this national anthem, please, as we bring this to a close.
Watching and the Rise News live coverage. We're now returning to normal programming.
The only nation we have. It is one country that we must build together. We work together to put broken pieces together. We must work for the unity, happiness, and harmony.
Tinubu's political career has been centered around leadership, ambitions that have led him to this point. But the journey started over 30 years ago when he kick-started his political career, joining the Social Democratic Party. This was during Nigeria's Third Republic, and he was elected to the Senate representing Lagos West, but this was short-lived. As the results of the June 12, 1993 elections were annulled, Tinubu became a member of the pro-democracy National Democratic Coalition, NADECO, that pushed for the restoration of democracy in the country and the acknowledgement of MKO Abiola as the winner of the June 12 elections.
The interim national government is hereby dissolved.
But as General Sani Abacha seized power, becoming military head of state, Tinubu went into exile and didn't return to Nigeria until Abacha's death in 1998. He had far from given up on his political ambitions. With the backing of party leaders, Tinubu ran for governor of Lagos State under the Alliance for Democracy in 1999. He won the elections and went on to serve for 2 terms. His time as governor was largely seen as progressive, as he implemented various policies aimed at improving the socio-economic conditions of Lagosians, such as policies that encouraged tax compliance, increasing the internally generated revenue of the state, and policies that improved education, healthcare, and security. The introduction of the Lagos State Security Trust Fund, for example, led to a significant reduction in crime in the state. However, there were also setbacks. Tinubu didn't do much in terms of housing or transportation. The state was, and still is, plagued by traffic congestion. Public transportation was also inadequate. His administration was also accused of corruption and financial mismanagement, with his political opponents accusing him of diverting state funds for personal use. Allegations the president-elect has consistently denied. When Tinubu won his governorship re-election in 2003, all other states in the southwest were won by the ruling party in the country at the time, the People's Democratic Party. Tinubu was involved in several struggles with the federal government, and towards the end of his tenure, he had many clashes with members of the PDP. Tensions grew, and as the PDP won the 2007 elections, Tinubu became involved in negotiations to bring fragmented parties together to form a mega party that could get the PDP out of office. In 2013, he was among several opposition members who launched the All Progressives Congress ahead of the 2015 elections. The new party aimed to adopt a progressive ideology that emphasized good governance, accountability, and transparency. It also adopted a manifesto that focused on improving the economy, security, and infrastructure, among other things. Tinubu served as national leader of the party, and Muhammadu Buhari became the APC's presidential candidate, defeating the PDP in the 2015 elections. This was the first time an incumbent president lost to an opposition candidate in Nigeria's history. The APC also won a majority of seats in the National Assembly, and several state governorship elections too. Tinubu played a crucial role in mobilizing support for Buhari's presidential campaign. He used his political influence and resources to campaign for Buhari across the country. During Buhari's tenure, Tinubu has played a key role in the APC, providing strategic direction and support for the party's policies and initiatives. All of this while the masterful politician, as he's often called, prepared for the next stage of his political career, the presidency. Tinubu won his party's presidential ticket with 1,271 votes. The race began with 23 aspirants, but 9 withdrew ahead of the convention, boosting support for Tinubu. His closest contender, Rotimi Amechi, won just 316 votes. Barely days to the APC presidential primary, Tinubu visited Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital, where he made his infamous speech, declaring in the Yoruba language, Emi Lokan, meaning, it is my turn. Many will say that even the gods heard his cry that day, as the phrase became a national slogan. Tinubu cited how he had supported many of his political associates, including President Buhari, who had failed 3 times in his attempt at becoming president. Tinubu's race has been controversial. He's been besieged with several controversies from his origins, his educational background, his career, the source of his wealth, and his health. He is arguably one of the most investigated politicians in Nigeria, and he can therefore be regarded as a cat with 9 lives, as he has overcome all allegations since his foray into politics. Although he was confident in emerging victorious in the elections, the race was certainly a tight one that for many people was too close to call. More Nigerians were registered to vote in the 2023 elections than ever before. The greater interest is affiliated with several factors, one of which is the 2020 EndSARS protests that saw Nigerians stand up against police injustice. The largest demonstrations in the country's recent history that led to a socio-political awakening. Many had also hoped for greater transparency due to the introduction of the INEC's BVAS system that is designed to verify voters and upload results to an online portal. Unfortunately, there were several reports of BVAS system failures across the country, particularly in the southern regions, and allegations that INEC had been compromised. While paragraph 38 of the INEC Manual 2022, in line with the Electoral Act, states that on completion of all polling unit voting, the presiding officer shall electronically transmit the results directly to the collation system as prescribed by the Commission. Many of the results were collated manually. There were also reports of electoral violence across the country, with criminals stealing ballot boxes and ultimately suppressing votes. Not only is the credibility of the elections being questioned due to electoral violence and the failures of the BVAS system, but Tinubu didn't win 25% in the Federal Capital Territory, as Peter Obi clinched a 61% win. The Constitution states that for a candidate to be declared president, they must get 25% of the vote in 2/3 of the states and the Federal Capital Territory. The interpretation of this is currently being disputed and will likely only be resolved at the Supreme Court. While some lawyers have interpreted this as a candidate needing to get 25% of the votes in the FCT, others suggest that the statement doesn't give the FCT any special status. One result in these elections that came as a shock to many was Tinubu's loss in Lagos State. Since 1999, no party unaffiliated with Tinubu has been able to lead the state. Peter Obi of the Labour Party's win was therefore historical. While this isn't expected to be of large influence on Tinubu's presidency, it does suggest that his hold in Lagos may be wilting away. The results in Lagos are, however, being challenged by opposition parties, especially the Labour Party, who believe they received more votes in the state than what was collated and presented by INEC.
Our results have been significantly reduced. Margins have been significantly truncated. We're looking at places like Ikeja local government, where our calculations show that we got almost 50,000 votes, and they're announcing 30,000. We're looking at Alimosho, where they declared that we won, but almost 50,000 votes have been taken away from our results.
Whether this will make a significant difference to the conclusion of the elections can only be decided in court. Bola Tinubu will be coming into office with Nigeria in 77 trillion naira debt. While not all of this debt was created by the Buhari administration, they have not been able to steer Nigeria out of the economic recession it got into in 2016. And the country's economy remains fragile, with high levels of inflation and unemployment. Tinubu's manifesto is full of several promises, including sufficient jobs, an increase in production, making basic housing, healthcare, and education affordable, the expansion of public infrastructure, and the creation of a strong national security architecture that can address the high level of insecurity across the country. As the handover period begins, President Buhari has stated that he will work with the president-elect to ensure an orderly handover of power. He has called for any challenges to the election results to be taken to the courts and not the streets, and for the credibility of INEC not to be undermined. However, opposition parties are not alone. Electoral observers, both local and international, have expressed concern over the integrity of these elections. Some have called this Nigeria's most engaging election yet, and with Bola Tinubu's emergence, many do not envy him. He is set to experience an interesting start in the presidential office, as he has before him a Herculean task of fixing and ailing an economy in deep debt and a disenchanted populace. Leila Johnson Salami, Arise News.
We are committed to the progress, development, and renew the hope of Nigerians. God bless you.
And of course, we've heard there were no shortage of promises on the campaign trail of all the political parties and their presidential candidates in the just concluded elections. And the president-elect, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and his political party, the All Progressives Congress, or APC, also promised to deliver, in the main, a better socio-economic Nigeria. But away from those campaign promises, what are the economic realities that the new administration of Bola Tinubu will have to deal with, effective June the 1st, 2023. My guest on this is a public policy analyst and a professor of economics at the Lagos Business School, Bongo Adi. I want to welcome Professor Adi, and thanks for making the time tonight on the show. Let's get the ground running. What did you make of those political, let's step back a little bit to the political manifestos and the promises over the last couple of months while the campaigns lasted? What did you make of those promises as they were?
Well, thank you very much for having me this evening, Bosin. Yeah, we've dwelt on the subject of manifestos for a while now. Yes, all the three major contestants were, gearing towards running a private sector-driven, market-led economy. Of course, once you mention the market, people tend to see it as a panacea for economic growth and turnaround, but it's not always the case. So it's one thing to just speak glibly of market-driven economies and liberal market policies, but it's a different ballgame altogether when it comes to the implementation. And then we need to also recognize the fact that the economic system, the economic mechanism, as we call it, does not run in isolation. It's not just a mechanical process that just runs once you have all the necessary parts in place. That is not the way the economy works. And the economy is an embedded system. It's embedded within the society. It's embedded within the politics. So most times it is the politics that determine the economy. And it's also the sentiment and the disposition of the people that determine whether economic policies work or not. You know, Adam Smith is regarded as the father of modern economics. He wrote The Wealth of Nations, but at the same time, he's the one that wrote the theory of moral sentiments. So it's not possible to remove or isolate the economy from the politics of the day, from the society, from the way the people feel. And then on that premise, I think that in talking about the manifestos, they are just statements of ambition, something every contestant would like to do, and they were written just to satisfy the electorate at that point in time. But then, now the tire has met the road, so it has to run.
Yes, that's right. At what point, Professor Ardi, at what point does campaign promises end and the realities of being a president-elect or being a president begins for Senator Bola Tinubu in this present situation as a president-elect?
Well, for the president-elect, I think it has started right now. And then, again, the challenges will be confronting him. Not least will be the credibility of the election, that brought him into power. The commentator earlier referred to the views of observers, both local and international, regarding the way the election went. All of us were here, and the aftermath of that, I don't know how to describe it, that happened on Saturday. It's still reeling all over the Federation. People are still smarting from that because nobody saw that coming. We had expected, we had high hopes for this election. But as Financial Times of London described the election, it fell very low, very, very well below our expectations. Promises were broken. And I think, so that defines the sentiment of the people at this point in time. So when you talk about economics, policies, or when does the reality, begin to dawn on the new president, I think it is quite now. I've lost the light, but I don't know if you can still hear me.
Yes,
so
I can hear you very clearly, Professor Ardi. Again, we were dealing with some of the current economic realities of Nigeria right now, vis-a-vis those mouth-watering on campaign promises. You're looking at a number of issues right now, Nigeria's debt, the issue with electricity, and you just had a power outage there just in the middle of this live interview globally being watched. You're talking about budget deficit. You're looking at the exchange rate. We're looking at unemployment of about above 30% as the last data from the Statistics Office. GDP growth there was, well, just around the country's population growth of about 3%, inflation, FX reserves below $40 billion and all that. So, and of course, the foreign direct investment just at the bottom of the barrel in the manner of speaking. So, right now that we have a whole lot to deal with on our hands. So, in terms of what you expect right now from hitting the ground running for the president-elect, despite the victory and whatever anyone else opposition will go to court, but we got to move on, and the country will have to have a president moving forward. Now, how does all of this come together as far as the reality is concerned? Not just the victory that will be served by the APC and President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his team.
Well, you know that the intention, the ambition of every politician is to deliver good governance. And by the way, Bola Tinubu, the Asiwaju, is someone that we have in very high regards. Personally, I have written 2 cases on his transformation of Lagos, one on the fiscal dimension, the other one on transportation. These are cases that I've used to teach economic development strategy at the Lagos Business School. Now, he's known for turning around, the decrepit systems into very, thriving ones. So we expect that he will actually hit the ground running. So based on what we know about him, regardless of the election that threw him up, that's not the issue for now. So I would expect him to actually approach governance from the way he also approached the governance of Lagos. Regardless of what critics may say, this is a man who met Lagos at a very low fiscal situation and was able to turn it around. And then one thing that has also worked for him over the years is his ability to actually, constitute the right cabinet. He has this knack for identifying talents. I give it to him without, mixing words. He's someone everybody knows that he's also very detribalized. Because, you will see people from other parts of Nigeria serving in his government. That happened when he was the governor. So, yes, when it comes to, he's also a man who goes after talents and people of intelligence. So I will expect him to compose the right team, because that is what the country needs at this point in time. I've always argued that no matter who wins the presidency of this country at this crucial juncture, it's not going to be an easy ride, not at all. You've read out all the challenges the country is facing at this point in time, but you didn't even bring in that of insecurity. You didn't also bring in the issue of this, the election that everybody, it decries and has caused so much disaffection, especially among the youth. We already have so many youths leaving the country in their droves. Many, have also stated that, they do not have any hopes for Nigeria, and therefore they will, take the easy way out of the country as soon as the opportunity presents itself. So I think the first thing to do is to, give these people confidence. So he needs to reestablish confidence in the system. I don't know how that is going to happen. So he has a very big work cut out for him. At the international scene as well, the position of Nigeria now as a highly indebted poor country, where our exchange rate is actually being battered left, right, and center, means that we depend on the goodwill, the international goodwill, in terms of foreign investment and in terms of foreign acceptability to really survive. Now, I don't know how he's going to do that, because if you read what the Financial Times wrote, and as well as some other media in Australia and some other places, you know that he will just, he needs to burnish the image of Nigeria. So his foreign affairs team must be, top-notch. Otherwise, it is not, I don't see how that is going to happen anytime soon. So it's actually going to task his creativity. But I think he has managed Lagos in the past, so we trust that he will do well as well.
You will spend some time, you just talk about a whole lot of macroeconomics. From a socio-economic and human development standpoint, what do you think Nigerians really want from a new president effective June the 1st? What would they really want to see from President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu as soon as he's sworn in as the new president, from the man on the street point of view?
Well, the first thing today is that there is a large, this large swirl of despair, in the system. People have lost hope. Okay, the economy has taken a turn for the worse in the past 8 years. So people really are challenged on many fronts. So Nigerians, the man on the streets, expect that the president can at least give them hope. And what does that mean? It means that the Nigerian, a typical Nigerian looks forward to a better tomorrow. Okay, so we need that, confidence. We need that trust in the system. But again, this is the election is one that has actually depleted whatever stock of trust and faith that people have in the system. So the first thing that needs to happen is how to rebuild the trust and the confidence that the people have on the government of the day, on the leadership of the country. Because as it is right now, most Nigerians feel that they do not matter, their votes do not count, that the government doesn't even see them. So they are using them as a tool. So this is the instrumentalization of the people for the achievement of the ambitions of the elite and the super rich. So that is the typical feeling of the man on the street. So how do we change this? So that is what the president-elect needs to address sooner than later. Otherwise, I think the problem will keep compounding, not only with the best Nigerians we live in, we'll also be having a lot of disgruntled people in the system, and that is part of the thing that the outgoing administration has failed to manage. So when you have this compounding problem, that will create, more than a mouthful for anybody to chew.
So Professor Adi, how should President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu proceed? And you talk in terms of who makes us his team, and you talk about his cabinet. President Buhari spent 6 months before he put together a cabinet back in 2015. But he is also inheriting the policies and actions of this administration. So he's an APC for another APC's administration, at least in the first 4 years, in the manner of speaking. So from where we are today. But the point is this. Mr. President was saying today that President-elect Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu got the victory at the polls last Saturday because of the good things that his administration has done. So how much of Buharinomics do you expect to see moving forward? And would you see Tinubunomics being different, strikingly different from Buharinomics?
Well, at the beginning of 2019, when President Buhari won his second tenure, I wrote an article which is, uninstalling Buharinomics 1.0 and installing Buharinomics 2.0. But Buharinomics 2.0 actually didn't augur well for anybody in this country today. Of course, this narrative could have changed if the president had delivered on his promise of a fair and credible election. Except you're not a Nigerian, every Nigerian knows that the election that produced the president-elect was far from credible, was far from fair. So on that count, that is the only thing I believed that Buhari would leave as a legacy. But lo and behold, it didn't happen. So there is no legacy that I could look back to and say that, okay, this is something that I will have to, thank the president for. He promised to fight corruption, but today we see that corruption has eaten Nigeria for lunch. He also promised to, invest massively in infrastructure. Of course, he did some bit of that when it comes to rails, the railways, when it comes to roads, a few of them, and then of course the second Niger bridge. He achieved something there. But again, if you look at infrastructure is something, especially physical infrastructure, when it comes in the order of ranking or priority, you need to build a human element, the human infrastructure or human capital before you build a physical infrastructure. Otherwise, the people will always tend to reduce the physical infrastructure to their level. And that's exactly what has happened, even where you have the rail tracks. Out of poverty and criminality, people have gone to remove those rail tracks, meaning that, we reverted to the status quo ante. So that is the kind of system, the legacy that Buhari is leaving us with. So I don't see anything that anybody can look up to and say. And then if it's come to monetary policy, then we were talking about 77 trillion naira debt that is going to land on the head of the president-elect. So those are not anything that anybody will want to inherit. So I don't envy the president-elect, given the situation Nigeria is at moment. So it's going to tax him a lot. Then how is he going to begin to deal with this? The first one, because that's where our salvation will come from first, is the international community. And then, of course, before you start to rebuild the economy, you will need the revenues, right? And then we have the low-hanging fruit that we still have is oil, right? So we need to stabilize oil production. The volumes have to be there. And then we also have to win investor confidence. So that is a big challenge. And unfortunately, I have no ideas on how that could be done. all honesty.
Well, Professor Adi, still early days in the manner of speaking. If you agree with me, the transition is just getting, the elections is just still hot on the plates, as it were. So we have days, weeks, and months down the rest of the year to see how these things will progress. Great insights and perspectives on Nigeria's political economy horizon. Professor Bongo Adi of the Lagos Business School, thank you so much for your time. I do have a pleasant evening. Thank you. Let's check in very quickly with the oil prices, this commodities market. Just a few seconds to just look at your numbers. And of course, we'll have a lot more when we return. We'll talk about the markets and the elections.
The Dangote Group stands at the forefront of African enterprise. Since 1978, we've touched the lives of millions of people by meeting their basic needs. Our belief in the promise of Africa has taken us into 14 African countries, with substantial investments that will propel the continent towards greater prosperity, promising jobs, improved standards of living, and economic growth. Dangote, for an empowered Africa.
What does endless possibilities mean to you? A shop in the perfect location, in the hottest part of town? You don't have to own a physical store to do business. That's why Flutterwave Store helps to put those dreams on track. Providing you with a business solution that connects you to customers around the world. No matter where you are, connect to millions of customers globally on Flutterwave Store. The business solution that helps your business thrive. Start selling on flutterwave.com/store today.
As a player, there's nothing better than the roar of your crowd. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that may not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left, they could be extinct in the next few years, from loss of habitat and prey, and snares set for illegal bushmeat. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria, because poaching steals from us all.
Yes, so you're back with the show. Let's, just before we get into the markets in Nigeria and what the election is looking at and all of that, put all of that together, let's get a quick touchdown to the North Africa's trading day, where the Egyptian stock market for this Thursday saw a very big haircut, 1.61% below the 17,000 level. The Casablanca stock market was down by about 0.7%. The Tunisian market took a different direction, 0.61%. What else is making the headlines this evening? Morocco is issuing about $2.5 billion bonds on the international financial market, while Egypt has now been ranked the 7th globally for lower selling price of gasoline. In the meantime, fuel prices are beginning to climb in Egypt, 17 pestos, that's about 1 Egyptian pound per litre. And the directors of Magazine General on the Tunisian market has convened an extraordinary general meeting for a capital increase of the company. And Afriland First Bank Group, First Bank of Cameroon, is now opened mobile money business in South Sudan, and that's across from the west to the northern part of the Sahel region. That's about some stories making headlines on the business and economy. Let's talk about the announcement of Senator Ahmed Bola Tinubu as the winner of the last Saturday's presidential election, which comes as earnings releases by some of the biggest names on Nigeria's market street hit the newswire. Let's get some insights into this election's outcome and the markets now as we bring on our Rise business analyst, Bode Ososami, in London. Great to have you in here this evening, Bode. Thank you so much. How is this election result affecting market sentiment that you've been looking into and the market itself on the Nigerian exchange?
Well, as you know, boss, the opposition party has have declared, as the Labour Party specifically, have declared the election a sham. Even indeed, all the other parties, apart from, of course, the APC that won and LPs going to the courts. So the atmosphere is looking quite uncertain. And of course, you know what uncertainty means for markets. It's certainly not good for sentiment. Nigeria did not get what it needed. That is a clean election to reiterate the basic message of democracy, that Nigerians can choose their leaders. Sadly, the global consensus is that that did not happen. Mixed reactions as markets were looking also to a president with more market-friendly programs. And obviously, they wanted a shift from the ruling party. The NGX had been rallying strongly back-to-back since February. A bit of a surprise that the market initially nosedived as Tinubu was announced despite strong earnings from Seplat, Dangote, Lafarge, Nestle, and others. The Nigerian Stock Exchange all-share index traded at 55,509 yesterday, decreasing 0.53%. Looking back over the last 4 weeks, the NSE all-share lost 2.8%. Over the last 12 months, however, its price rose by 17.2%. Today, it inched up. The NSE all-share index traded at 55670. At the end of the day, increasing 161, up 0.29%, thereabout. I think the market is still looking for direction, but soon after good earning releases from Seplat and so on, obviously trying to come to terms on what this transition means. There's uncertainty on too many fronts. Will the presidential elections be upheld? How will the state governorship elections go? What is the team, the new team of leaders going to look like? And definitely the security situation is something that's still being closely watched. Let's not forget that in the last 12 months, the all-share index, like I said, had risen 17.2%. So some of the gains are likely to be initially sacrificed until the political change settled. Although all candidates, in my view, are reasonably investor-friendly, at least in their manifestos. Obi of the Labour Party had the edge in terms of market friendliness, followed by Atiku. Tinubu is known to be aggressive with revenue mobilization, but he says he will reduce corporate tax to attract investment and plug tax loopholes to boost revenue. Markets are watching. One thing I must also mention, if you look at Nigeria-focused ETFs on the global exchanges, specifically Global X MSCI, Nigeria ETF, it's down 2.93%, 2.93%. That's not very good. After hours, it closed 0.58 down. Also, after hours, it closed 2.81%. After closing 0.58% yesterday. So now it's down 2.93. That just tells you that the announcement that this is going to the courts is increasing uncertainty, though odds are still low that the elections will be overturned.
Okay, but what are the scenarios before us, Bode?
Well, I think there are three obvious ones based on what we see now. Mind you, all these will change. Could change tomorrow, depending on how it develops. Business as usual is the first scenario. Decision goes to courts. We know what typically happens at the courts, no change. I think there's a 55% probability of this, that the APC victory is upheld. And because this is the ruling party, we may not really see any major changes, despite the vow of Tinubu to make changes. If we do see this, Nigerian Stock Exchange all-share index will be priced at 53,856 by the end of this quarter, and at 50,702 in 1 year. That's the scenario that most are painting. So going downwards on a slow slant, if you like. Scenario two is if Tinubu is able to progress an accelerated economic takeoff, take GDP to 7%, and we see improvements in macroeconomic stability, especially FX markets becoming more sane. That would lead to the all-share index doing better. But with so many headwinds, the best we could see is the all-share index maybe just over 7,000 by the end of the year. I say 25% probability there. Then, of course, scenario three is chaos and riots leading to election cancellation, a possible rerun. 20% probability where this could happen. It could also end with a better endpoint. We don't know, but the probability of plunging the economy into a free fall is something that we, of course, don't want to see. 20% probability I still see here. But all these scenarios are quite dynamic, and like I said, as the context changes, will change.
Yeah, well, of course, you know the stock exchange here is weighted heavily on just a few big names, Dangote Cement, the GTBs, Nestle, and a few others called bellwethers, MTN, Airtel Africa. So let's attempt a bit of a sector analysis as this transition progresses. Do you think some of the some sectors that could move along with the political issues, or there could be something different?
That's a very difficult question. Remember, we also have an unpredictable external context that is tilting sentiment more to the downside with Ukraine, tight monetary conditions, inflation. But let me just talk about the sectors. Remember, Nigeria is still ranked 143 out of 163 countries in the Global Peace Index. That means security is still a big issue. So if you don't sort out security, you're not going to make much progress in many of the other sectoral reforms, even if you go ahead with them. And to achieve a minimum growth rate of 7%, you really need to work hard on the sectors, the top 6 sectors that account for 77.9% of GDP. That's Greek trade, ICT, manufacturing, real estate, and mining. Manufacturing sector is Nigeria's path to economic growth. In the agro-allied sector, food processing, textiles, sugar, palm oil processing, leather products, rubber products, chemical processing. In the oil and gas, petrochemicals, fertilizer, ethanol, plastics, refinery. In the metal sector, cement, auto assembly, basic metals, aluminium, and chemicals. There are lots of opportunities, but it's too early to comment on how these would evolve. Like I said, actions count, not the promises you have in these manifestos or the emotional declarations by the leaders.
Campaign promises against versus economic realities. Thank you so much, Bode. There's a whole lot to talk about tomorrow, the days and weeks ahead. We got 90 days before that major transition, still counting those days. Have a great evening out of London. Thank you so much. All right, business analyst Bode Ososami. Just like checking with the Nigerian markets, let's check in with the European trading day. What does the numbers look like? For those about 5 markets that we cover for you on a daily basis here. Checking the European trading day. Euro Stoxx was down, FTSE 100 down. FTSE 100 up by 0.31%. The German DAX was up very slightly. The CAC up by 0.51%. And the IBEX 35 0.04% in the red. And that's the show for tonight. We thank you all for watching. Have a great evening. I'll see you next time.
Thinking of banking in Africa? Think Zenith. In today's fast-moving, fast-changing world, you need a financial partner that understands your unique expectations. A bank with presence in major financial centers across the world, with the enabling platform to facilitate seamlessly, whenever, wherever, however. A bank with best-in-class financial solutions from a superb combination of technology and human touch. For easy, fast, and secure banking that creates real value. Turning dreams into reality is now in your hands. People, technology, service. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Every day, life presents hopes, dreams, and challenges. Challenges that can become successes with a little help. Because a little help can empower you to go from despair to celebration. A little help can keep you going until the race is won. A little help can turn bundles of anxiety into a bundle of joy. And with Glow Data, you get much more than just a little help. You get the biggest data deals in town to make every day glow with small wins and big wins. Dial *777# to select your Glow Data plan.
As a player, there's nothing better than the roar of your crowd. But in Nigeria, there's a roar that may not be heard again. With fewer than 50 lions left, they could be extinct in the next few years, from loss of habitat and prey, and snares set for illegal bushmeat. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat. Let's keep the roar alive for Nigeria, because poaching steals from us all.
Every moment matters. Every decision. Every moment of courage. Every act of kindness. Every declaration of war is made by someone, somewhere. Arise Newsnight analyzes the decisions that affect all of our lives.
A very warm welcome to you. This is Newsnight. Every night, we bring you the moments that matter, from the top to the bottom, and in every corner of our country. We bring you a focused agenda from Nigeria, Africa, and beyond. Focus on what's important with Arise Newsnight.
So, while the APC has been celebrating the news of Bola Tinubu's victory, the opposition parties have been disputing the results and announcing legal challenges. Two of the losing candidates, Atiku Abubakar of the PDP and Peter Obi of the Labour Party, have been holding separate news conferences today as they seek to dislodge the dominance of the ruling party, with Mr. Abubakar saying he's awaiting the advice of his lawyers about how to proceed, and Mr. Obi pledging to prove through the courts that he won the election. So how is the ruling APC party reacting to all this? I'll be joined by the Deputy Director of Contact Mobilization and the APC Presidential Campaign Council, Ekene Enefe. Also on the program, you could say that this sort of post-election battle is the norm in this country, the continuation of a historic conflict between ruling parties and the opposition in Nigeria. So is there anything new here? Has this election been an important step forward in Nigeria's democratic journey, or a step backwards? I'll be joined in the studio by the noted sophologist and professor of political science, Professor Jibrin Ibrahim, chair of the editorial board of Nigeria's Premium Times newspaper, and a senior fellow at the Center for Democracy and Development. And later, even as the protests continue within Nigeria, congratulations have been coming in from outside the country on the election of the ruling party's presidential candidate Bola Tinubu. The British, the Americans and the French have all welcomed Bola Tinubu's victory and have said they are keen to strengthen ties with him. So what does this tell us about how this apparently flawed result is being viewed internationally? I'll be joined from London by the former British diplomat and current director of the Royal African Society, Dr. Nicholas Westcott. I'm Charles Enyegolu, and this is Arise Prime Time. So the internet is full of photographs of the current Nigerian president, Muhammadu Buhari, hosting the next president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to celebrate his victory. President Buhari has acknowledged that there were flaws in the election, but said they were not enough to scuttle the entire process. But the candidates of the People's Democratic Party and the Labour Party dispute this. Both Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi have today been speaking separately to the media about the election, which they both say was deeply flawed.
Preliminary assessments indicate that it is the worst conducted election since the return to democratic rule. The manipulation and fraud that attended this election was unprecedented in the history of our nation. I can still not understand why the electoral umpire was in such a hurry to conclude collation and announcement of the results. Given the number of complaints and irregularities of bypassing of the beavers, failure of uploading to the IRV, and unprecedented cancellations and disfranchisement of millions of voters in breach of the Electoral Act and the Commission's own guidelines, it was indeed a rape of democracy. Having consulted with leaders of our party who are seated here with me, and Nigerians from different walks of life, I have come to the conclusion that the processes and outcome of the Presidential and National Assembly elections of last Saturday was grossly flawed in every material particular, and as such must be challenged by all of us.
The election that we just witnessed have been conducted and results announced as programmed. It is a clear version from electoral rules and guidelines as we were promised. This election, as you know, did not meet the minimum standard expected of a free, transparent, credible, fair election. It will go down as one of the most controversial elections ever conducted in Nigeria. The good and hardworking people of Nigeria have again been robbed by our supposed leaders whom they trusted. However, let me humbly and most respectfully appeal to all Nigerians to remain peaceful, law-abiding, and conduct themselves in most responsible manner